Of Blood and Bone, Chronicles of the One, Book 2, by Nora Roberts. Prologue. They said a virus ended the world, but it was magic, black as moonless midnight. The virus was its weapon. A barrage of arrows winging, silenced bullets striking, a jagged blade slicing. And yet the innocent, the touch of a hand, a mother's goodnight kiss, spread the doom, bringing sudden, painful, ugly death to billions. Many who survived that first shocking strike died by their own hand or by another's as the thorny vines of madness, grief, and fear strangled the world. Still others, unable to find shelter, food, clean water, medications, simply withered and died waiting for help and hope that never came. The spine of technology cracked, bringing the dark, the silence. Governments toppled from their perches of power. The doom gave no quarter to democracy, to dictators, to parliaments or kingdoms. It fed on presidents and peasants with equal greed. Out of the dark, lights dimmed for millennia flickered and woke. The rise of magics, white and black, sprang from the chaos. Awakened powers offered a choice between good and evil, light and dark. Some would always choose the dark. Uncannies shared what was left of the world with man. And those, man and magicals, who embraced the dark struck, turning great cities into rubble, hunting those who hid from them or fought against them to destroy, to enslave, to bask in blood even as bodies littered the ground. Panicked governments ordered their militaries to sweep up survivors, to contain uncannies. So a child who had discovered her wings might find herself restrained on a table in a lab in the name of science. Madmen claimed God in their vicious righteousness, stirring fear and hate to build their own armies to purge what was other. Magic, they preached, came from the devil's hand, and any who possessed it were demons to be sent back to hell. Raiders cruised the ruined cities, the highways, and the back roads to burn and kill because they enjoyed it. Man would always find ways to wreak cruelty on man. In a world so broken, who would stop them? There were murmurs in the light, rumblings in the dark, that reached the ears of men of a warrior to come. She, daughter of the Tuatha de Danann, would remain hidden until she took up her sword and shield. Until she, the one, led light against the dark. But months became years, and the world remained broken. Hunts and raids and sweeps continued. Some hid, skittering out at night to scavenge or steal enough to survive another day. Some chose to take to the roads in an endless migration to nowhere. Others took to the woods to hunt, to the fields to plant. Some formed communities that ebbed and flowed as they struggled to live in a world where a handful of salt was more precious than gold. And some, like those who found and formed New Hope, rebuilt. When the world ended, Arlise Reed had reported it from the New York anchor desk she'd inherited. She'd watched the city burn around her, and in the end had chosen to tell the truth to all who could still hear her and escape. She'd seen death up close, had killed to survive. She'd seen the nightmares and the wonders. She, along with a handful of people, including 3 infants, found the deserted rural town they had christened New Hope. And there they made their stand. Now, in year 4, New Hope was home to more than 300, had a mayor and town council, a police force, 2 schools, one for magical training and education, a community garden and kitchen, 2 farms, one with a mill for flour and grain, a medical clinic, with a small dentistry, a library, an armory, and a militia. They had doctors, healers, herbalists, weavers, sewing circles, plumbers, mechanics, carpenters, cooks. Some of them had made their living on those skills in the old world. Most studied and learned them in the new. They had armed security posted around the clock. And though it remained on a volunteer basis, most all residents participated in combat and weapons training. The New Hope massacre in their first year remained a raw scar on their hearts and minds. That scar and the graves of the dead led to the forming of the militia and to the rescue parties who risked their lives to save others. Arlise stood on the sidewalk, looking at New Hope, and saw why it mattered. Why all of it mattered. More than surviving, as it had been for those first horrible months, more even than building as it had been for the months that followed. It was living, and it was, like the town, hope. It mattered. She thought now that Laurel, elf, came out to sweep the porch of the building where she lived on a cool spring morning. Up the street, Bill Anderson polished the glass on his shop window, and inside the shelves held dozens and dozens of useful things for easy bartering. Fred, the young intern who'd faced the horrors of the underground out of New York with Arlie's, would be busy in the community garden. Fred, with her magic wings and endless optimism, lived every day with hope. Rachel, doctor and good friend, stepped out to open the doors of the clinic and wave. "Where's the baby?" Arlie's called out. "Sleeping, unless Jonas picked him up again when my back was turned." The man's bedazzled. "As a daddy should be. Isn't today your 6-week checkup, Doc? Big day for you." This doctor's already given her patient the all-clear, but Ray's going to formalize it. "Big day for you, too. How do you feel?" "Great. Excited. A little nervous. I'll be tuning in, and I want to see you in here when you're done." "I'll be there." As she spoke, Arlie's laid a hand on the mountain of her belly. "This baby's got to be about cooked. Much longer. I won't even be able to waddle. We'll check it out." "Good morning, Clarice," Rachel said as the first patient of the day came up the walk. "Come right on in. Good luck, Arlie's. We'll be listening." Arlie started to waddle. Really, what other word was there? Stopped when she heard her name called. She waited for Will Anderson, her childhood neighbor, current town deputy, and, as it turned out, the love of her life. He laid a hand over hers on her belly, kissed her. "Walk you to work?" "Sure." He linked fingers with her as they walked to where he'd lived during his first months in the community. "Okay with you if I hang around and watch?" "If you want. But I don't know how long it's going to take to set up." Chuck's optimistic, but if Chuck says we can do this, we can. As her belly pinged with nerves, she let out a breath. "I've got to go with you there." Chuck had been her primary source during the Doom, a hacker and IT genius who now ruled over what technology they had. In the basement, of course. The man was a confirmed basement dweller. "I want to see you at work," Will added. "What do you call what I do at home with the New Hope Bulletin? Work and a boon to the community. But we're talking live broadcast, baby. It's what you're meant to do." "I know some people are worried about the risk, about drawing attention here. The wrong kind of attention. It's worth it. And Chuck not only knows what he's doing, but will have the magical shields going. If you can reach one person out there, you can reach 100. If you can reach 100, who knows? A lot of people still don't know what the hell's going on, where to get help, supplies, medicine. This matters, Arlie's. It mattered a great deal to her when he risked his life on a rescue. "I was just thinking about what matters." She paused outside the house, turned to him. "You're top of the list." They circled around to the back of the house to the basement door. Inside, what had been a large family room now stood as a computer geek's wet dream. If he dreamed of cobbling together components, cables, hard drives, motherboards, gutting ancient computers, reconfiguring desktops and laptops, hanging various screens, she figured Chuck did. He sat at one of the keyboards in a hoodie and cargo pants, a backward ball cap on hair recently bleached white courtesy of the community beautician. He'd gone bright red on his pointed little beard. In the theme of bright red, Fred's curls bounced as she popped up from where she'd been sitting with 3 4-year-olds and an array of toys. "Here's the talent. I'm production manager, gopher, and assistant camera." "I thought I was the gopher." Katie, mother of 3, kept an eye on them from the arm of the sagging sofa Arlie's new Chuck often slept on. Co-gopher and supervisor of the power boosters. Katie looked at her twins, Duncan and Antonia. "They're excited. I just hope they and everybody know what we're doing." "We make it go for Arlie's and Chuck," Duncan said, grinning at his mom. "Me, Antonia." "Push." Tonia giggled, lifting a hand. Duncan pressed his palm against hers. Light glowed. "Not yet." Hannah, blonde and rosy against the twins' dark hair, got up. She patted her mother's leg, as if in comfort, then walked to Arlie's. When's the baby come out? Soon. I hope. Can I watch? On a laugh, Katie rose to swing Hannah up and kiss her. She probably would. I don't know about that, kiddo. Chuck swiveled around in his chair. But you're about to watch history and the debut of New Hope Broadcasting. We're up? He grinned at Arlise, gave her a finger salute. We're up. Definitely up with some help from our boosters. The twins jumped up, eyes alight. Not yet, not yet. This time Arlise held them off. I need to look over my notes and things. I need a few minutes. We're not going anywhere, Chuck told her. Okay, just give me a few. Rattled when she hadn't expected to be. She walked back outside with her folder of notes. Fred walked out behind her. You shouldn't be nervous. Oh, Jesus, Fred. I mean it. You're so good at it. You were always good at it. I got the desk in New York because everybody died. You got the desk when you did because of that, Fred corrected. You'd have gotten it anyway later, but anyway. Stepping closer. Fred put her hands on Arlise's shoulders. Do you remember what you did that last day? I still have nightmares about it. What you did, Fred continued, when Bob held a gun on you on live TV. You held on. And what you did when he killed himself right there sitting next to you. You held on and more. You looked straight into the camera and you told the truth. You did it without notes, without the teleprompter. Because it's what you do. You tell people the truth. That's what you're going to do now. I don't know why I'm so nervous about this. Maybe hormones? Rubbing her belly, Arlise laughed. Maybe. Hemorrhoids, heartburn, and hormones. Having a baby's an adventure. I can't wait to have my adventures. On a sigh. Fred looked over the back garden. I want a zillion babies. Arlise hoped she'd get through having this one and soon. But right now, she had a job to do. Okay. How do I look? Amazing. But today, I'm also your makeup artist. I'm going to powder you for the camera and do your lipstick, then you're going to be great. I love you, Fred. I really do. I love you back, I really do. She let Fred powder and paint, did a few tongue twisters, sipped some water, did some yoga breathing. When she came back in from the bathroom, she saw her father-in-law on the sofa surrounded by the children. He had a way of drawing them. Bill, who's minding the store, closed it for an hour. I want to see my girl live and in person. Your folks would be proud of you. Your mom, dad, Theo, they'd be proud. Consider this your anchor desk. Chuck tapped a chair in front of one of his many tables. You're going to face this camera. I've got the angle. What we're doing here, boys and girls, is a freaking simulcast. We got the ham radio, the live streaming, and the cable TV going. I'll be monitoring you and doing what I do over there. But pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. It's your show, Arlise. All right. She sat, adjusted, opening her folder. She took out the photo of her last Christmas with her family. She propped it against a keyboard. I'm ready when you are. Fred's going to give you the countdown. Okay, kids, let's make it boom. Don't say boom. Katie threw up her hands. You have no idea. We make it go. Tonia wiggled her butt in delight. We make it push, Duncan. Push. He grinned at his sister. They linked hands. Light shimmered through their fingers. That's what I'm talking about. Chuck dashed from monitor to monitor, adjusted, let out a whoop. That's what I'm saying. We're a go, and I mean go. Arlise. Fred moved behind the camera. In 5, 4. She used her fingers to finish the countdown, and with a brilliant smile swept the last one forward. Good morning, this is Arlise Reed. I don't know how many can hear me or see me, but if you're receiving this, pass the word. We'll continue to broadcast as often as possible, to give you information, to give you truth, to report. To let you know, wherever you are, you're not alone. She took another breath, pressed her hands to her belly. For years after the doom, sources confirm Washington, D.C. remains unstable. Martial law remains in effect through the metropolitan area while gangs known as raiders and the dark uncanny continue to attack. Resistance forces broke through security at a containment center in Arlington, Virginia. According to eyewitness accounts, more than 30 people were liberated. She spoke for 42 minutes. Reporting of the bombings in Houston, the Purity Warrior attack on a community in Greenbelt, Maryland, fires set, homes raided. But she ended with stories of humanity, courage, and kindness. The mobile medical clinic that used wagons and horses to reach remote camps, shelters for the displaced, rescues, and food banks. Stay safe, she said, but remember, it isn't enough to stay safe. Live, work, gather together. If you have a story, if you have news, if you're searching for a loved one and can get word to me, I'll report it. You're not alone. This is Arlie's read for New Hope Broadcasting. And we're clear. Chuck stood up, pumped his fists. Fucking A. Fucking A, Duncan echoed. Oops. Roaring with laughter as Katie just closed her eyes, Chuck jumped over to Duncan and Tonya, held out his fist. Hey, totally awesome, kids. Fist bump. Come on. Fist bump. Their heads tipped together as they both lifted their tiny fists, knocked them against his. His sparked. Whoa! He danced around a little, blowing on his knuckles. Major power surge. I love it. Fred blinked at tears. It was you-know-what-a and awesome. Will bent over, kissed the top of Arliza's head. You stagger me, he told her. It felt right. Once I got over the hump. It just felt right. How long was I on? 42 awesome minutes. 42. She swiveled in her chair. I shouldn't have kept the twins at it so long. I'm so sorry, Katie, I just lost track. They were fine. I kept track, Katie assured her. They're going to need a nice long nap. She glanced toward Hannah, curled up and sleeping in Bill's lap. Like their sister. You look like you could use one. That had to take a lot out of you. You look a little pale. Actually, I think about 5 minutes in, I think I started having contractions. Maybe actually before that. I thought it was nerves. You what? No. Arlies gripped Will's hand. I'm pretty sure we should go see Rachel. And I think it's okay. She braced one hand on the table and squeezed Will's hand, bone against bone, with the other. Breathe, Katie ordered, hurrying over to lay a hand on Arliza's rock-hard belly and began to rub in circles. Breathe through it, you took the classes. Classes my ass. It doesn't hurt like this in classes. Breathe through it, Katie said again, calmly. You just did the first New Hope simulcast while in labor. You can breathe through a contraction. It's easing off. It's easing. Thank you, Jesus, Will muttered and flexed his aching fingers. Ow! Believe me, that's not even close to ow. Arlies blew out a strong breath. I really want Rachel. Me too. Will levered her up. Let's take it slow, though. Dad? I'm having a grandchild. Katie lifted Hannah from his lap. Go with them. I'm having a grandchild, Bill repeated. Fred? Arlies looked back. Aren't you coming? Really? I can? Oh boy. I'll run over and tell Rachel. Oh boy. Chuck. Oh, no, thanks. I'll pass. No offense, Arlies, but, none taken. We're having a baby. Fred spread her wings and flew out the basement door. Duncan walked to the door to watch them all go. He wants to come out. Katie shifted Hannah. He? Tonya walked over to stay with Duncan. What's he doing in there? That's another story. Katie told her. Come on, kids, time to go home. Good work, Chuck. Best job ever. Over the next 8 hours, Arlies learned a number of things. The first and most urgent for several of those was that contractions got a lot harder and lasted a hell of a lot longer as labor progressed. She learned, not with any surprise, that Fred was a cheerful and tireless co-coach. And Will, no surprise, either, was a rock. She got reports, a fine distraction, that her had broadcast reached at least the 20 miles out where Kim and Poe had traveled with a laptop on battery. She sure as fuck learned why they called it labor. At one point she dissolved into tears and had Will wrapping his arms around her. It's almost over, baby. It's almost over. Not that. Lana. I thought of Lana. Oh God. Will. Oh God, to have to do this alone. Without Max, without Rachel, without us. To be alone and doing this. I don't believe she was alone. Fred stroked a hand down Arlisa's arm. I really don't. On the night, I could feel it. A lot of us could. The birth of the one. She wasn't alone, Arlies. I know it. Promise? Cross my heart. Okay. When Will brushed her tears away, she managed a smile. Almost over? He's not wrong. Time to push, Rachel told her. Will, support her back. Next contraction, push. Let's get this baby into the world. She pushed, panted, and 8 hours after she made broadcast history, Arlies brought her son into the world that was. She learned something more. Love could come like a bolt of light. Look at him. Exhaustion fell away in stupefied love as the baby cried and wiggled in her arms. Oh, Will, look at him. He's beautiful. You're beautiful. God, I love you. Stepping back, Rachel rolled her aching shoulders. Will, do you want to cut the cord? He took the scissors from Rachel, then turned to his father. Saw the tears on his cheeks. He'd lost grandchildren in the doom. A daughter, a wife, babies. I think Granddad should. How about it? Will swiped fingers under his glasses. I'm honored. I'm a grandfather. As he cut the cord, Fred swept the room with rainbows. I'm an aunt, right? An honorary aunt. Yes, you are. Arlies couldn't take her eyes off the baby. You, Rachel, Katie. The New Hope originals. His color's excellent. Rachel took a good visual study. I'm going to need to take my nephew in a minute. Clean him up for you, weigh and measure him. In a minute. Hello. Theo. Arlies pressed a kiss to the baby's brow. Theo William Anderson. We're going to make the world a better place for you. We're going to do all we can do to make it a better place. I swear it. She traced Theo's face with her finger, so tiny, so sweet, so hers. This is life, she thought. This is hope. This is the reason for both. She would work and fight every day to keep the promise she made to her son. Holding him close, she thought again of Lana, of the child Lana had carried. Of the one who was promised. Chapter 1. On the farm where she'd been born, Fallon Swift learned how to plant and grow and harvest, to respect and use the land. She learned how to move through fields and forests, silent as a shadow, to hunt and fish, to respect the game and take no more than needed, to take none at all for sport. She leaned to prepare food grown or taken from the land in her mother's kitchen or over a campfire. She learned food was more than eggs fresh from the henhouse or a well-grilled trout. Food meant survival. She learned to sew, though she disliked the time spent sitting still plying a needle. She learned how to tan leather, far from her favorite lesson, and could, if given no choice, spin yarn. Clothes, she learned, weren't simply something to wear. They protected the body like a weapon. She respected weapons and had learned from a young age how to clean a gun, sharpen a knife, string a bow. She learned how to build, with hammer and saw, to keep the fences in repair, to make repairs on the old farmhouse she loved as much as the woods. A strong fence, a sound wall. A roof that held back the rain, offered more than a happy home. They, too, meant survival. And, though she often simply knew, she learned magics. How to light the flame with a breath. How to cast a circle, how to heal a small wound with the light inside her, how to look and how to see. She learned, though she often simply knew, magic was more than a gift to be treasured. A craft to be honed, a weapon to be used with great care. It was and would be survival. Even with food, with shelter, with clothing and weapons, even with magics, not all had survived. Not all would in the times to come. She learned of a world that had existed before her birth. A world crowded with people. A world of huge cities with towering buildings where people had lived and worked. In that world, people had traveled routinely by air and sea and road and track. Some had even traveled into space, and to the moon that hung in the sky. Her mother had lived in a great city, in the city of New York. Fallon knew from the stories told, from the books she devoured. It had been a place full of people and noise and light and dark. A wonder of a place to her, one she vowed to see someday. She imagined it often at night when she lay awake watching the fairies dance outside her window. There had been war in that world, and bigotry and cruelty, just as there was now. She knew of the wars that had been from the books, from the stories. And she knew of the wars that were still raging from visitors who stopped at the farm. Her father had been a soldier once. He had taught her to fight with her hands, her feet, her mind. She learned how to read maps and how to make them, and imagined following them one day on the journey she knew, had always known, she would take. She had no attachment, as her parents did, to the world that had been before the doom had killed so many. Billions, it was said. Many remembered when those great cities fell to the burning, the mad things, the dark magics. The cruelty and greed of men still swam in the minds, and the blood of those who'd lived through it. When she caught glimpses of tomorrows, she knew there would be more burning, more blood, more death. And she would be part of it. So she often lay awake at night, cuddling her teddy bear. A gift from a man she'd yet to meet. If those tomorrows weighed too heavy, she sometimes slipped out of the house while her parents and siblings slept, to sit outside while the little fairies flickered like fireflies, where she could smell the earth, the crops, the animals. Most often she slept the quiet and innocent sleep of a child with loving parents and 3 annoying little brothers, a healthy child with a questing mind and active body. Sometimes she dreamed of her sire, the man her mother had lived with in New York, the man she'd loved. The man, Fallon knew, who had died so she would live. He'd been a writer, a leader, a great hero. She bore his name, just as she bore the name of the man who brought her into the world, who raised her, who taught her. Fallon for Max Fallon, her sire. Swift for Simon Swift, her father. 2 names, Fallon thought, equally important. Just as her mother wore 2 rings, one from each man she'd loved. And though she loved her father as deeply and truly as any child could love, she wondered about the man who'd given her the color of her eyes and hair, who along with her mother had passed powers to her with their mating. She read his books, all books were gifts, and studied the photo of him on the back of them. Once, when she was only 6, she'd curled up in the library with one of Max Fallon's books. Though she couldn't understand all the words, she liked that it was about a wizard, one who used magics and brains to fight against evil forces. When her father came in, a stab of guilt had her try to hide the book. Her dad had no magics, but he had a lot of brains. He'd plucked her and the book up, then sat to hold her on his lap. She loved how he smelled of the farm, the earth, the animals, the growing things. Sometimes she wished she had eyes like his that changed from sort of green to sort of gold, or just mixed them together. When she wished it, she felt guilty about Max. It's a good book. You read it? Yeah. My mom really liked to read. It's why she and my dad made this room for books. You don't have to hide anything from me, baby. Not anything. Because you're my daddy. She turned into him, pressed her face to his heart. Beat, beat, beat. You're my daddy. I'm your daddy. But I wouldn't have gotten the chance to be if it wasn't for Max Fallon. He turned the book over so they could both look at the picture of the dark, handsome man with strong gray eyes. I wouldn't have my most beautiful girl if he hadn't loved your mom, and she hadn't loved him. If they hadn't made you. If he hadn't loved her and you enough, been brave enough to give his life to protect you. I'm real grateful to him, Fallon. I owe him everything. Mama loves you, Daddy. Yeah, she does. I'm a lucky guy. She loves me, and she loves you. And Colin and Travis. And the new baby that's coming. Yeah, it's not a girl. This on a huge, sorrowful sigh. Is that so? She has a boy in her, again. Why can't she make a sister for me? Why does she always make brothers? She heard the laugh in his chest as he cuddled her. Actually, that's supposed to be my job. I guess it's the way it goes. He stroked her long black hair as he spoke. And I guess that means you'll just have to go on being my favorite girl. Have you told your mom it's a boy? She doesn't want to know which kind. She likes the wondering. Then I won't tell her either. Simon kissed the top of her head. Our secret. Daddy? I can't read all the words. Some are too hard. Well, why don't I read the first chapter to you before we go back to chores? He shifted her so she could curl up, then opened the book, turned to page 1 and began. She hadn't known The Wizard King had been Max Fallon's first novel, or perhaps some part of her had. But she would remember, forever, that her father had read it to her, chapter by chapter, every night before bed. So she learned. She learned about goodness from her father, generosity from her mother. She learned about love and light and respect from the home and family and life given to her. She learned of war and hardship and grief from travelers, many wounded, who came to the farm or to the village nearby. She had lessons on politics and found them annoying as people talked too much, did too little. And what good were politics when reports claimed the government, such a vague word to her, had begun to rebuild in the 3rd year after the doom, only to fall again before the end of year 5. Now, in the 12th year, the capital of the United States, which didn't seem united to Fallon, then or now remained a war zone. Factions of the Raiders, groups of the Black Uncanny, and those faithful to the cult of the Purity Warriors, battled for power, for land, for the smell of blood. Against each other, it seemed, and against those who sought to rule or govern. Even though Fallon wanted peace, wanted to build, to grow, she understood the need, the duty to fight to protect and defend. More than once she'd seen her father arm himself and leave the farm to help protect a neighbor, to help defend the village. More than once she'd seen his eyes when he'd come home again, and had known there'd been blood, there'd been death. She'd been raised to fight, to defend, as had her brothers. Even as the farm basked in summer, as the crops ripened and fruit hung heavy, as the woods ran thick with game, bitter battles raged beyond the fields and hills of home. And her time, her childhood, she knew, was counting down like the ticks of a clock. She was the one. On days when her brothers deviled her, why had she been plagued with brothers? When her mother understood nothing and her father expected too darn much, she wanted that countdown to hurry. Other times she raged. Why should she have no choice? No choice? She wanted to hunt and fish, to ride her horse, to run in the woods with her dogs. Even with her brothers. And often she grieved for what something beyond her parents, demanded she become. Grieved at the thought of leaving her family, her home. She grew tall and strong, and the light within her burned bright. The thought of her 13th birthday filled her with dread. She stewed about it, about all that was unfair in her world. All that was unfair in the world outside, as she helped her mother prepare the evening meal. We're going to get a storm tonight, I can feel it. Lana pushed at the butterscotch blonde hair she'd bundled on top of her head before cooking. But it's a perfect evening for eating outside. Go ahead and drain those potatoes I've got parboiling. Fallon sulked over to the stove. Why do you always have to do the cooking? Lana gently shook a covered bowl. Inside slices of peppers fresh from the garden marinated. Your dad's grilling tonight. She reminded Fallon. You made everything first. With that stuck in her craw, Fallon dumped chunks of potatoes into the colander in the sink. Why doesn't Dad or Colin or Travis make it all? They help, just like you. Ethan, too, he's learning. But to answer the point of your question, I like to cook. I enjoy making food, especially for my family. What if I don't? Fallon whirled around, a tall, long-limbed girl currently all stormy gray eyes and defiant scowl. What if I just don't want to cook? Why do I have to do things I don't want to do? Because we all do. Lucky for you, on next week's rotation you move from under chef to cleanup. I need you to season those potatoes for the grill basket. I already chopped the herbs. Fine, great. She knew the drill. Olive oil, herbs, salt, pepper. Just as she knew they had the oil and spices because her mother and a witch from a neighboring farm had culled out 3 acres and had cast a spell to turn it into the tropics. They'd planted olive trees, Piper nigrum for pepper, coffee beans, banana trees. figs, dates. Her dad had worked with others to construct olive presses for the oils, dryers for the fruits. Everyone worked together, everyone benefited. She knew that. And still, why don't you go ahead and take those out? Tell your dad to start the chicken. Leading with her foul mood, Fallon stomped out of the house. Lana watched her daughter, her own summer blue eyes clouding. She thought, more than one storm's coming. They ate at the big outdoor table her father had built, using colorful plates, with bright blue napkins and wildflowers in little pots. Her mother believed in setting a pretty table. She let Ethan light the candles with his breath because it always made him laugh. Fallon plopped down beside Ethan. She didn't consider him as much a pain in her butt as Colin or Travis. Then again, he was only 6. He'd get there. Simon, his mop of brown hair streaked from the sun, took his seat, smiled at Lana. "It looks great, babe." Lana lifted her wine, made from their own grapes. "Credit to the grill master." "We're grateful," she added, with a glance at her daughter, "for the food grown and made by our own hands. We hope for the day when no one goes hungry." "I'm hungry now," Colin announced. "Then be grateful there's food on the table." Lana set a drumstick, his favorite, on his plate. "I helped Dad with the grill," he claimed as he added potatoes, vegetables, an ear of just shucked corn to his plate. "So I shouldn't have to do the dishes." "That's not going to fly, son." Simon filled Travis's plate as Lana did Ethan's. Colin waved his drumstick in the air before biting in. He had his father's eyes, that hazel that blurred gold and green, hair a few shades darker than his mother's going bright from the summer sun. As usual, it stood up in tufts that refused taming. "I picked the corn." Travis, already eating steadily, elbowed Colin. "We picked it." "Irrelevant." "Vant," Simon corrected. "Irrelevant, and it's not." "I picked most of the corn. It should count." "Instead of worrying about the dishes, which you will do, maybe you should eat the corn," Lana suggested as she helped Ethan butter his ear. "In a free society, everybody has a vote. Too bad you don't live in one." Simon gave Colin a poke in the ribs that had Colin flashing a toothy grin. "The corn is good." Ethan, though he'd lost a couple of baby teeth, bit his way enthusiastically down the ear. He had his mother's blue eyes, her pretty blonde hair, and the sunniest of dispositions. "Maybe I'll run for president." Colin, never one to be deterred, pushed forward. "I'll be president of the Swift Family Farm and Cooperative. Then the village. I'll name it Colinville and never wash dishes again. Nobody'd vote for you." Travis, nearly close enough in looks to be Colin's twin, snickered. "I'll vote for you, Colin." "What if I ran for president, too?" Travis asked Ethan. "I'd vote for both of you." "And Fallon." "Leave me out of it," Fallon rebuked, poking at the food on her plate. "You can only vote for one person," Travis pointed out. "Why?" Because is dumb. This whole conversation is dumb." Fallon flicked a hand in the air. "You can't be president because, even if there were any real structure of government, you're not old enough or smart enough." "I'm as smart as you," Colin tossed back, "and I'll get older. I can be president if I want. I can be anything I want." "In your dreams," Travis added with a smirk. It earned him a kick under the table, which he returned. A president is a leader, and a leader leads. When Fallon surged to her feet, Simon started to speak, to shut things down, but caught Lana's eye. "You don't know anything about being a leader. You don't know anything about anything," Colin shot back. "I know a leader doesn't go around naming places after himself. I know a leader has to be responsible for people, make sure they have food and shelter, has to decide who goes to war, who lives and dies. I know a leader has to fight, maybe even kill." As she raged, shimmers of light sparked around her in angry red. A leader's who everybody looks to for answers, even when there aren't any. Who everyone blames when things go wrong. A leader's the one who has to do the dirty work, even if it's the damn dishes. She stalked away, trailing that angry light into the house, slamming the door behind her. "Why does she get to act like a brat?" Colin demanded. "Why does she get to be mean?" Ethan, Tears swirling in his eyes, turned to his mother. Is Fallon mad at us? No, baby, she's just mad. We're going to give her a little time alone, okay? She looked over at Simon. She just needs some space. She'll apologize, Colin. He only shrugged. I can be president if I want. She's not the boss of the world. Lana's heart tore a little. Did I mention I made peach pie for dessert? Pie, she knew, was a no-fail way to turn her boy's moods around. That is, for anyone who clears his plate. I know a good way to work off that pie. In tune with Lana, Simon went back to his meal. A little basketball. Since he'd created a half-court on the side of the barn, basketball had become one of his boy's favorite pastimes. I want to be on your team, Daddy. Simon grinned at Ethan, gave him a wink. We'll wipe the court with them, champ. No way. Colin dived back into the meal. Travis and I will crush. Travis looked at his mother, held her gaze a long moment. He knows, Lana thought. And so did Colin, even if anger and insult blocked it away. Their sister wasn't the boss of the world, but she carried the weight of it on her shoulders. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fallon's temper burned out in a spate of self-pity tears. She flung herself on her bed to shed them, the bed her father had built to replicate one she'd seen in an old magazine. Eventually the tears died away into headachy sulks. It wasn't fair, nothing was fair. And Colin started it. He always started something with his big, stupid ideas. Probably because he didn't have any magics. Probably because he was jealous. He could have her magics. Then he could go off with some stranger to learn how to be the savior of the whole stupid world. She just wanted to be normal. Like the girls in the village, at the other farms. Like anyone. She heard the shouts, the laughter through her open window, tried to ignore it. But she rose, looked out. The sky held blue on that long, late summer day, but like her mother. She felt a storm coming. She saw her father, with Ethan perched on his shoulders, walking toward the barn. The older boys already raced around the curve of blacktop in the basketball shoes their father had scavenged. She didn't want to smile when her dad nicked the ball from Colin, held it up for Ethan. Then walked Ethan to the basket so he could drop the ball through the hoop. She didn't want to smile. The older boys looked like Dad, Ethan looked like Mom. And she looked like the man on the back of a book. That alone often cut more than she thought she could stand. She heard the soft knock on her door, then her mother came in. I thought you might be hungry. You barely touched your dinner. Shame began to push through the sulks. Fallon only shook her head. Later then. Lana set the plate on the dresser Simon had built. You know how to warm it up when you're ready. Fallon shook her head again, but this time tears spilled. Lana simply walked to her, drew her in. I'm sorry. I know. I spoiled everything. You didn't. I wanted to. Lana kissed Fallon's cheek. I know, but you didn't. You'll apologize to your brothers, but right now, you can hear they're happy. Nothing's spoiled. I don't look like them, or you, or Dad. Lana ran a hand down Fallon's long, black ponytail, then eased back to look into those familiar gray eyes. I've told you about the night you were born. It's always been one of your favorite stories. As she spoke, she guided Fallon to the bed, sat on the side of it with her. I've never told you about the night you were conceived. Heat rose to her cheeks. She knew what conceived meant and how it happened. It's weird. You're almost 13, and even if we hadn't already talked about all of this, you live on a farm. You know where babies come from and how they get there. But it's weird when it's your mom. A little weird, Lana allowed, so I'll ease you into it. We lived in Chelsea. That's a neighborhood in New York. I loved it. There was a sweet little bakery across the street, a good deli on the corner. Pretty shops close by, lovely old buildings. We had a loft. I moved into Max's loft. I loved that too. There were big windows facing the street. You could see the world rush by. Shelves full of books. The kitchen wasn't nearly as big as the one here at home, but it was completely up to date. We often had dinner parties with friends. I worked at a good restaurant. And had some vague plans about opening my own one day. You're the best cook. Not a lot of competition for that now. Lana tucked an arm around Fallon's waist. I came home from work. And we had some wine. Some really good wine and made love. And after, only minutes after, something just burst inside me. Such light, such glory, such. I can't explain the feeling, even now. It took my breath, in the most beautiful way. Max felt it, too. We joked about it a little. He got a candle. My gift had been so small that even lighting a candle was hit and miss. And only hit after a lot of effort. Really? But you. Changed, Fallon. Opened that night. I lit the candle with barely a thought. It rose in me, the new power. As it did in Max. In all of us who had magics inside. But for me, what I had inside was you. That moment, that burst, that glory, that light was you. I wouldn't know for weeks, but it was you. You sparked inside me that night. I came to know, and some you showed me while still inside me, that you aren't just special to me, to Max, to Simon, but to all. I don't want to go away. Fallon buried her face in Lana's shoulder. I don't want to be the one. Then say no. It's your choice, Fallon. You can't be forced, and I'd never allow anyone to force you. Your father would never allow it. She knew this, too. They'd told her, always it would be her decision. But, you wouldn't be disappointed in me? Ashamed of me? No, Lana pulled Fallon close. Held her tight. No, never. How many nights had she raged and grieved over what would be asked of this child? This child. Her child. You're my heart, Lana comforted. I'm proud of you every day. I'm proud of you, your mind, your heart, your light. Oh God, it burns so bright. And I take that light from you without hesitation to spare you from making the choice. From having to make it. He died to save me. My birth father. Not just because of what you might be. Because he loved you. Fallon, you and I? We're the luckiest women. We've been loved by two amazing men. Two courageous men. Whatever you decide, they and I will love you. Fallon held on, comforted, eased. Then felt. She drew carefully back. There's more. I can feel it. I can feel there's more. Things you haven't told me. I told you about New Hope and... Who's Eric? Lana jerked back. Don't do that. You know the rule about pushing into another mind. I didn't. I swear. I just saw it. Felt it. There's more, Fallon said, and now her voice trembled. More you're not telling me because you're worried. You're afraid for me, I can feel it. But if you don't tell me everything, how will I know what to do? Lana rose, walked to the window. She looked out at her boys, at her man, at the two old dogs, Harper and Lee, sleeping in the sun. At the two young dogs running around the boys. At the farm, the home she treasured. At the life she'd built. Dark always pushed against the light, she thought, with some bitterness. Magic always demanded a price. She'd kept things from her child. From the brightest of lights because she feared. Because she wanted her family together at home. Safe. I kept things from you because, under it all, I wanted you to say no. I told you about the attack when we lived in the house in the mountains. Two who were with you turned. They were dark, uncanny, but you didn't know until they tried to kill you. To kill me. You and Max and the others fought, and thought you'd destroyed them. Yes, but we hadn't. They attacked again in New Hope. They came for me, and to save you, to save me, Max sacrificed himself. You ran like he told you to do. You ran because they'd come back again, and you had to protect me. You were alone a long time, and they hunted you. And you found the farm, you found Dad. Fallon took a breath. Was this Eric one of them? One of the dark? Yes. He and the woman he was with, the woman I think helped turn him away from the light. They wanted to kill me, to kill you. They killed Max. Eric is Max's brother. His brother. Shock ran straight through her. Brothers, she thought, horrified, however irritating were brothers. They were family. My uncle. My blood. Eric chose to betray that blood, chose to kill his own brother. Chose the dark. He chose, Fallon murmured. After another breath, she squared her shoulders. You need to tell me all of it. You can't leave anything out. Will you tell me? Yes. Lana pressed her fingers to her eyes. She already knew, looking into those familiar gray eyes, what choice her child would make. Yes, I'll tell you everything. Chapter 2. Fallon apologized. Colin shrugged it off, but since she knew from experience he held a grudge, she prepared for retaliation. With her birthday and the choice only weeks away, she preferred thinking about her brother's revenge. That was normal, that was family. And she preferred the calculation in his eyes to the worry she often saw in her mother's, her father's. She helped cut hay and wheat, harvest fruit and vegetables. Daily chores helped keep her steady. She didn't complain about the kitchen work or only muttered about it in her head. The end of summer and the coming of fall meant hours of making jams and jellies, canning that fruit and those vegetables for the winter to come. A winter she dreaded. When she could, she escaped, using her free time to ride the fields and the woods on her beloved horse, Grace. Named for the pirate Queen Fallon had long admired. She might ride to the stream just to sit and think. Her baited hook in the water was an afterthought. If she brought home fish to eat or to barter, so much the better. But the hour or two of solitude fed her young, anxious soul. She might practice little magics there, calling the butterflies, making the fish jump, spinning little funnels of air with her fingers. On a hot day of bold sun and stingy breezes that seemed to claim summer would never end, she sat in her favorite spot. Because she wanted to read. Her fishing pole hung magically suspended over the stream. She could make the fish bite the bait, but such powers, she'd been taught, were only to be used to feed real hunger. Birds called now and again. She heard an occasional rustle in the understory. If she hadn't been deep in her book, she would have tested herself to identify the sounds. Deer, rabbit, squirrel, fox, bear, and more rarely man. But she enjoyed letting herself slide into a story, a really scary one, about a young boy with a gift, with a light, trapped in an old hotel with evil. She didn't pay attention to the plop of the water, even when it repeated. Not when the bushes shaped like animals outside the evil hotel moved, not when they threatened the boy. But the gurgling voice got her attention. Her heart, already racing from the story, gave one hard thud as she heard her name whispered in that watery voice. And the water in the stream rippled. Cautiously, she set the book aside and rose, one hand on the knife in her belt. "What magic is this?" she murmured. Was it a sign? Was it something dark come to call? Her name came again, and the water seemed to shudder, to writhe. Butterflies that had danced along the water's edge swarmed away in a buttercup-colored cloud, and the air went silent as a grave. Well, she wasn't a little boy in a book, she reminded herself, stepping closer to the edge of the stream. "I'm Fallon Swift," she called out over the beat of blood in her ears. "What are you? What do you want?" "I have no name. I am all names. What do you want?" A single finger of water rose up from the rippling stream. It only took her a second to recognize which finger, and the meaning. But it was a second too late. They hit her from behind, 3 against 1. She face-planted in the water, then surfaced to the sounds of her brother's hilarity. After she swiped her dripping hair out of her eyes, she found the bottom with her feet, stood. "It took 3 of you and an ambush. Who are you?" Colin repeated in a quaking voice. "What do you want?" "You should have seen your face. Nice to see how you accept apologies. You deserved it. Now we're even." Maybe she had deserved it. And she had to give him credit for biding his time, enlisting his brothers. Even more, she had to admire the complexity and creativity of the trick. But she considered her options. The humiliation if she failed and decided to take the risk. She'd been practicing. While her brothers laughed and did their victory dance, she spoke to her horse, mind to mind. Moving forward. Grace headbutted Colin into the water. "Hey." Shorter than her, he tread water, managed to find his footing. "No fair. Neither is 3 against 1. Mad with laughter, Ethan jumped in. "I want to swim too." "What the heck?" Travis towed off his shoes, cannonballed in. While the boys splashed and dunked each other, Fallon rolled over to float. This time she spoke mind to mind with Travis. This was your work. Yeah. I apologized. Yeah, but he needed this. And it was fun. He turned his head, smiled at her. Plus, it's a hot day. The middle finger was rude. But funny. She couldn't hold back her own smirk. But funny. I need a few minutes alone with Colin. Geez, it's just water. Not about that. Even Steven. I just need a few minutes. His gaze sharpened on hers. He saw, he knew, as he usually did. He started to speak out loud, then turned away. Only nodded. She waded out of the stream, climbed out. After whisking her hands down her body to dry off, she stowed her book, her rod. We have to get back, she called out. She ignored the whining, mostly Ethan's, gave a come-ahead gesture. We've got to help with dinner, start the evening chores. Travis climbed out. Fallon dried him off. Thanks. She had to crouch down to help Ethan out. It's funny to swim in your clothes. She poked him lightly in the nose. It wouldn't be so funny if you had to walk home in wet, squeaky shoes. She dried them, then his pants. Then the faded Under Armour shirt she knew had once been scavenged for Colin. After taking up Grace's reins, she turned to Colin. Come on. He waved a hand at her. You paid me back for paying you back. I'll dry you off if you give me your word you're not going to pay me back for paying you back. He hesitated for a minute, then just grinned. I had a good one I'm working on, but I can save it until the next time you're a bitch. Probably won't take long. She stuck out her hand. But this round's done. Done. They shook on it. Dry again, he glanced around. Why'd they take off? I told Travis I needed to talk to you. Suspicion and retaliation gleamed in his eyes. We said done and shook. Not about that. She began to walk, the horse plodding lazily behind. It's almost my birthday. Yeah. My 13th birthday. So, with a shrug, he found a stick to bang on trees as they walked. You're probably going to start kissing boys and putting bows in your hair. Dopey. I'll have to leave. And you're going to get to drive the truck. I could drive the truck. I don't see why you get to do everything first. Colin, I won't be here to drive the truck. I'll have to go. Go where? She saw the knowledge flash over his face. Her parents hadn't held the story of Malik, of the one, of 2 years of training away from home, a secret. Furious denial immediately followed knowledge. That's bullshit. You're not going anywhere. That's just a bullshit story. He liked to swear, Fallon thought idly. He swore at every opportunity out of their parents' hearing. It's not. And when he comes, I'll have to go with him. I said bullshit. Furious, red-faced with it, Colin heaved the stick away. I don't care who this weird guy is, he's not going to make you go. We'll stop him. I'll stop him. He won't make me. He can't make me. But I have to go with him. You want to go. Bitter now. So young, so bitter now. You want to go off and pretend you're some big deal savior. Pretend you're the one who's going to save the world. Just more bullshit. He shoved her, hard. You're not so damn special, and there's nothing wrong with this stupid world. Look at it. He flung out his hands to the thick woods, the dappled sunlight, the verdant peace of late summer. This isn't the world, just our part of it, and even that may be threatened. It rose up in her. Rose so fast, so hot, it left her breathless. You look at it. See the world. She lifted her hands, flung them apart like whipping open a curtain. A battle raged, dark and bloody. Buildings in rubble, others aflame. Bodies, torn and mangled, lay across sidewalks, she realized. Streets and sidewalks of a city, a once great city. Gunfire ripped across the still woods. And screams followed. Lightning struck, black and red, exploding chasms where more fell. Some flew on wings that slashed through flesh. Some flew on wings that tried to shield. Uncannies. Dark and light, people, good and evil, waging war over the blood of those already fallen. Stop it. Colin gripped her arm as she stood, transfixed. Stop it, stop it. He sobbed the last. Got through. Shaking, she whipped the curtain closed again. How did you do that? How did you do that? I don't know. Queasy now, dizzy with it, Fallon slid down to sit on the path. I don't know. I feel sick. He yanked her canteen out of her saddlebag and, crouching, pushed it at her. Drink some water. Drink it and maybe put your head between your knees. She sipped, shut her eyes. I see it in my head sometimes. When I sleep mostly. Like that or other places. It's always fighting and dying and burning. Sometimes I see people in cages or on tables, strapped down on tables. And worse, even worse. She capped the canteen. I'm okay now. I don't know how I did that. I don't know enough. He helped her to her feet, put the canteen away for her. Where was that place? I'm not sure. I think it was Washington, D.C., but I don't even know why I think that. I don't know enough. It's why I have to go. I have to learn more, and I'm afraid. I'm so scared. They want to kill me. They tried to kill me and Mom. They killed my birth father. They'll find me sooner or later. They could come here and find me. If anything happened to Mom and Dad, to you and Travis and Ethan. She turned to her horse, pressed her face to Grace's neck. I have to go and learn how to stop them or it won't ever stop. Awkwardly, Colin patted her back. I'll go with you. You can't. Just try to stop me. The bullheaded bravery, the sincerity and innocence of it, sprang back. You think because I can't do stupid tricks and all that crap I can't fight? I'm going with you, you jerk. It touched her. She didn't know if she could ever tell him how much. That at her lowest point, he stood up for her. It's not because of magic. And, even at so young an age, she understood basic tactics. It's not because you wouldn't fight. She wiped at tears. Turned, saw he'd shed tears of his own. You have to stay because you have to be president. What the fuck? Even with his newfound love of swearing. Colin reserved the big F for his most important cursing. It's like this. Steadier, she began to walk again. Mom and Dad are like the king and queen, right? They rule. But they don't know everything that goes on. They'll know about the stream today unless you guys swore Ethan to secrecy. If he's not sworn, he'll blab. Damn it. So they'll know, but that's okay. Nobody's mad about it. But they don't know everything, and the oldest, that's going to be you, has to be in charge, too. You have to be president and look out for Travis and Ethan, and Mom and Dad, too. I need to know everybody's going to be okay. Please. It's a hard job. You have to make sure everybody's okay. Everybody does their chores and lessons. And you can't be too bossy about it or it doesn't work. He hip-bumped her as they walked. You're bossy. I could be Bozier. Lots. Please, Colin. They stopped at the rise where so long before their mother had first looked down at the farm, first felt hope again. I can be president, he mumbled. I already told you I could. Okay. She draped an arm over his shoulders, and for a few moments they looked down at home. Ethan fed the dogs, the old and the young. Travis walked along a row in the garden, filling a basket with green beans. Their father, head shielded by a cap, walked back from a near field with one of the horses, and their mother straightened from her work in the herb bed to wave at him. She'd take this picture with her, Fallon thought. This and others, wherever she had to go. Whatever she had to do. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Day after day, night after night, Lana watched her children with a kind of wonder. Before the doom, she'd never given more than a passing thought to having children someday. She'd enjoyed the life she'd lived, the urban glint of it with a man she'd loved and admired. She'd dabbled in magics mostly for the fun, and her powers had been barely whispers in any case. Or so she'd believed. Her work satisfied her, so ambitions for more had been, like children, a passing thought for someday. She'd lived with a writer whose books had found a solid niche. Max had taken the craft more seriously than she had, and his powers had been more overt, but still, in those days a pale shadow of what would come. Their love had still held the bright shine of the new and exciting, and the future, if she looked beyond a day or two, had seemed limitless. Then the world ended. Everything she'd taken for granted. Gone in smoke and blood and the screams of circling crows. With the life that sparked inside her that night in January, another world began. In those months between that winter night and the bold summer day she'd first seen the farm, she'd changed into someone the contented urban woman wouldn't have recognized. Changed, she knew. Not just with the child growing inside her, not just with the rise of her own powers, but fundamentally, just as the hungry, desperate, grieving woman Simon found raiding his henhouse for an egg had changed into the woman who lay sleepless in her husband's arms on a cool autumn night listening to the incessant hooting of an owl. This woman had learned to love not only for days and weeks and months, but for years. She had planted fields, hunted game, embraced her power. She'd given birth to 4 children in the bed she shared with the man who'd helped her bring them into the world. Their world. But she knew the world beyond this farm, this haven. She'd lived in it. Fought in it, survived it. Escaped from it. And now, after all the loss, the gains, the grief, and the joy, she faced sending her firstborn into that blood and smoke. Simon stroked her back. "We can say no." She nuzzled a little closer. "Reading my mind now? It's not hard when we're on the same page. She's just a kid, Lana." "Yeah." It was important for us to be straight and honest with her from the jump, not to wait and just spring all this on her, but she's still just a kid. We sit her down. Make sure she knows we've got her back on this. She doesn't have to go. We never lied to her or kept secrets. And still, I think she'd have known even if we had. It's in her, Simon. I felt it when I carried her. I feel it now. Remember that time, her first spring? We were working in the garden. We had her napping in the shade under the old apple tree with Harper and Lee. We looked over when we heard her laughing, and there must have been a couple hundred butterflies and fairies, those little lights. At the pretty memory Lana could smile, all dancing around her. She called them. She couldn't even walk yet. I know she's not a baby anymore, but Jesus, she's only 12 years old. 13, Lana thought. In only days now. Absently she twisted the chain that held the medal of Michael the Archangel, which he wore around his neck. She's decided to go. You don't know that. She only spread her hand over his heart. Under her palm, Simon's heart tore a little. He lifted his hand to take hers. They'd promised each other to stand united when the day came, and, whatever choice she made, to stand with Fallon. I guess that explains why she hasn't been fighting with the boys. Has she talked to you about it? No, not with words. I know she was born for what's about to begin. I know it with all I am. And I hate it. She turned her face into his throat. She's our baby, Simon. I hate it. We can find a way to stop it, stop her. Lana shook her head, burrowed deeper. It's beyond us, Simon. It always has been. Even if we could, what happens when the boys grow up, when they need a life beyond this farm? Do we keep them here forever, like treasures caught in amber? We've been able to give them the life we have, to keep them safe, because of Fallon. Because we were given this time. Time's up, I get it. I know how to defend what's mine, Lana. You proved that to me before I was yours. But we can't fight this. I'm yours. She lifted her head to look at him, laid a hand on his cheek. As Fallon's yours as the boys are. I'm not strong enough, we're not strong enough, to face this without you. We have to let her go. A tear spilled out. Help me let her go. He shifted, sat up. Gathered her close so she could weep a little. Here's what I know for sure. She's smart, and she's strong, and, hell, she's fucking wily on top of it. Lana managed a watery laugh. She is. She really is. Between us, we've taught her everything we know, and she already had a pretty big leg up there, too. It's 2 years. He squeezed his eyes shut as his heart tore a little more. Time's going to go fast, and she's going to be fine. It's like wizard boarding school, only she already knows more than Harry Potter. She sighed now, comforted. Simon, what do you say we make the rounds? Yeah. Lana dashed away tears, shook back her hair. That's a good idea. She thought of the house, that square, sturdy house she'd seen from the rise. How he'd opened it to her and the child she'd carried. They'd added to it over the years, the man could build. They'd opened a wall in the living room to add space for necessities like sewing, spinning, weaving. They'd added sheep to their stock. They'd added space to the kitchen for canning, preserving, and a second greenhouse for growing through the winter. And while they'd built, she thought as she wrapped herself in a robe, they'd filled the bedrooms with babies. That tangible proof of love and hope, those precious lights. Together they'd built a family. And kept it safe, within that amber, she admitted. Together, they'd given their girl the best foundation they knew how to give. Now together they walked first to the room Travis and Ethan shared. Moonlight streamed through the windows onto the bunk bed Simon had built. Travis sprawled belly down on the top bunk, one arm flung over the edge, and the soft cotton blanket she'd bartered for with 2 jars of pickles, made from her own cucumbers, knotted around his feet. Though it would end up there again. She moved into the room to spread the blanket over him. On the lower bunk Ethan slept in a cheerful puppy pile with the 2 young dogs, Scout and Gem. He smiled in his sleep. He'd have half the animals on the farm in bed with him if he could get away with it, Simon whispered. Piglets, she said, making him laugh. I still don't know how he got those 3 piglets past both of us. He has such a kind heart. And this one. Gently, she lifted Travis's arm back onto the bed. He loves his pranks. But he sees so much, knows so much. He's a damn good farmer. She smiled, stepped back. Like his daddy. After one last look, they backed out and walked over to Colin's room. Curled on his side, he had one hand clutched on his blanket as if someone might try to steal it from him while she slept. His odd assortment of found items filled a wooden box on his dresser or stood on his windowsill and on the shelf Simon had hung for him. Interesting pebbles or stones. Some green glass smoothed and polished by time in the stream, a clump of dried moss, a quarter, a few pennies, a broken pocket knife, an old bottle cap, the dented top of a thermos, and so on. Nobody scavenges better, Simon commented. It's his gift, seeing the potential for treasure. I know sometimes he resents not having the abilities like the others, but he has that curious mind. And plenty of ego. Colinville. Smiling, she bent to kiss Colin's cheek. President Swift of Colinville doesn't smell like a little boy anymore. Travis and Ethan still have that wild, innocent scent. Now with him, there's a hint of gym locker. Healthy and male. She turned, slid into Simon's arms. I wonder if Colinville will ever have gym lockers. Since his first act as chief executive will be the construction of a basketball court, gym lockers follow. She tipped her face up to his. You're so good for me. He kissed her, lingered. You know what we should do? Didn't we already do that? Bears repeating. But I was thinking, we should get John Pike to come over with that old film camera he's got and take a family portrait. He's got that dark room set up, and the last I heard he still has the supplies. And you have to barter your left leg for a photo. I can talk him down from that. Trust me. I always have. And I'd love to have a photo. They left Colin sleeping, walked down to Fallon's room. Fairies flickered outside her window as they often did. She slept facing them with one hand resting on the pink teddy bear. Malik's other gifts, the candle, the crystals stood on the dresser with the Wizard King. Moving closer. Lana saw Fallon held a little wooden horse in her other hand. You made that for her first Christmas. She turned into him again. You want the photo for her so she can take it with her. John can make 2. She's so damn pretty, isn't she? Sometimes I look at her, and it just stops my heart. And I think, all I really want is to be able to scare off the boys that'll come around. At least until I figure one's good enough for her. Like when she's 30 or 40. Maybe 50. I'd like to be able to bitch at her how she's wearing too much makeup or her skirt's too short or... Lana squeezed hard. You've given her everything a father could and should. She eased back, cupping his face because she saw pain in his eyes. The night she was born. Into your hands. Into yours, Simon. She'll always reach for your hands. Breathing out, she took his hand now. She'll come back to us. I couldn't let her go if I didn't know that. She'll come back to us. But for how long and what happened between, what happened after, she couldn't see. Chapter 3. On Fallon's 13th birthday, the woods splashed vibrant against the sky. Fruit not yet harvested hung heavy on the branches of the apple and pear trees. Grapes grew in fat, glossy clusters on the vine. The garden spread autumn color with pumpkins, squash, zucchini, plump cabbages, rows of kale, and turnips. The air held warm. But cool nights warned the first frost would come, and soon. Simon put the boys on apple-picking duty as it gave them an excuse to climb the trees, as she had the best hand for it. He had Fallon harvesting grapes for jellies, wine, eating, and drying. He knew Lana had already baked the spice cake, Fallon's favorite, and now worked the garden, gathering more of the harvest while he stacked firewood for the winter to come. And everyone pretended it was just an ordinary day because they could do nothing else. He listened to his boys laughing. The low hum of the chickens, the deeper hum from the beehive. He felt the sweat dampen his back, the fatigue of muscles as he hauled another log to the splitter. Somewhere in the woods, a woodpecker drummed manically. The dogs ignored the beat as well as the deer that roamed along the ridge as they slept in a flood of sun. Situation normal, he thought, all fucked up. Once, he'd chosen a soldier's life, and he'd learned the cost of war. He'd given up that life and come home to the farm when his mother was diagnosed with cancer. He'd learned a great deal about love, sacrifice, and a woman's strength. She'd beaten the cancer, only to fall to the virus. So he'd buried both his parents within days of each other and had learned the pain of real loss. He'd chosen to stay, to farm, and learned what he and others could do to make a life even while the world shifted out from under them. And what others could and would do to bring more death, more destruction. More than once over the years, he'd helped a neighbor fight off those others. And he'd buried friends as well as enemies. He'd seen crows circling in the distance, beyond their quiet acres. He'd seen the lightning flash black. Now his daughter would go beyond him, into that dark and dangerous world. And he, a man, a soldier, a father, was helpless to stop it. He looked over at her, his long, lanky, lovely girl. The sun glinted on the dark braid down her back. She wore one of his mother's old gardening hats, a wide-brimmed straw. The faded blue shirt had been his mother's, too, and showed that his girl had sprouted what Lana called booblets. He didn't like to think about it. He'd bartered for the jeans on the baggy side as she was so slim and the sturdy brown boots. He wanted to hold her there, just like that, standing in the little vineyard. A bunch of ripe purple grapes in her hand, her face lifted up to the sun. With his eyes still on her, he hauled up the split wood to add to the stack. He saw her stiffen, watched her turn slowly. Her face blank, a mask of control no one so young should wear. She set the grapes in her basket, slid the clippers into the sheath on her belt, and began to walk down the terraced rows of the vineyard. Everything went silent. The laughter of the boys, the hum of bees and chickens. The dogs didn't bark. Simon felt for a moment, one long, breaking moment, the world stopped breathing. His did. Malik stood at the edge of the farm road, holding the reins of his horse. The same horse he'd ridden 13 years before, Simon would swear it. He looked the same as well, not a day older. The dark hair waving down, the white streak in his beard. Lana stood in the garden, one hand pressed to her heart, the other fisted at her side. Simon dropped the wood on the ground, rushed forward. "Dad." Her voice steady, her eyes dry, Fallon stopped to reach for his arm. Until she had, he didn't realize he had a hand on the gun in his belt. "You should get Ethan," she told him. "He's crying." "Baby, I'm okay. I need you to help me do this. Please, please, Daddy, help me do this." The mask slipped, his daughter's eyes pleaded with him. "Go to your mom first. I'll get the boys." So she went to her mother, took Lana's hand. Together they walked to Malik. "Lady," he said, "the years sit well on you, and on this land. A choice, you said. You can't make her go." "Mom." Already grieving, Lana rounded on Fallon. "I'm your mother. I decide. You're not old enough to make a choice like this. You don't know what's out there. You don't. She broke off when Fallon's arms came around her, when Fallon spoke in her head. I know what you know. I've seen what you've seen. I've dreamed what you've dreamed. Help me do this. Help me be strong like you. Let me go so I can be what you helped make me. Let me go so I can come back. Fallon drew back, but kept her mother's hand as she faced Malik. Have you chosen? Fallon Swift. Will they be safe while I'm gone? I won't leave my family unless I know they'll be safe. No harm comes to them while you train with me. If it does, you'll pay for it. He nodded. Understood. Simon Swift. Absently, he patted one of the dogs who sniffed at him as Simon led the boys up. Malik scanned the boys, the grim-faced Colin, the cool-eyed Travis, Ethan who knuckled away tears. You've made fine sons. May I water my horse while you say goodbye? Now? But she hasn't had her cake or her gifts. I have to help her pack. Mom. I'm packed. I'm ready. I'll go get my things. Saying nothing, Simon gestured Malik to the water trough by the barn. I need to pack some food. She needs to have her cake. Lana escaped into the house. Go get your presents for your sister, Simon told the boys. He crossed to Malik. Where are you taking her? Not as far as you fear, not as near as you might wish. I can't tell you more. For her safety. And how do we know she's safe? You know duty, and she's my duty. Believe me, I would lay my life down for her. Not for love as you would, but for duty that's as strong in me. She is my purpose, my hope, my duty. I will not fail her. You know duty, Simon repeated. Believe me, if harm comes to her, I will hunt you down whoever and whatever you are. And wherever you are. I will find you and I will kill you. If harm comes to her, Simon Swift, I will already be dead. And what is left of the world will wish for the same fate. In 2 years she'll come back to you. And you'll see what you helped become. 2 years from now, if she's not back safe, I'll come for you. He strode away, stopping short when Fallon came out with a small duffel bag. I need to saddle Grace. I'll do it. Travis rushed out. I'll do it. I made you this. He offered her a leather sheath for her knife, one with symbols carefully burned into the leather. They're magic symbols to keep the blade sharp and clean and to help it strike true. It's really beautiful, Travis. You must have worked on it a long time. I know you have to go. When his voice thickened, he swallowed. I know you're afraid, but you'll come back. Yes, I'll come back. You'll be different, but you'll come back. I'll bring Grace. She started to speak to her father, struggled for what she wanted to say. Colin and Ethan came out and spared her. I don't want you to go. Ethan flung his arms around her legs. Don't go away. I have to, for a while, and I need you to do something for me. She opened her bag, took out the pink bear. I need you to take care of her, okay? She really needs to be snuggled at night. You should take her with you. She doesn't want to go. She wants to stay here. Will you take care of her until I get home? I won't let anything happen to her. I made you this. Well, mostly Dad made it, but I helped, and I said make a flower, and I painted it. It's a birthday flower. She took the little wooden tulip painted bright and inexpertly pink and green. It's really pretty. Thanks, Ethan. She crouched to tuck it into her bag, then unbuckled her knife sheath to replace it with her new one. I did this. Colin shoved a little box at her. From inside, she lifted out a small wind chime. Thin white stones, pieces of smooth-colored glass hung from fishing wire attached to an old metal hook. It's beautiful. It's stupid, but it's beautiful. She saw tears in him, barely held back, and hugged him hard. You're the president now, she whispered. Don't forget. When her mother came out, Fallon saw the signs of weeping even through the glamour. There's some of your cake and bread from this morning, some meat and cheese, and, well, here's Travis with Grace. I'll put this in your saddlebag. I'll do it. Colin took the food pack and the duffel. It's so fast, Lana murmured. It's all too fast. Afraid she'd lose her nerve, Fallon bent down, hugged Ethan. Take care of the bear, and don't let the big guys push you around. She straightened, turned to Travis, held tight. Don't even think about moving into my room. Then to Colin. Try not to be such a big jerk. You're the jerk. Try not to screw up too much while I'm gone. She stepped back, turned to her mother. Mom, this is from your dad and me. Fallon reached for the chain that held what she knew was her father's wedding ring and her dad's St. Michael's medal. Tears and love flooded her throat. I'll always wear it. She slipped the chain around her neck. Always. Mom. She fell into her mother's embrace. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. I'll think of you every day. And count the days off until you're home again. Shine bright, my baby, and I'll know. Send me a sign, Lana whispered. I will. Fighting tears, she turned into her father's arms. Daddy, I love you. If you need me, listen. He cupped her face, lifted it. If you need me, call for me. I'll hear you. I'll come to you. I'll find a way. I'm not afraid because I have you. I'm not afraid because you love me. I'll come home. She pressed her cheek to his. I swear it. She grabbed the reins, launched into the saddle. My 15th birthday, don't forget. I want presents. She set Grace into a trot. Malik, already mounted, rode up to her, gestured south. She turned. One more look, saw her family standing together, close, touching. In front of the house where she'd been born. Colin straightened his shoulders, sent her a snappy salute that made her lips curve, her eyes blur. She lifted her hand into a wave, then turned her eyes south and urged Grace into a gallop. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malik let her set the pace. He could give her free rein for a few miles, see how long it took for her to steady herself. And his sturdy old bay could handle the run. They passed another farm, smaller than the Swifts, where a woman and a skinny boy dug for potatoes. They paused in their work. And in the few seconds it took to thunder by, Malik felt a wave of longing from the boy. For the girl, and for what the boy saw as freedom. They galloped on. Past a scatter of abandoned houses with lawns gone back to meadows. A few sheep grazed on the rock-pocked hills, and their elderly shepherdess stood on a mound with an old-fashioned crook in one hand, and a rifle slung over her back. The image of her, gray hair under a worn cap, the rough gray rocks pushing out of the green, the white sheep mindlessly cropping, brought him a quick, unexpected tug of nostalgia. When Fallon slowed to a trot, then a walk, more for her horse's sake than her own, Malik concluded, she turned for the first time to look at him directly. I want to know where we're going. A day's ride and a bit more, to a place where you'll train and learn and grow. Why are you the one to train me? That is a question I can't answer. Why are you the one? We are what we are. Who gave you the authority? This you'll learn. Who is the shepherdess? Her name's Molly Crane. And what is her power? If she wondered how he knew old Molly had power, she didn't ask. Shapeshifter. How many sheep was she tending? Fallon answered first with an annoyed shrug. Maybe 10. Maybe? I didn't count them. You have eyes. How many did you see? I don't know. You didn't look, so didn't see. 14. One stood behind a rock, and the pregnant you carries too. Grief and nerves fought a bitter war in her belly. Her sharp, slapping tone to an adult would have earned her a rebuke at home. But she wasn't home now. What difference does it make? Another time you may see the enemy. How will you know their number? One may hide behind a rock, another may conceal 2 others. Angry, aching, she sneered at him. The next time I have to fight sheep, I'll be sure to get the full count. Malik gestured east. Far over the rolling hills, crows circled. They know the waiting time is done. You'll be hunted. From this day until the end. I'm not afraid of crows. Be afraid of what rules them. Fear can be a weapon just as courage. Without fear there is no prudence. Without prudence there is recklessness. With recklessness, defeat. What rules them? You'll learn. With that, he urged his horse up a rise and into the trees. The air cooled, and though she'd never traveled this far from home, the sense of the forest had a comforting familiarity. She passed some time watching for tracks, identifying the deer, a lone bear, a coyote, and a pair of raccoons that had passed over the rough trail. They crossed a narrow stream where water bubbled and spilled over rocks. A wild turkey called as they veered east. How many deer were in the shadows by the stream? She demanded, adding a cool stare when he turned his head to study her. What if they were enemies? Would you know their number? 4 does and 2 yearlings. What's the difference in the yearlings? Amused, Malik answered. One is a young buck, the other a doe. Besides that. Now his eyebrows lifted. I cannot tell you. One has a sore left front leg. He's favoring it. Didn't you see the tracks? Isn't it good tactics to know if your enemy's injured? You have a good eye for tracking. If your aim is as keen, we'll eat well this winter. My aim's true. My father taught me. She lifted her hand to the chain around her neck, found comfort there. I can still go home. I can change my mind and go home. Yes, you could live out your life there and never truly become. And the world would bleed around you until even what you love drowns. She hated. Somehow knowing, he spoke absolute truth. Why do I have to be the one? Everybody's savior? I didn't screw everything up, so why am I supposed to fix it? Majenica TVN Y2 Munaichi. What? What language is that? I said the answers are inside you. That's just the same as saying I'll learn. It's not an answer. However much she wanted to dismiss him, curiosity poked at her. What language is it? Welsh. Is that where you're from? Wales? With the question, she tried to form a map in her head, place it exactly. She loved maps. Yes. Do you know where that is in the world? It's in what was Great Britain with England on one side and the Irish Sea on the other. Very good. Your geography skills are accurate even if your language skills are poor. Why would my parents teach me Welsh? They don't know Welsh. And anyway, it's not like I'm going to just drop down over there. Fueled by anger, aching, and now insult for her family, her words shot out like barbs. And they taught me plenty, me and my brothers. How to read and write and think. We learned science and math and history, how to read maps, how to draw them. Maybe we couldn't go to the school in the village very often because raiders and black uncannies could come too close. My dad fought them to help protect our neighbors. And he and Mom taught us how to fight too. They taught you much, and they taught you of the light and of the earth. And a most important lesson. They taught you loyalty. You learned it well. You don't learn it. You are or you aren't. He smiled at her. However we might disagree, no, I am loyal to you. Because you have to be, and that's different. You're right. Malik said after a long moment. But my loyalty remains. She rode a few miles, stewing, until the questions just pushed out of her. Why did you leave Wales? I was called. Her sigh, long and derisive, said everything about being 13 and dealing with an adult. If I ask who called you, you're just going to say, you'll learn. And you will. I was young, like you. And like you wondered why such hard things were asked of me. No, I understand what it is to leave home and family. Do you have kids? I've never been given that gift. You brought me the teddy bear. It was kind of you to give it to your young brother, to leave that piece of yourself in his care. She shoved that aside as it brought Ethan and his tears to her mind. You brought me the candle and the crystal ball. They're not toys like the bear. Only I can light the candle. Sometimes I do. It never melts away. It was made for you. Did you make it? Yes. My mother said I'd be the only one to see into the crystal, but I've never seen anything when I look. You will. Where did you get it? I made it for you. The bear I bought for you before even your mother knew you existed. The woman at the shop told me it was a happy gift for a baby girl. It occurred to her as they rode that she'd never had a longer conversation with anyone outside of family. While it didn't make her feel any warmer toward him, she did find it interesting. What are you going to teach me? She demanded. For 2 years? My father taught me how to shoot a gun and a bow. He taught me hand to hand. He was a soldier. He was a captain in the army. And my mother taught me about magics. She's a witch, a powerful witch. Then you have a good foundation for more. She stopped her horse. Do you hear that? Yes. It's engines. More than one. There's a road, not far, and some travel on it. So we make our route through the trees, over the hills. You're not yet ready for battle. The sounds receded until only the forest spoke. Who taught you? His name was Bran. A difficult taskmaster. Will I meet him? He's no longer with us. Did he die in the Doom? His duty was to teach, to train, he thought. And he would fulfill it. But who could know the girl had so many questions in her? No, he passed from this world to the next long before. But while I was with him, he taught me many things. I traveled to many lands with him. Because she could, Fallon took Grace for a little jump over a fallen tree. Before the Doom, people traveled all over the world in planes. I've seen 2 planes and a chopper, the smaller plane with blades on the top. My mother put a shield over the farm in case people in planes were the ones looking for uncannies to lock them away. Or worse, black uncannies. So we could see the planes, but they couldn't see us. Have you ever flown in a plane? I have, and I didn't enjoy it. I think it would be wonderful. She tipped her head up, looked at the pieces of sky through the canopy of burnished leaves. I'd like to see other lands. Some have beaches of white sand and blue water, and others are covered in ice. And the great cities with buildings tall as mountains and mountains taller than the tallest building, and deserts and oceans and jungles. The world has many wonders. He turned his horse through an opening in the trees and into a small clearing. A cabin sat sheltered under trees with a sloped-roofed lean-to attached. You said a day's ride. And so it will be. We stop here only for the night. We've still got more than an hour before dusk. The horses need rest, to be tended and fed. And so do I. Malik dismounted, led his horse to the lean-to. Reluctantly, Fallon followed suit. She noted the shelter had fresh bedding, grooming supplies, a tub of grain. Malik handed her a bucket. There's a creek just to the east. The horses need to be watered. What is this place? A place to break our journey. When she said nothing, simply stood, he loosened the cinches, hefted off his saddle. A hunting cabin. What would have been a weekend or holiday sort of place. It belonged to a man who worked as a plumber and enjoyed coming here with his friends. He was immune. So survived the Doom only to be taken in one of the sweeps and confined to a government facility where he died. You knew him? No, but there was enough of his energy left here, where he had many happy times, for me to know of him. The horses need water. She took the bucket, walked no more than 10 yards east to a bright and cheerfully winding creek. For a moment, she studied the woods, this new place. The hemlock and oak, the old pines and young poplars. For all she knew, Malik would ask her how many trees in the stupid forest. Or how many rapid taps from the woodpecker, how many feathers on the cardinal. She filled the bucket, walked back to dump water in the trough. It took another 2 trips. And by then Malik had removed both saddles and was toweling off his gelding. What's his name? She asked as she got a clean towel to rub down her own horse. He's Gwydion. Named for a powerful wizard and warrior. She's Grace, for the pirate queen. The lean-to is much newer than the cabin. I built it only a few months ago. It looks sound, she said, picking up Grace's hooves. With the horses fed and watered, Malik took up his own light pack. Fallon shouldered her heavier duffel and the food her mother had packed. The cabin, a square and squat structure, included a narrow front porch up one short step. Beside the step, in a pool of pebbles, stood a rough stone figure. Female, Fallon judged. Malik paused to open his water flask and trickled some water over the pebbles. In tribute and respect for the goddess. Does she protect or bless? She may do both at her whim. She is Ernma's. He sighed a little when Fallon only frowned. She is a mother goddess. She is of the Tuatha de Danann as you are. You are of her blood and bone, Fallon Swift. Do you know nothing of your ancestors? We had some books on mythology, mostly like the Romans and Greeks. You don't seriously expect me to believe I'm related to some goddess? Because, you know, mythology. Your ignorance does you no credit. He walked onto the porch, flicked a hand at the door. It opened with a rush of wind. Do you think power the light, The dark has no source, has no history or purpose. You owe what you are to all who came before you, to their bounty and their battles, their cruelty and their compassion. He shook his head. That the fate of the world rests with a girl who knows so little. As he walked inside, Fallon rolled her eyes behind his back. She looked down at the goddess. How am I supposed to know what I don't know? Insulted, she was not ignorant. She stomped in behind Malik. Inside, the main area consisted of one open room with a fireplace on the north wall and a kitchen in the back, windows east, she noted, to overlook the creek and catch the sunrise. A big and ugly to her eye couch in some sort of black and brown plaid faced the TV over the fireplace. They had a TV at the farm, and once a week they had movie night with the DVDs. She loved DVDs almost as much as maps, as both took you to other places, other worlds. 2 chairs, that same plaid, a table with a lamp with a black bear climbing a black tree for a base. An overhead light fashioned from some sort of cart or wagon wheel and a round wooden table with 4 wooden chairs filled the space in what she considered a really ugly way. She took the food pack to the counter covered in a muddled gray over white, set it down. Your room for the night is on the left. Start the fire, then put away your things. He wasn't the only one who could show off, she thought. She turned away, tossed a glance at the logs in the stone fireplace. They burst into flame. I'm not stupid. Ignorant, he corrected. I've heard the expression, you can't fix stupid. It may be true, but ignorance can be educated. Put your bag in your room, then you'll need to bring in more firewood before dark. There's plenty out the back of the house. And what are you going to do? I'm going to have a glass of wine before we share what your mother kindly provided. When she stalked away, he looked at the fire, the bright, hot light of it, and smiled. Chapter 4. Pure stubbornness, mated to insult, tempted her to lock herself in the dumb room with its 2 sets of bunk beds, covered in plaid again, this time red and black. But she was hungry. And she had to pee. So she'd pee and she'd eat, but she didn't have to be friendly. She didn't see why she had to be polite, either. He'd called her stupid. Oh, excuse me, ignorant. Just because he was old didn't mean she had to be polite to somebody who called her ignorant. A bathroom stood directly across from her room. She did lock herself in there. She tested for running water by turning the handle on the faucet over the wall-hung sink, and was almost disappointed when it ran. She supposed Malik had seen to that, so she had no reason to test her powers there. The toilet rocked a little, but served its purpose. She took a moment to study her face in the mirror over the sink. She hadn't slept well the night before, or the night before that, she admitted. It showed in the shadows under her eyes, a paleness to her cheeks. Though she didn't care about looking pretty, she did care a lot about looking strong. So she did a light glamour. Not ignorant, she told herself, and not weak. She strode out. Sailed straight by Malik as he sat near the fire with his glass of wine. She didn't slam the door on her way out for wood, but shut it with a solid snap. As dusk fell, a soft gray sliding through the trees, the air carried a sharper chill, and the smell of the smoke of the galloping fall. The firewood would be welcome, she thought, but she wanted a walk first. Wanted to stretch muscles tight after the hours in the saddle. She checked on the horses first, found them already dozing. Still, she rested her cheek against Grace's for the comfort of home. And when Malik's horse looked at her with kind, wise eyes, Fallon stroked him and thought he deserved a nicer rider. She let them go back to dozing and walked along the edge of the winding creek. Glancing up, she saw the deer stand built on the thick oak, and found it amusing to watch 5 deer graze their way down the sloping land through the trees. What would it be like, she wondered, to just keep walking? Like the deer. Just walk and live in the woods. To wander as long and far as she liked, with no thought but to her own needs. No one to tell her what to do, she imagined, or when and how to do it. No one to expect so much of her when she just wanted to be. She leaned on the tree, pressed her cheek to its rough bark, felt its heartbeat. Closing her eyes, she felt the heartbeat of the deer across the little creek and the pulse of the water, the earth. all the things that lived and thrived around her and were not man. She felt their life inside her. In her mind's eye she saw the bird winging overhead, its heartbeat small and quick, and the owl deeper in the woods, slumbering until night fell and hunting began. She squeezed her eyes tighter because she understood she didn't just want to walk away, to live forever in the woods. She wanted to feel her mother's heartbeat, her father's, her brother's. And they were too far away. "It's just the first day," she admonished. "I can get through one day. I can change my mind anytime I want. I can go home tomorrow if I want." Comforted by that, she opened her eyes again and turned to walk back to the cabin. The sun burned through the trees to the west, flamed over the hills with a light that she felt like the heartbeats inside her. Watching that fire of the day's end, she walked back and brought in a load of firewood. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A teenager, even one descended from gods, knew how to sulk. Fallon ate the food Malik set out, but she ate in silence. She took a small slice of her birthday cake because she wanted to feel her family close. But it only made her sad, only made her accept that they weren't close and wouldn't be for 2 long years. If Malik had made any attempt to cheer her, that sadness would have lashed out as bright fury. Maybe he knew, as he offered no conversation or small talk through the simple meal. When he told her to see to the dishes, she didn't argue. She repacked the food, washed the plates, ordered the kitchen, while he sat by the fire reading. Despite her innate curiosity, she didn't ask about the book, but actually locked herself in the bedroom and added a charm to the lock, simply out of pique, though it invariably brought her comfort. She refused to take the candle out of her pack and light it simply because it had come from him. In her mind, in that moment, Malik and Malik alone held responsibility for her misery. Instead, she huddled under the blankets with the Wizard King, illuminating pages as she read. But the familiar words only added more sadness. She set the book aside, lay in the dark wishing she'd taken the time to hunt through the cabin for something else to read. Old magazines and newspapers never failed to fascinate her. She didn't expect to sleep, fully anticipated brooding through the night, even looked forward to it, and dropped off before she felt sleep sliding over her, not waking even when the moonlight shifted through the windows or the fairies came to dance outside the glass. She woke at the trembling edge of dawn. Her first reaction was embarrassment that she'd slept so long and so well. Then she remembered what her mother called heart sleep. That sleep a wounded heart needed to help it heal. She rubbed the ring and metal between her fingers. As she lay quiet, just a few more minutes, she imagined her dad getting up for the day, going down to make the coffee from the beans harvested from the tropics, and her mom coming down to start breakfast. Everybody up, stock to feed, eggs to gather, chores to do, lessons to take. The smell of fresh bread baking. Maybe a trip to the village or the neighboring farms to barter. Free time to read or ride or play. Where would she be as her family went through the day? But she, a child of the farm, rose, put on her boots. She added wood to the fire gone to embers and went out to tend to the horses. She watched the sun rise as she'd watched it fall. When she went back in, Malik had 2 mugs of strong tea on the counter and fried eggs with bacon in a skillet over the fire, camp style. "Good morning," he said. "We'll leave after our breakfast." "All right." She took the tea, stronger than she liked and more than a little bitter without the honey she preferred. She wished she'd thought to bring some honey, but she sat with it. And when Malik put a plate in front of her and sat with her, she ate. Some of her resentment for him had faded with sleep, but over and above that, she'd grown bored with silence. "You have no woman or children." "I don't." "Is it because you prefer men?" "No." He continued to eat as he spoke. "My duty, my purpose has been my mate. Why would I care, or the gods care? Or whatever care if you had a woman or a man by your side or in your bed?" His gaze shifted to hers, held. "What was asked of me, what I vowed, was unswerving loyalty to the one. A mate, a lover, should also have loyalty. And those loyalties might come to odds. She dismissed that reasoning. My parents are loyal to each other and still are loyal to their children. All of us. That is love. Even more than duty or a vow taken. And love is more powerful. You've never loved anybody? There was a girl once, with lively eyes and hair like fire. I can't say if I felt love. But I felt longing. My heart would pound if I caught sight of her, and if she should smile at me. I was the wealthiest boy in the land. I knew if I ever felt the touch of her hand on my cheek, even just that, I would die happy and fulfilled. Fallon snorted out a laugh. Nobody dies from love. Oh, but they do, from where love may lead them or what it may ask of them. And so I never felt her hand on my cheek. I made my choice. Maybe you did love her because you were a boy and now you're old, but you remember her. She ate the last of her eggs. How old are you? Malik sat back, looked her directly in the eyes. I was born on the 3rd day of the 3rd month in the year 671. Come on. Out of habit. She started to reach for his plate to clear it. If you don't want to tell me, just... He clamped a hand on her arm. I was born to a witch, sired by a solitaire whose own mother had elfin blood. I have little memory of him as he died in battle when I was barely weaned. I was her only son, and like your mother, she wept when I was called. I had 10 years when I left her. And 10 more while I trained and studied and traveled. 10 more to practice, to live in solitude. Then I slept as the years passed and the world changed. And magics hid or died as those who held them were persecuted or reviled or ignored. Until the night I awoke to the sound of a single drop of blood striking the first shield, of the shudder of it cracking beneath the sacrifice. And my time began again as yours would come. She believed him, and belief made her heart hammer. You're saying you're immortal? No. No. I bleed. My life will come to its end as any man's. But I was asked to train and serve and defend the one, she who would take up the sword and shield. She who would bring the light and restore the balance. I said yes. I took a vow. I made this choice. I will never break that vow. I will never betray you. He rose, cleared the plates himself. What's the first shield and how did it crack under a drop of blood? How many are there? Where are they? How did? You'll learn. For now, gather your things and saddle the horses. I'll deal with the dishes. Give me one answer, she demanded. One damn answer. Ask the right question. She hesitated, then asked what she realized weighed heaviest. What if I'm not good enough? What if I'm just not good enough or smart enough to do all of this? Then I would have failed. I don't intend to fail. Don't dawdle. We have a long ride ahead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She rode a full hour in silence. Not sulking silence, but thinking silence. She knew some fairies could live more than 100 years. Like old Lillian at home, who claimed to be 120. Elves could have long lives. Too, and children of mixed magics. There hadn't been enough time since the doom to know for sure. But she'd never heard of anyone who'd lived for more than 1,000 years. He'd said he'd slept, she remembered. Like hibernation? And if it was all a choice, why had he been called all the way back to train somebody born more than 1,500 years later? It was really confusing. Not understanding wasn't ignorance, she assured herself. It was just not understanding. They rode through woods, across fields, over roads. Some of the roads still had cars abandoned on them. She saw hills and houses, even a few people, and what she realized was a village, larger than the one she knew. With buildings and the places where they'd once sold gas for cars and food to travelers. Though for the most part, Malik stayed off those roads, away from buildings, she'd spot them in the distance. And wonder. She'd studied maps and globes and the atlas. She'd seen DVDs that showed a world, showed lives, that seemed so distant and different and exotic. But the world, once you were out in it, she realized, was so much bigger than anything imagined. It just went on and on. She couldn't believe it had ever been filled. That cars had streamed along those wide roads she knew had been called highways. It seemed like make-believe, like the movies on the TV. Did you see it? She asked. When it was full of people and cars and planes? Yes. And though I had looked in the crystal, though I'd been shown, it was a wonder. Is it really a choice? Could I have really said no? It's always a choice. I won't betray you, and I won't lie to you. Then, if you were called so long ago, before there were cars and planes, before the world was so full, how could that happen a zillion years before I was even born? Powers greater than mine, greater than even yours will be, foresaw what might be. It's the nature of people, magical and not, to wish for peace and march to war. It's the nature of those with darkness in them, more than the light, to plot for war, to covet power. If the dark had failed that night, and the shield remained whole, I might have slept another millennium, and the one would not yet be born. But at some point in time, it would happen. Did you dream? He smiled a little. I lived lifetimes in dreams. And I learned, even as I slept, of the world and its changes. That doesn't seem very restful. He let out a laugh, rich, full, unexpected. It wasn't, he told her. No, it wasn't restful. Together they crossed a fallow field at a brisk canter, then rode up a steep slope to a black-topped road. How much farther? Another 2 hours. The rain will come at nightfall, but we'll be there long before. Sooner, for the rain, Fallon said. He gave her a slow, haughty glance. Is that so? We're riding southeast, and the wind's coming from the east, bringing the rain with it. Unless we change directions. We'll have the rain at least an hour before nightfall if we're traveling this way another 2 hours at this pace. She glanced at him with a shrug. Farmers know the weather. The rest is just math. He said, humph, and continued to ride. Somebody's. She broke off when he threw up a hand, as he heard the engines too. He cursed himself for taking this stretch of the road, to save some time, with little to no cover on either side. Even as he considered options. The first to lead her in a gallop back over the field, 3 motorcycles topped the rise of the road, barreled down it. If I tell you to go, ride and ride fast, back over the field. I'll find you. Something in her quivered, something in her steeled. There are 6 of them and 1 of you. There is only 1 of you in all the world. Do as I say. Do not speak to them, and if I say go, ride. They rode 2 to a bike, Fallon noted. 3 with sidearms, 3 with long guns. For men, 2 women. All raiders, she concluded, with the skull symbols painted on the bikes. The one in the lead swung his bike across the road so that she and Malik stopped the horses. He wore a bandana covered in skulls around his brown hair, a pendant of another around his neck. He'd groomed his beard into 2 long tails. The woman behind him bore the slash of a scar over her left cheek. Like her companions, she wore dark glasses to conceal her eyes. She tossed a leg over the bike, slung the rifle from her back, and held it in casual threat. Fallon scanned the others. Tried to keep her heartbeat steady as the throaty sound of the engines shut off. The leader swung off his bike. Well, what do we have here? My granddaughter and I are traveling south to look for work. Is that so? Hear that? They're looking for work. The one on the second bike tipped down his sunglasses, sent Fallon a wink that made her skin feel sticky. If she had to fight, she decided to target the woman first, then the winker. She wouldn't right away. She would never leave someone so outnumbered. What's in the bags? All we have left in the world. The plea in Malik's voice put Fallon's back up. And little more than nothing. Then you can make do with nothing. Off the horse, Grandpa. You too, sweet cheeks. Please. She's just a child. The second woman pulled a sidearm. She gets off the horse or I shoot her off. Don't shoot the fresh meat. The one who'd winked got off his bike, rubbed his crotch. I got some work for her. They laughed all, in a way that didn't make Fallon's skin sticky. It turned her mind. Her blood, very cool. She dismounted. 6 of you, she said with disdain. 2 of us. The leader drew a knife from his belt. It's about to be 1 of you. He lunged at Malik. It happened fast. Before Fallon could react and she'd thought she was ready, Malik's fist flashed out, hard as a hammer strike. He knocked the man back into the woman behind him so they both fell. With his other hand, he hurled a ball of wind that blew the second woman and her sidearm 20 feet back. Even as she landed with a sickening thud, Malik drew a sword. 2 rushed him, and the third left standing ducked aside and charged at Fallon. She pulled out her knife, and without thinking set it on fire. "Fucking uncanny bitch." He snarled at her, drawing his gun. "Bullet beats knife, every time." "No, it doesn't." She slashed the blade through the air, and the gun in his hand exploded into flames. When he screamed, dropped it, slapped at the flames over his hand, she did one of the first defensive moves her father had taught her. She kicked him in the balls. When he went down, she spun, prepared to help Malik. He stood with his bloodied sword. 2 lay dead on the ground. The other 3 wounded, and the one who'd winked at her was curled up moaning with a hand she doubted he'd ever have full use of again. "Collect the weapons," Malik said briskly. He bent to take the gun and the knife from the leader. Fallon, feeling a little sick now that it was done, fought to keep her hands steady as she took weapons from the dead. That one's guns melted too much to be of use. Malik glanced over where the man moaned, cradled his ruined hand. He said, "Humph," much as he had about her weather forecast. She slung one of the rifles over her shoulder by the strap while Malik took 2. After they stowed the other weapons, they remounted. "You didn't tell me to go. Would you have?" "No." "Then why would I waste my breath? You may not have taken them all. May no longer matters. You have courage. You fought your man well. We shouldn't leave them like that. The ones still able might come after us or hurt someone else. We don't kill the unarmed and the wounded." "No, but," she held out her hand. "Set the tires on fire. Injured, unarmed, and on foot, they won't come after us, and it'll be harder for them to hurt anyone else." Malik studied the bikes as they crashed to the ground. "Well done. Good tactics." "Good sense," she corrected, and began to walk her horse down the road again. Her throat was tight and dry, but she pushed the words out. "They would have killed you. They'd have raped me, then killed me. Or taken me to wherever they were going, raped me again, then killed me. The horses they might have kept if they had use for them. Or they'd have slaughtered them for the meat." "Yes, unquestionably. You killed 2 of them. Maybe 3 because the one woman's badly hurt. They'll probably leave her there. It troubles you I took their lives?" "No." "Yes," she corrected. "I guess it did, until they would have killed us. Not to survive, but because they like it. If we'd just been 2 people on the road, you'd be dead and I'd be. We made the right choice. They made the wrong choice. Consider this your first lesson." With a nod, she glanced toward him. "You didn't have a sword before, didn't I? I think I'd have noticed." He kicked into a canter. "You have to look to see. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." He kept the pace brisk, following the road before veering off when another settlement came into view. At one point she saw another kind of settlement, one of only houses. Large houses stacked close together. Many of them very much the same. Some had boarded windows, another showed damage from a fire. Deer grazed on the knee-high grass and the wind whistled through the empty streets. But she saw a shadow at one of the windows. Not all the houses stood empty. Why wouldn't people till the ground, grow food? Not all know how, Malik told her. Some hide and scavenge. Fear locks them in. She thought of it as they rode on. More than 100 houses by her count, and close together for good defense. Wasted, she decided. As the ground that could be planted was wasted. But as she had on several points along the journey, she marked it in her mind like a signpost on a map. Once again, they moved into a wood with rough, rolling ground where rocks shoved through. She heard the bubble of a stream before she saw it and, with Malik, followed its meandering flow. It widened, and water fell frothy and quick over ledges of rock. The rocks climbed higher, the water fell faster so its rushing sound filled the woods. She spotted a few fairies fluttering in the pale rainbows formed by the strike of the sun on the splashing water. Beyond the waterfall where its rush softened to a quiet music, Malik stopped in a wide clearing. Moss grew heavy on downed trees, lichen on an outcropping of rock. On the edges, trees bowed in an arching canopy. When Malik dismounted, Fallon assumed he wanted to rest the horses, so did the same. We should be nearly there. We could water them in the stream, walk them a while, and get where we're going. We have. Here? While she had no objection to living in the woods, she didn't relish living without shelter for the next couple years. We're going to make a camp? Saying nothing, Malik handed her his horse's reins, stepped forward. He lifted his hands, shoulder high, palms out. For a moment there was nothing but the quiet echo of the waterfall, the shiver of the wind through the trees. The sun angled down, its light slipping through the canopy spilling into the clearing, and shadows shifted with the breath of the wind. Then she heard the hum of power, felt the first pulse of it on the air, felt it raise the hair on her arms, at the back of her neck. The horses felt it as well and shifted restlessly, so she shortened her grip on the reins. Malik's eyes deepened so his face seemed to pale as the wind rose up, blowing through his hair and hers. Light and shadows changed, shapes formed like a sketch blurred behind rippled glass. Then his voice rang out, his arms snapped wide. Open now what I closed. Reveal here what I cloaked. For this is the place of my making. And the one is come. The blurred sketch sharpened, took on form and color and shape. Now in the clearing stood a cottage with a thatched roof and walls the color of sand. Smaller than the farmhouse, larger than the cabin, it had windows facing west and a thick wooden door. Beside it a small stable with a pitched roof held double doors, and close by a small greenhouse shimmered in the stream of sun. Like the cottage doors, protective symbols had been carved around the frame of the stables, the glass door of the greenhouse. A statue of the goddess, like the one at the cabin, stood beside the cottage door in a pool of polished stones. She'd seen her mother's magics, had practiced her own. But she'd never witnessed anything approaching the power needed to conceal and conjure on such a scope. See to the horses, he told her. They've had a long journey. You're pale. It's more difficult to open than to close. See to the horses, he repeated, then come inside. He took his pack, walked into the cottage, and shut the door. Chapter 5. She tended the horses, an easy enough task. Though the stable held only 2 stalls, they had fresh straw already laid and tools for grooming organized. Both mounts seemed content to settle in with some hay in the basket and the water she fetched from the stream. She left them to it, carried her duffel, the weapons she'd taken, and what was left of the food her mother had packed, to the cottage. There she paused, remembering, and took her canteen. Dribbled water for the goddess on the stones before she opened the cottage door. It seemed larger inside, and the oddness of it gave her a strange, disorienting sensation. The ceiling rose higher than it should have, the walls spread wider. A fire burned in the hearth with 2 sturdy chairs facing it, rather than a sofa. The room held a wide bench covered in dark brown leather. Candles stood in iron holders on a table. A woven rug spread over the rough planks of the floor. What served as the kitchen ranged across the back. It held a second, smaller hearth, a work table, a sink with a window over it. Dried herbs hung in clumps. Jars of roots, berries, mushrooms, and seeds stood together on a wide plank. She hoped he planned to conjure a stove and a refrigerator, and the power to run them. But for now he sat by the fire with a glass of what she assumed was wine. You have the south-facing room. Leave the weapons on the table. We'll have some food when you've put away your belongings. There's no stove, no oven. There's a kitchen fire. No refrigerator. There's the box charm to keep food cool. She had a sudden and very bad feeling. Where's the bathroom? You have a water closet for that need, and both a stream and a well with water for washing. Are you kidding me? You will, most certainly, find yourself in places without the advantages you've known until now. You'll learn. This already sucks. She dumped the weapons and, more shocked than angry, no bathroom? Stomped off to what would be her bedroom. If she stayed, at least she didn't have to face lame bunk beds or ugly plaid, she thought with a frowning scan of the tiny bedroom. The bed was a mattress on slats with 4 short posts, but the blanket on it felt thick and warm. In lieu of a dresser she had a chest, but she liked the shape of it. Liked the painting of 3 women, goddesses maybe over it. She had an oil lamp and a rug and a small, square mirror that showed her tired and dissatisfied face. Still, the window, no curtain, looked out to the woods. She spotted the stone well, which would have saved her the trips to the stream if somebody had bothered to mention it. She noted a chicken coop. So fresh eggs, and, to her surprise, saw a cow. So he could do all that, but he couldn't add a damn bathroom? She didn't bother to unpack, but went back out to complain. I want a bathroom. This isn't the 7th century. Then you'll have to learn enough to make one. For now, we have what you need to make a stew for dinner, in the cold box and the cupboard. One shock followed the next. You want me to cook? I provided your breakfast, he reminded her as he sliced a loaf of bread. And we have bread and cheese for midday. Your mother taught you to cook. She is an exceptional cook. And what do you do when I cook? Eat. We have a cow for milk, chickens for eggs, and meat when needed, a forest for game. And plantings in a greenhouse. You'll eat well enough. Because she was hungry, she took the bread and cheese. We need to make a hive. We need to keep bees for honey unless you have a source for sugar. Where do you get the flour and salt and yeast or starter for bread? I barter for it. We'll tend the stock and the plantings together. I have no knowledge of hives, so that will be your task, then you'll teach me how to tend it. She ate as he did, standing up while they measured each other. The clearing's too small to hold the house, the stable, the outbuildings. And the house is too small to hold all the rooms in it. You'll teach me how to create that kind of illusion. I'm here to teach you. If I learn, I want a bathroom. A toilet, a shower, a sink, with hot and cold running water. He raised his eyebrows. That seems a great reward for learning. What will it take? He considered. I will give you 3 quests. When you complete all 3, you'll have what you want. What quests? There is a tree in the wood that bears a single golden apple. A white bird guards it jealously. You'll bring me the apple without harming the bird, bruising the fruit, or climbing the tree. It sounded amazing, an adventure. But what's the next? Complete the first task, and I'll tell you the second. He wrapped the cheese in a cloth, replaced it in the cold box. She could find a golden apple, and she could outwit a dumb bird. What's upstairs where there shouldn't be an upstairs? A workshop and your classroom. He wrapped the bread. I'll show you. Then the cow needs milking, the eggs must be gathered, and you'll want to start the stew. She wanted to start the hunt for the apple, but decided she could at least look upstairs. She followed him up a ladder of steps, then struggled not to look amazed. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Carefully labeled bottles filled shelves along one long wall. Potions. She mused while she, as casually as possible, strolled along to study. Ingredients for spells, some of them glowing with magical light. Books filled the facing wall, and some looked impossibly old. The west wall held tools, cauldrons, athames, bells, bowls, candles, crystals, wands, staffs. She wanted to touch everything, so she deliberately slipped her hands into her pockets. A long table and 2 chairs stood in the room center. Another hearth, cold now, on the east wall had 2 closed cupboards flanking it. Over it a mantel held more candles and a sword with a carved hilt. The only window cut through the roof and let the afternoon sun stream in. Here you'll train and learn and practice. And become. She gestured at the sword over the hearth. That's not the sword you used before. It's not mine to use. Mine? Is it the one you told my mother about? The sword and the shield I'm supposed to get. No, but when you're worthy, it will serve you. I don't know how to use a sword. You'll learn. She liked the idea of that. And the idea of this room with all its wonders. She liked the idea of finding a golden apple. But she wasn't going to unpack, not yet. She'd give it a week. 1 week, that was fair. She wanted to find the golden apple and drop it into Malik's hand. She wanted to learn how to use the sword, and practice magics she didn't know in the room with the window and the roof. 1 week. She thought. Then she'd decide. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Since Malik filled the rest of the day and well into the evening, Fallon didn't have time to think about decisions. He sent her off to the greenhouse to gather what she needed to add to the venison for stew. She approved of his work there, though she saw room for improvement as she pulled onions, garlic, carrots, some tomatoes, clipped herbs she'd use with the meat and potatoes stored in the cottage. She thought her mother would be proud of the way she peeled, chopped, mixed. And though Malik balked at first about using his wine in the stew, Fallon stood firm. While she said about making egg noodles, something she'd never done on her own, he told her to write down what she needed to build the hive. The bees actually build the hive. We build the bee box. She wiped her hands, took the pencil and paper he offered. It's going to take some scavenging. Just write what's needed. I have a way. Interested, she looked up. Magical? Not precisely. When you're done, come upstairs. We'll begin. He began by testing her basic knowledge and skills. Lighting candles, levitating small objects, mixing potions. Performing what she thought of as kitchen spells. Baby stuff to her mind. Then he started testing her on rituals and deities and symbolism and Sabbats. His opinion of her knowledge was a head shake, a sigh, and a stack of books he pushed into her hands with the order to read and learn. Still, she felt smug when the rain came, as she'd predicted, well before nightfall. And the stew she served over egg noodles was better than okay. She hoped the next day involved sword practice and the hunt for the golden apple, which would be a lot more fun than cooking and making sleep potions and bombs for burns. She read in her room by the light of an oil lamp until mind and body gave way to fatigue. At first light, she took it upon herself to tend to the horses. When she stepped out, she found a package wrapped in brown paper and twine at the front door. Scanning the woods for any movement, she picked it up. She carried it back inside, set it on the table. Considered. It would be for Malik, but it didn't have his name on it, did it? And she lived here, too. At least for a week. Justified, she pulled the twine, pulled back the paper. A round of cheese, she noted, and sniffed it. A sack of flour, another smaller one of salt, and a corked bottle she assumed was wine. Malik came out of his room as she studied them. Somebody left this at the door. He looked at the supplies. We're grateful. Who left it? Why? Others live in and around these woods. They're also grateful and pay tribute. They know the one has come. Why wouldn't they knock? They have no need as yet. Have you fed the horses? No, I was just. See to that. The animals need to be fed before we break our fast. Rather than swords, Fallon spent most of her morning with books. She liked books, but with the woods so bright and clean from the rain, she'd rather have spent the morning outside learning to fight with a sword. Still, she liked reading about the gods, the heroism, the betrayals, the battles, and the triumphs, even the romances. He criticized her lack of knowledge and understanding of the spirituality of the craft, its rituals. She bristled. We had to put food on the table, help our neighbors. My mother taught us what she could, what she knew. And did well with what she knew. Did well with what she came to know. You must know more. You'll take what your mother taught you. What I teach you and what you come to know that's already in you waiting. He paced the workshop in his soft boots as he spoke, then stopped, pointed one of his long fingers. Here's a lesson. Fallon, your spirit is yours as mine is mine. What you feel and know are yours and will never be a mirror exact of another's. But respect for the spirit and the light, understanding of the dark, must be. And that's shown in the tradition of ritual, in its words, its symbols, its tributes. Your power doesn't come from a void, girl. There is a source for the light, for all we are. For the air we breathe, the earth we stand on. Life is a gift, even to a blade of grass, and must be honored. We have been given more and must honor the gift and the giver. When we tend the earth and what it grows, the animals, each other, aren't we honoring? Yes, but more is expected of some than to live an honorable life. Even a simple act can be a symbol. If I offer you my hand and you take it, it's more than a greeting. It's a gesture of trust, perhaps agreement. My right hand to yours. The hands that hold the sword clasped together in that gesture of trust. She studied his hand, long like his fingers and narrow of palm, then looked up at his face. Some people are left-handed. He had to smile, had to nod. So they are. And there are those who would offer the gesture but not honor its symbol in whichever hand they hold a sword. So you must learn to judge who to trust. And that is another lesson. He walked to a shelf, selected a crystal. "What is this?" he asked as he set it in front of her. "It's a bloodstone." She searched her mind. "It's used in healing spells. Even before my time, soldiers would carry a bloodstone into battle to stop the bleeding from wounds. If that's all it took, there wouldn't be so many dead soldiers. Your pragmatism is warranted. It takes more than a stone, even a powerful one, and faith to heal. But a ritualized stone, or one used in ritual, one blessed and used in a spell or potion may heal. That, too, takes faith as well as knowledge and skill. My mother's a healer. She has that gift. Powdered bloodstone mixed with honey and, egg whites and rosemary oil. Good. The stones are gifts and tools. You must learn how to clean them, charge them, use them. Take from what you see here, make a charm for a restful night, another for a clear mind, and a third for calming a jealous heart. Then you can do as you like until dusk." He turned toward the steps. "Don't leave the wood," he added. "Don't wander far. And be back at dusk. No later." She poked around the room a bit. The charms he'd assigned were basic, hardly a challenge, but she wanted to do them perfectly, so to invite a challenge the next time. And she preferred making pouches. She checked in one of the cupboards beside the fire, found cloth, ribbon, cord, chose what she wanted. She moved to the other cupboard and found it locked. And thought that very interesting. She lifted a hand. Opening a lock wasn't a challenge for her either, then dropped it again. She'd been raised better. Maybe she could regret that at the moment. Faced with a fascinating locked door, but it was simple fact. Malik was entitled to his privacy, just as she was. So, some dried herbs from the jars. Anise, chamomile, lavender, cypress. And bits of crystals. Azurite, aquamarine, citron, tiger's eye. Some black pepper, oil of bergamot, of rosemary. She set out everything in 3 groups. Wrote out simple spells for each on a length of white ribbon, and used a needle to carefully sew the cord through the material to form a pouch. She assembled each one, saying the words on the ribbon 3 times before adding the ribbon to the pouch, tying it 3 times. When she took them downstairs, she didn't see Malik, leaving them on the work table. She got her jacket. Thrilled with the idea of freedom, of the hunt for the apple, she ran outside. She followed the stream for a while, but not the way they'd come, as she hadn't seen an apple tree. Still, it might not be an apple tree, she considered. That might be part of the trick. She searched branches, spotted birds, sparrows, jays, cardinals, finches, a hawk's nest, an owl's roost. But no white bird. She angled away from the stream into thicker trees. She saw tracks and scat of deer, bear, opossum. She saw signs of the wild boar and told herself the next time she'd bring her bow. And Grace, she thought. Her horse would get bored after a few days in the stable. She saw fairies out of the corners of her eyes, but they darted away when she turned. They would be shy yet, she decided, and needed time to get used to her. But she changed direction, following the bright glint of their light into deeper shadows where thick moss-covering trees like coats turned those shadows soft green. In that green light, a little pond spread in the deepest of blues with pale green pads floating on it. On one sat a fat frog, apparently dozing, while a dozen dragonflies darted and swooped on long, luminescent wings. A fairy glade, she realized, as even the air felt happy and sweet. She sat cross-legged beside the pool, her chin on her fist, and marveled at the glass-like clarity of the water. She could clearly see the bottom, the soft dirt dashed with tiny colored pebbles, the fish, gold and red, swimming in the blue. "It's so pretty here." Leaning forward, she dipped a finger in the pool. "It's warm. Maybe you'll let me swim here." She'd bring a gift next time, an offering, she decided. It was so sheltered. Not like the stream where she felt exposed when she took off her clothes to wash. Swimming here would be almost as good as, maybe better, having a shower. Content for the first time since she'd ridden away from home, she laid back, breathed in, and saw the apple glinting gold on a high branch overhead. Oh my God! I found it. And the bird, too. She thought as she scrambled to her feet. Not the dove she'd imagined, but an owl, the biggest she'd ever seen. It sat on the branch beside the apple and looked down at her with hard eyes of dark gold. Like Ethan, she could connect with animals, birds, insects, fish. So she tried charm first, smiled. Hello. You're really handsome. The owl stared unblinkingly. I'm Fallon. I'm staying in a cottage only a mile or so from here. With Malik. Maybe you know him. She heard the titter of fairies, ignored it for now. It wasn't the words, she knew, but the tone, the intent, the images in her own mind. When the image of herself holding the apple popped into it, the owl spread its great wings, wrapped them around the apple. She pushed, just a little. She'd been forbidden to harm the owl, and she'd never cause harm to anything so magnificent, but she tried just a little push. Instead of flying off as she'd hoped, he ruffled his feathers and stared down with active dislike. All right, okay. God, I want a shower. I want a toilet. You can't imagine how much. Look. I'm the one, and that makes me important. You should want to do me a favor. He didn't budge, and the next 10 minutes of trying to use her mind to trick him into flying away gave her a mild headache. She needed a plan, she decided. She knew where he was now. She'd work up a plan, come back. She shrugged as though the owl and the apple meant nothing, strolled away. She'd return. She thought as she moved from green shadows into dappled light. She'd bring a gift for the fairies so she could swim in the pool, and a plan to distract the owl long enough to get the apple. She said nothing to Malik about finding the apple, and though for the second night she went to bed with a stack of books, she spent considerable time plotting her strategy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And in the morning, for the second time, she found gifts at the door. Stunned, delighted, she crouched down to examine the wood, the screening, the paint, the nails. The benefactor had even found the slats needed to separate the workers from the queen. She stood again, stared out into the trees. Thanks, she called. When we have fresh honey you can share. She rushed to muck out the stalls, lay fresh bedding. She reminded Grace they'd take a ride later as she fed and watered both horses. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In building the bee box, Fallon was the teacher. And she liked it. It balanced out the morning of lessons, instructions, practice, none of which involved swords, and Malik's less than enthusiastic response to her class work. But for the hive project, she took charge because he knew, in her opinion, zippity-zip about hives, bees, and honey production. We're doing it from the bottom up, she told him. Once she had the supplies and tools organized to her standards. So that's the hive stand to keep the hive off the ground. We're going to do an angled landing for the bees. She had already measured and cut, so she showed Malik how to lay a bead of wood glue. And found the scent of it reminded her of her dad. We have 3 hives at home. The first one my grandmother gave my grandfather the kit and the bees for his birthday this spring before the doom. The other 2 I helped Dad build. Then the one we built for the ladies at the sisters' farm. They're not really sisters, she said as she worked. They're witches, really nice, and friends of my mom's especially. Now we do the bottom board, she explained. We're going to use the screen for ventilation, and we need to add the entrance. The bees come and go through the bottom board. So we're making a reducer. It keeps out mice and wasps, pests and robbers. She taught well, Malik thought, working steadily, but explaining each step, guiding him through. She tasked him with constructing a board of slats for more ventilation to separate the brood chamber. I'm making 2 medium honey supers. 2's enough just for us, enough to feed the hive, have some for bartering. We're building a queen excluder. Excluder? Malik frowned. I thought the queen was vital to the hive. She is, but we don't want her laying eggs in the honey, right? I confess I hadn't given that a thought. You would if she did. She's bigger than the workers and drones, so we just make the excluder. She can't get into the honey supers, but the bees can get to the queen. We're going to build 8 frames for the deep super. That's where they start building their wax. The excluder goes between the deep super and the honey supers. Your father taught you all this? Yeah. Well, he had to learn. He read his father's beekeeping books because he didn't do much with the hive until his dad died, so he didn't know much about how it worked. Then we built more. My dad likes to build things. He's really good at it. He built the rooms onto the house and the picnic tables and the... She trailed off, kept her head down, her hands busy. It's natural to miss him, miss your family. If I think about it too much, it's too hard. He'd told her he'd never loved, but he had. He'd loved his mother. 1,500 years didn't kill the memory of his sorrow at leaving her. His duty was to teach, not to comfort, he thought. And yet, some comfort. Some understanding surely paved a path toward teaching. What you do here, the sacrifice you make, the knowledge and skills you earn, you do for them. For the world, but they're in the world. What your mother did to keep you safe, what your birth father did, your life father. And they gave you a life, a foundation. Brothers, family. A reason, Fallon, above mere duty to face what comes. They taught you well and gave you knowledge. Enough that you can teach me how to build a home for bees. If I'd said no, would they die? I can't say. I don't know. But you didn't say no. Yet. She flicked a glance over at him, went back to her work. She studied his slatted board, approved it, then had him follow her step by step as she built one honey super and he the second. Okay. This part's really messy. We've got to coat this plastic with beeswax. It gives the bees a start. We need to melt the wax first. I can take it in, melt it over the fire. Malik quirked an eyebrow. Or you could consider this part of the task practice. She liked that better. She'd put the 2 cakes their benefactor had left them in a small cauldron. And now under Malik's watchful eye. She held her hands over it, glided them down the sides, up again. He felt the heat, slow and steady, saw the light shimmering from her palms, her fingertips. Soft, pure white. Inside the cauldron. The wax began to melt. What do you call on? The light, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the melting wax. The heat. Not fire, not flame. Warmth and light. Where does it rise in you? Everywhere. From the belly and below. From the heart and the head. It's through me. How do you control it? She frowned at that. I think. Enough to melt, but not to burn or boil. That's enough. She looked up, smiled. Now it gets messy. It took most of the afternoon to build and construct, to paint the exterior a bright white. While Fallon circled around it, crouched down to examine. Malik stepped back, and found himself foolishly satisfied to have had a part in building something with his own hands. It's good, Fallon decreed. Sound and sturdy. You'll give me lessons on the keeping of the bees once we get them. Do they come to the hive, attracted by the box, the wax? You wouldn't get a healthy colony that way. And you'd never draw the queen. You call them, invite them. Show me. I scouted a colony yesterday. They'll like it here. You've never called bees? No, it's not my gift. Show me, he repeated. She closed her eyes a moment. A young girl, long-legged, slender, her raven wing hair in a braid over one shoulder. I am in the air of the air. I am in the light of the light. I am on the earth. Of the earth. I am by the water of the water. And all these magics join. I am of the magics that join the creatures that walk, that crawl, that fly, that burrow, that swim. We are all of, in, by, on. The queen nests while others brood, work, hunt, build. Here I offer a home, humbly. Come and see. Come and live. Come and thrive. She spread her arms. Come. He saw nothing. Heard nothing but the girl, her arms spread wide, her body statue still. And her face, he thought, luminous. A minute passed, then another, then a third. He thought to stop her. To tell her she could try again another time. Then he heard the swarm. The air filled with a deep, droning buzz, and Fallon stayed still. The cloud, a swirl, swooped out of the woods. His instinct was to rush to her, to pull her away, inside to safety. Before he moved, she opened her eyes and glowed. A large honey bee, the queen, hovered over the palm of her right hand. And the swarm covered her outstretched arms, her hair, her shoulders, in a mad buzz. She laughed as though surrounded by butterflies. Could she know all she had? Malik wondered. All she might be if he didn't fail her? At that moment, her power was so strong, but still young and painfully innocent. What would she be? What would she hold when that power matured? And that innocence was lost? She moved then, tipping her fingertips down in a gesture toward the hive. "Welcome," she said. And as one, the swarm entered the hive. "How do they?" He broke off to steady his voice. "How do they know where they should go inside the hive?" Her answer came with a puzzled smile. "Well, I told them." All right then, well done. I'll put the tools and so forth away. You're free until dusk. I want to take Grace for a ride." He nodded. "Don't go too far and be no later than dusk." She ran off, young, innocent. Malik listened to the hum of the bees and felt very old. Becoming. Learning is not child's play. We cannot learn without pain. Aristotle. Chapter 6. Every day for 3 days. Fallon visited what she thought of as fairyland. She tried magics on the owl with no success. She tried bribery, intimidation, and what her mother called reverse psychology. "I don't want your stupid apple anyway." He simply sat, guarding the apple that hung tantalizingly from that high branch. She swam in the pool so at least she felt clean. The little fairies grew used to her and came out to dance or skim along the water when she bathed. But she couldn't convince any of them to help her get the apple. She sat on the grass at the end of her first week, drying her hair, studying the stubborn, hard-eyed owl. She couldn't climb the tree, but what if she went up without climbing it? She'd been practicing, away from Malik's watchful eye, and though her form proved shaky, she'd managed to levitate about 2 feet off the ground. The apple, to her gauge, would require a solid 10-foot lift. And then she had to consider that big, sharp beak, those keen talons. So she'd have to practice until she could go high and go fast. She wanted to outwit the owl as much on principle now as for the bathroom. 1 week down, 103 weeks to go, she said out loud as she braided her hair. She still hadn't unpacked. Told herself she could leave in the morning, be home in less than a 2-day ride. She didn't mind the lessons and lectures and practice as much as she'd thought she would. Some of it was interesting. Even if it had started to cut into her free time since Malik had added physical training. Still no sword. And while she didn't see how being able to balance herself on one hand or juggling balls of light would help her save the whole damn world, she liked learning. She didn't mind the studying or learning about the people Malik claimed were her ancestors. She liked the spell casting. But everything took so long, had to be done over and over again. She couldn't imagine spending another 103 weeks doing the same things over and over. Or having nobody but Malik to talk to. Maybe she'd try balancing on one hand over the water. Now that would be really interesting. If she could work with 2 elements, water and air, balance on the surface of the water. Even Malik would be impressed. She would practice levitating in her room with the apple as goal, and practice the balancing here in fairyland. When she had perfected those skills, she'd use them as a lever to start learning how to use a sword. She wished she'd thought of the water balancing earlier, because now she'd already taken most of her free time for the day. "Tomorrow," she murmured. She didn't sense or hear anything until almost too late. She spun quickly toward the sense in time to see the boy slip half out of a tree, an arrow already notched in his bow. Even as she threw up a hand in defense, she saw that he aimed the arrow not at her, but at the owl. She didn't think, only felt. Outrage, fear for another. And the feeling shot her 10 feet in the air, slicing out her hand to deflect the arrow. The keen point grazed her palm before the arrow winged away and thudded into another tree. The shock of pain. The shock of rising broke that feeling. She tumbled back down, landing with enough force to knock her breath away. Are you crazy? The boy, tumbled bronze hair, furious eyes the color of spring leaves, leaped toward her. I could have killed you. Why would you kill the owl? Nobody eats owl. You're bleeding. Let me see how bad. It's nothing. It hurt like fire, but she knocked his hand away. You've got no business shooting an arrow in this place or at the owl. I live in this place. He shook back his mop of hair with its single skinny braid falling over his right ear. Sort of. And I wasn't shooting at the owl. Yes, you were. No, I wasn't. Tabes is a god of the glade. I would never try to hurt him. I was aiming at the apple. You wanted the apple, didn't you? Why would you care? Why not? You'd have the apple now if you hadn't spoiled the shot. And I'd be the one who tricked Tabes. That's a deep cut. Malik will have a healing balm. He's a great sorcerer. You're his student. And I can take care of myself. Whatever. He pulled out a cloth, shoved it at her. At least wrap it. Annoyed, she wrapped the cloth around the slice in her palm, pressed her hands hard together, then yanked off the bloodied cloth. Tossed it back to him. The wound had closed, begun to heal. Even if you were aiming for the apple, you could have missed, hit the owl. His chin jerked up. I don't miss. You did miss. You got in the way. He shrugged it off. They're saying you're the one, like some great warrior, witch, savior. You just look like a girl to me. He wasn't much older than she was, a year. Maybe 2 at the most. Taller, yes, but hardly older. She bristled at having someone her own age so dismissively term her a girl. If I was just a girl, your arrow wouldn't be stuck in that tree over there. Pride every bit as much as power had her flinging out a hand, yanking it out, floating it back until it dropped at the base of the owl's tree. She'd meant to drop it at the boy's feet, but close enough. That's pretty good. He walked over to pick it up while the owl stared down at him with cold disdain. Look, I was just trying to do you a favor. You've been trying to get that apple for days. Using the cloth. He wiped her blood from the arrow before slipping it back in his quiver. It's none of your. How do you know? Horror, instant and deeply female, flared through her. You've been spying on me. He had the grace to look embarrassed, and it pinked up the tips of his ears. I wouldn't call it spying exactly. I just saw you come in here. Nobody outside knows about this place. And nobody who isn't one of us can come into it. So when you could and did, I wanted to see what you were up to. You're a, she dug for the word. She'd heard it in a movie. A peeping Tom. I'm Mick. My father's Thomas, but I don't even know any Tom. It's an expression. What does it mean? Aspire. It's not my fault you took your clothes off, and anyway, you're skinny. And I was just trying to do you a favor. You left out sweet cakes. Her eyes narrowed. Are you the one who leaves things at the cottage? One of us does. It's tribute. And no payments expected or needed. It was kind to leave the cakes, and they were good. My father says you pay kindness with kindness, then there's more of it. I bet your father wouldn't like knowing you spied on me. She strode to her horse. Don't do it again. I'll know. She swung onto Grace. And don't shoot arrows at the owl or the apple. It's not the right way. It's not fair. She looked down at him, as regally as she could manage after knowing he'd seen her naked. We appreciate the tribute, so thank you, your father. And whoever else. Now go sneak around somewhere else. She nudged Grace into a trot. Are you coming back tomorrow? He called out. She sighed, thought, boys, and declined to answer. As she approached the edge of the clearing, she heard the whoosh of wings. She reined in Grace, looked up. Her eyes widened in awe as Tabe swooped overhead, the stem of the apple in his beak. Some instinct Malik would have termed it a call to her blood, had her lifting an arm. And still it stunned her when the owl glided down, landing on it as if on a branch. She felt his weight, considerable, but not any bite from his talons. His gold eyes stared into hers, and she felt a connection forged. Malik stepped out of the cottage, watched her ride toward him. One hand on the reins, the magnificent owl on her other arm. Hadn't he dreamed that? Hadn't he seen it? The owl, the ghost god, The hunter would be hers now. As bound to her, Malik thought, as he was himself. I found the apple. I didn't hurt the owl. He's Tabe's. Yes, I know. I didn't climb the tree. I don't want to take the apple from him. It's like stealing. But you see, I found it, and he can take it back. I want the bathroom, Malik, but I'm not going to steal to get it. You fulfilled the first quest. The apple is another symbol, Fallon. There are many who would be blinded by the gold and not see the true prize. You've won the loyalty of Tabe's, hunter, guardian, wise spirit. He's yours now as you are his. I can keep him? Girl, he's not to be kept or owned. You belong, one to the other. Lift your arm to release him. He won't go far. When she lifted her arm, Tabe soared up, settled on a high branch. When he set the apple down, the stem attached as if the golden fruit had grown there. He's beautiful and brave. What's the second quest? We'll discuss it over dinner. Tend to your horse. Don't you want to hear how I got the apple? I do, yes. Over dinner. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, she unpacked and hung Colin's wind chime in her window. On the sill, she placed a little jar and set the stem of Ethan's flower in it along with her birth father's book and the photo of her with her family. Looking out through the dark, through the dance of fairy lights, she saw the white flash of the great owl on the hunt. Tomorrow, she thought, she'd hunt, too. After the chores, after the lessons and the practice and the studies, she and Grace would ride the woods on the second quest Malik had given her. She would find the gold collar and the wolf who wore it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While she dreamed, others hunted. Their fingers probing through the dark scratched at the surface of her dreams. She was the prey, had been since before her birth. She tossed in sleep, fear urging her to turn away from the images. The voices just beyond reach. Run from them, hide, survive. What she was pushed to see and hear was blurred and indistinct. To know what to fight. The circling crows, a gleeful murder heralding death. The flashes of lightning, black for death, red for burning. A circle of stones swimming in fog, and a man wading through it to stand and stare at the scorched and broken earth within the old dance. The hilt of the sword he carried glinted in a single beam from the moon. Suddenly, his gaze cut away from the stone, and a darkly, fiercely green broke through the borders of dreams. Here the first of 7 shields, destroyed by treachery and dark magics. Here the blood of a son of the gods shed, and here the blood of our blood poisoned. So raged the plague. Now, Fallon Swift. I wait. We wait. It waits. He lifted his sword. Lightning stuck the lethal point, erupted so he held a blade of white, flashing flame. Will you take up the sword and the shield of the one? Will you answer the call? Will you come? Will you be? When he plunged the tip of the sword into the ground, the fog burned. In the stone circle something bubbled and churned. Choose. While she dreamed, while others hunted, still others prepared for blood sacrifice. In what had been, before the doom, a wealthy suburb in Virginia, a band of purity warriors established a base camp. Their nearly 100 men, women, and the children they made, captured or indoctrinated, lived in grand houses and held weekly public executions. Some, true believers, followed the tenets of Jeremiah White, the cult's founder and self-proclaimed commander. All uncannies, any who had magical abilities, or those who sympathized with them, were from hell. Demons and those who trucked with them must be destroyed. Others joined, bore the symbol of the cult, because they enjoyed the freedom to rape, torture, kill, and a religious fervor baked in blood and bigotry offered the opportunity. White himself had visited the base. He'd spent 2 days in one of the grand houses, had given rousing sermons on his twisted god's vengeance, and there presided over the hanging of 3 prisoners. An elf, barely 20, wounded in battle in the outskirts of D.C. A woman. A healer past 70, who tended the wounds of the elf and others, even those who cursed her for a demon. And a man, simply a man, accused of witchcraft for the crime of trying to protect a child of 10 from a beating. Torture preceded the hanging. White called the screams of the damned trumpet calls to the righteous, and those who followed him cheered in a black wave of hate that rolled like a killing sea. White traveled with an entourage of bodyguards, strategists, sycophants, and soldiers. And some, if reckless enough or drunk enough, whispered some of that entourage were of the dark uncanny. But White rewarded his faithful with food, slaves, those rousing sermons, and a promise of eternal life when the demon threat was eradicated. So most kept silent. Sundays, the Sabbath, began with worship. Reverend Charles Booker, formerly a grifter who specialized, with mixed success, in bilking the elderly on home repair and security, led the congregation in prayer and verses from the Old Testament to a God thirsty for blood. Announcements followed the service, given by Kurt Rove, appointed chancellor by White as a reward for his part in the New Hope massacre. While he ran the base with an iron fist and basked in his position, on Sundays Rove reveled. Rove might announce changes in laws, often arbitrary. He would read dispatches from White, reports from other bases, from battles, listing numbers killed and captured, this to cheers that celebrated spilled blood. He would end reading the names of prisoners and those selected by committee for that Sunday's execution. Attendance to worship, announcements, and Sunday executions was mandatory. Only those assigned guard details were granted dispensation. Illness only served as an excuse for absence if the base doctor, who'd had his medical license revoked before the world ended, issued a waiver. Those who failed to attend risked, if reported, 24 hours in the stocks erected outside the 3-car detached garage that served as the prison. Since Rove's appointment, executions took place at precisely midnight. Not a minute before. Not a minute after. Escorts, selected by lottery, led the prisoners from the garage to the public green and the scaffold. Each prisoner bore the brand of a pentagram on their forehead, a Rove flourish White had decreed into purity warrior policy. Their hair, roughly shorn, often showed bloody scalps. They were allowed no shoes, only a rough garment of burlap fashioned by slaves. If the prisoner had wings, they were sliced off. Witches remained as they were since capture, gagged and blindfolded, lest they try to cast their evil eye or speak an incantation. On this Sunday night, when images of shadows and shapes pushed into Fallon's dreams, as crows circled over the scaffold and those already gathered, 2 of the 6 prisoners being held took the forced march. The witch, raped, beaten, all of her fingers broken, struggled not to limp, not to trip. If she fell, they'd kick her, and they'd already broken her spirit with pain. She was ready to die. Beside her, fighting to be brave, the shapeshifter, barely 12, kept his head up. He'd run to draw the hunt away from his little pack. He'd saved his brother and the rest, so he kept reminding himself he wouldn't die a coward. He could ignore the jeers and taunts of the escort, of the people who ran along the street. He had to ignore the sad, hopeless eyes of the slaves, or he might give in to the screaming inside his head. He wasn't ready to die. But he wouldn't beg. A stone grazed his cheek. The quick pain, the scent of blood had the animal inside him straining for freedom. He reined the cougar in. These filth would never see his spirit. One of the escorts shouted, "Stoning's forbidden. Knock that off unless you want an hour in the stocks." Then he gave the boy a shove. "Keep moving, you demon bastard." Inside the boy, the cougar growled low. Its powerful forelegs pulled against the rope binding the boy's hands behind his back. Then he saw the scaffold, the pair of nooses. The crowd of people lit bright on the green. They'd kill him, he thought with a cold assessment his youth had helped him deny. At midnight, they'd hang him so he'd choke and kick while they cheered. They'd kill him, so why shouldn't he die fighting? Why shouldn't he fight with all he was? And maybe take a couple of them with him. He breathed in deep of the night air. Let the cat stretch inside his bones, his muscles, his skin. They could kill him, he thought, but they wouldn't break him. As he opened himself to the change, welcomed it for what he believed was the last time, an arrow winged out of the dark. The escort who'd shoved him let out a kind of grunt, then fell to the ground. Jeers turned into screams as more arrows flew and people scattered. With arrows whistling, the cougar slipped its bounds, dropped to all fours. Its eyes glinted as it leaped into the panicked crowd. He saw a man, a boy, pull the gag and blindfold from Jan the witch, then pick her up when she swayed. He ran with one purpose, one destination in mind. What had been his prison? He heard gunfire. More screaming, rushing feet. He scented blood, scented fear. He wanted blood. He wanted fear. But when he reached the prison, his prey lay on the ground bleeding, senseless. A girl stood over him. And then she turned, stared into his eyes. Shifted to stand between him and what he wanted most. The taste of that blood in his throat. He's down, and he's unarmed now. You might be able to get by me long enough to rip out his throat. But you'll never be the same if you do. We have your brother safe, Garrett. We have Marshall and the others safe. He shuddered. Dissolved into the boy. Marshall? Everyone. Marshall and everyone. All 8. 9 now with you. You're safe too. And we need to get everyone we can away from here. Jonah. She called toward the garage. I've got the kid. The shifter. Get him to the rendezvous. We've got 4 in here, and we need to transport them out. Roger that. You need to. She broke off when Garrett swiped out, cougar claws on a boy's hand, and scored the guard's right arm. They beat us and burned us and broke pieces of us. They marked us. And things. He raped me. Garrett drew a shuddering breath. Now I've marked him. Okay. She put a hand on his shoulder, drew him away. We have to move fast, get as many people who are being held out as we can. Can you run? It's less than a quarter mile. I can run. She broke into a sprint, making him prove it. She had dark hair and a lot of curls that sort of burst out of a band. She ran fast. Scanned everything as she moved. He thought her eyes were blue, but it was hard to be sure when the moon kept going in and out. She wore a short sword and a quiver, a bow. Did you shoot the arrow? Which one? The one. The first one. No. My brother did. He won the toss. I'm Tonia. Grinning, she shot a hand in the air, circled a finger forming 3 circles of light. Just ahead. Garrett saw the answering light. Then 2 men with rifles beside a truck. I've got Marshall's brother. I've got Garrett. Marshall's going to be a happy boy tonight. You hurt, son? The man looked really, really old, but he held the rifle like he knew how to use it. I'm okay. I'm Bill, and this is Eddie. How's it hanging, my man? Hey, why don't you get on up in the truck there? Keep Joe company. Who? My dog, Joe. Eddie pulled down the tailgate. A big dog stood up, a little slow, a little stiff, wagged his tail. I've got to get back. Eddie nodded at the girl. Go on. We've got him. Come back in one piece or your mom'll kick my ass. Can't have that. She dashed off, swallowed by the dark. Let's get you on up there, dude. I can do it. Garrett climbed into the back, dropped down, and when the dog leaned against him, he gave in to the little boy, wrapped his arms around the dog. Pressed his face to the fur so nobody saw the tears. He jolted at the sound of explosions, shivered as he saw fire shoot to the sky. What's that? What is it? Just taking care of business, Eddie said. Bill leaned in, wrapped a blanket around Garrett's shoulder. You don't want the assholes following you? You steal some of their vehicles and go boom to the rest. Much as you can anyway. How about you and Joe make some room back there? We're expecting more riders. Some ran, as he had. Others were carried. Another truck pulled up, and the man behind the wheel gestured ahead. Others piled into the bed, boosted in by Eddie or Bill. Kids, mostly some women. He recognized 1 or 2. Whenever they'd bothered to feed prisoners, the slaves had brought in the slop they called food. The boy beside him, younger than the youngest in his own pack, shivered with the cold. Here, you can share my blanket. This is Joe. He heard the roar of an engine, saw the girl he'd run with on the back of a motorcycle, behind a boy. Dark hair like the girl's, not as curly. The one, Garrett realized, who'd helped Jan. He swung the bike in a half circle, stopped. We got all we could get, some just ran so we couldn't pull them in. They're going to be busy putting out fires, so the ones who ran might make it. Jonah said move out. Eddie called and hopped behind the wheel. We'll take point. Flynn and Star have flank. He roared off, dark hair flying. Eddie opened the window to the bed, raising his voice as he pulled into the convoy. Hi there. I'm Eddie, and I'll be your driver tonight. Just settle back, 'cause we've got a ways to go. There's water back there and blankets. Be sweet, everybody, and share. Garrett shifted closer to the window. Who was that on the motorcycle? Duncan, Tonia's twin brother. Our resident hellraiser. Get yourself some water, dude. Catch a nap if you want. We've got a good hour's drive, and food and medical attention once we get you there. Marshall's there? And everybody. That's a fact, Jack. Eddie took a hand off the wheel, angled himself to reach a hand back through the little window, give Garrett's a squeeze. They're all waiting for you, so you can chill now. Because more tears wanted to come, Garrett blinked hard. Where are we going? Where's there? My man, we're heading to New Hope. Chapter 7. Fallon mangled a basic incantation, twice, and very nearly added belladonna rather than bergamot to a simple potion before Malik stopped her. Do you wish to poison an enemy? What? Her brow furrowed as she looked up. No, then she looked down at the clearly marked bottle in her hand. Oh! She put the bottle back and, after a moment, too long a moment to Malik's mind, chose the bergamot. So I made a mistake. He objected nearly as much to the dismissal of her carelessness as to the carelessness itself. Both were unacceptable, but the dismissal showed weakness. A mistake with belladonna can kill, as a mistake with an incantation can have far-reaching and disastrous consequences. Your words and actions, the precision of them, matter. Maybe if you didn't expect me to remember everything and stand around watching me all the time, I wouldn't make a mistake. Perhaps my mistake is believing you'd progressed enough to know the properties and uses of extracts, oils, and powders. Sit then, and we'll start at the beginning. I know the stupid properties. Okay. Because it shook, the snap in her voice lost most of its sting. I just picked up the wrong bottle. And ingredients like belladonna and foxglove and other deadlies should be separated out into their section instead of everything together in alphabetical order. He inclined his head. That is a fair point. You may begin that task now. There are hundreds. It'll take half the day. Then you should begin. The task should help calm and focus your mind. I don't want to spend all day cooped up in here doing something you should have done in the first place. I want to go outside. I want some air. I don't feel good. Clearly, he thought, she didn't. The misery in her eyes, the sheen of tears in them, unnerved him more than a little. Why had he, a man who knew so little of children and less about female children, been tasked with the care and training of a girl child? For despite her power, she was still a child. A female child, he remembered and cleared his throat. Have you begun your monthly courses? It took her a minute, then misery flashed into disgust. Disgust edged right over into contempt. God. Pulling at her hair, turning in a circle, she inadvertently had the candles flaming. My mother was right. She was right. The minute a woman's out of sorts or upset, men think or are even stupid enough to say something about her period. I am at a loss. And until men start cramping and bleeding every month, they should just shut up about it. Done. Fallon dropped her hands, then lifted them again to press her fingers to her eyes. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. I didn't sleep very well. You made a fine charm for quiet sleep. Take it, use it. I'll help you reorganize our ingredients as you're right about the separation. Then we'll make a sleep potion, a fresh one, for you. And you'll take a ride later, in the air. He stopped because while the fire had gone out of her eyes, those potent gray eyes, the misery only increased. More than a sleepless night, he thought. And he was a fool, bungling her care as surely as she had the incantation. You long for your family, and I am not your family. You wish for your mother's comfort, your father's shoulder. I can't be that for you. But will you not trust me enough to tell me what troubles you? I had dreams. Dreams or visions. He put up a hand when those eyes filled. Yes, he was a fool and a bungler. No matter just yet. Come sit. Sit, he repeated. I'll make you tea. I don't want. Only to soothe, he assured her. As he moved to choose herbs to steep. I'll have some as well. I can teach you and train you, I can guide and defend you. But I know little of young girls and their needs beyond the training. You must give me time to learn, to practice. Your dreams disturbed you. I unpacked. I hung up Colin's wind chime and put out Ethan's flower. I put out the picture my parents had made for me. Of the whole family. So the room is more like mine. She knuckled at her eyes, not at tears, Malik noted, but at fatigue. I found tapes, and it was the best. And, like I told you, I met Mick. He's kind of a jerk, but, she shrugged. And I thought about tracking the wolf with the golden collar, and that would be fun. So if I have to do this, at least after I study and train and practice, I have Grace and now tapes and Jerky Mick. So maybe I can learn enough. Like building the beehive. It's one step, one piece at a time. Like Dad says. You do this, then you do that, then the next thing. I felt happy. He brought the tea to the table, sat across from her. Then you dreamed. Will you tell me? The first was a place. It's stupid. The place is stupid? No. I've never been there. This is the farthest I've ever been from the farm, so I've never been there, but I felt I knew the place. With the stones in a circle. Coming up out of the fog and the empty fields, the woods dark and close. Then a man walked through the fog to the stones. I know I've never seen him before, but there was something, and I felt something. He had dark hair and a sword. And green eyes. Dark green like the shadows in fairyland. Fairyland. She flushed just a little, lifted her tea. It's what I call the glade where I found tapes. I know the color of his eyes because even though I wasn't in the dream like you sometimes are, I wasn't in it. He turned his head and he looked right at me, like through a window or a mirror. And he spoke to me. What did he say? He said my name, and he said how the circle was the first of 7 shields. And how the blood of the gods, the blood of our ancestors, his and mine, shed there, and how it was poisoned and destroyed the shield and started the plague. And he took out his sword and lifted it. Lightning hit it and it went to fire. White fire. He asked me if I'd answer the call, if I'd take up the sword and the shield, if I'd fight and be strong, if I'd, come to be. He told me to choose. I don't know if it was a dream or a vision. It can be both. Mom has visions and sometimes I know where the boys are hiding or if they're going to play a trick on me. I see it in my head. Not every time, but sometimes. Once a man stopped at the farm. He had scars on his arms. And on his face. I saw him in a fire, screaming and running and falling in the dark outside where they left him for dead. Raiders. I saw it. It frightened you. She nodded, sipped her tea. You said the first. You had other dreams. One other. Longer, and it wasn't clear like the first. It was blurry. Mostly. Like the glass was dirty, and the voices were far away. I could hear some. But not all. It was a different place. Like that place we rode through with all the big houses all together. Yes, they called them developments. A kind of community. Okay. It was a place like that. Really big houses. Purity warriors lived there. I know who they are. Some of the misery burned off in anger. They hunt us, kill us, just because we're not like them. They fear us and any who are different. They have slaves, Fallon told him. They make slaves out of people who don't believe like they do. Even kids. And they keep magical people locked away. They do terrible things to them. There was a boy, and I could see into his head. A little. Pieces of his thoughts, so I know the terrible things. They were going to hang him, and the woman with him. A witch. Her name. I lost it. It's all right. He's Garrett. Was Garrett. I don't know when. Was it now or before or not yet? I don't know. But he was Garrett, a shapeshifter. Younger than me. They'd beaten him and burned him and cut him and raped him. They'd cut off his hair, and the woman's. They had her blindfolded and gagged. and both of them had their hands bound behind their backs. They had to walk barefoot down the street while people shouted at them, and one threw a rock that hit the boy's head. They had, the boy and the woman, a mark here. She touched her forehead. Burned into them. A pentagram. The purity warriors brand those like us they capture. The slaves, too. But here. She tapped the back of her left wrist. They burn a symbol there. A circle with a cross in it. The boy, Garrett, could see, so I could sort of see. They walked toward this platform with 2 nooses. Scaffold. Okay, a scaffold. And this I heard from his mind, clear. He would change, become the cougar that lived in him. He would fight before they killed him. Then, an arrow came out of the dark and killed the man who forced him to walk. Then another and another, as the boy changed, and Cougar ran through the people who were screaming and running. But I saw a boy, another boy, older though, older than Garrett, than me, go to the woman and take off her gag and blindfold, and pick her up when she fainted. I saw that too. And I think he was maybe the younger brother, or the son of the man from the first dream, because I don't know when that happened, either. And I only saw him then for a minute. With the woman who fainted, because I was with the boy, the cougar, and he was racing toward this place where they kept the others locked up. She took a breath, she took some tea, and found some of the twisting in her belly eased away. He'd never killed before, Malik, not as boy or cougar, I knew that, felt that. But he wanted to now. But the man guarding the jail was on the ground, bleeding and dazed, but not dead. I felt life still. There was a girl, really pretty, and she wasn't afraid of the cougar. It gets all mixed up. I think there were others helping inside the jail, and the boy changed back so the girl helped him get away to where other people were waiting. A man and an old man, and a dog. An old dog. I heard the man say his name was Eddie and the dog was Joe. I know those names, Malik. I know them. Yes. She shivered a little at having Malik acknowledge what she knew. The girl went back. And others came. The slaves and the captured. Another truck with more. Explosions back into the development? It was like a raid, but to save people, to free people and help them. Then the girl came back, riding on a motorcycle with the boy who'd helped the woman. Duncan and Tonya. I know those names too. Yes. They all drove away, and when Garrett asked Eddie where they were going, because I heard that clear too, he said New Hope. I know that place. My father died there. My birth father, when the purity warriors came to kill. To kill me especially. The words tumbled out now, fast, fast, to lift the weight inside her. My mother ran from there to save me, to save the people who lived there. Her friends. Eddie was her friend. He had a dog named Joe. Duncan and Tonya were twins, just babies when she lived there. Their mother was my mother's friend. Eddie and Duncan and Tonya and the old man, all the others, they risked their lives to save Garrett, the woman, the other people. It was too tactical, she decided, to be the first time. The first rescue. I don't like raid. Rescue's better. Duncan and Antonia aren't much older than me, and they're already fighting. Garrett's younger than me, but he was ready to fight. Do you question why you've been shielded? She hadn't realized, not fully, this was the weight, so much heavier than the rest. If I'm the one, why aren't I fighting? Why aren't I helping people? You will. Your mother and your life father provided your foundation not only with what they both taught you, but by giving you vision. A family, community, loyalty, and love. A war such as this can't be only blade and lightning. You must believe, into your bone, the cause you hold is worth dying for. Killing for. And what you have yet to acquire, to know, to hold. Even to believe is vast, girl. Vast. Some are warriors, some are leaders, some are symbols. You will be all. But your time has not yet come. Is that why this sword stays up there? And that cabinet is locked. You'll hold the sword soon enough. Why haven't you tried to open the cabinet? How do you know I haven't? He smiled. I'm not without vision, girl. Fine. Because that would be rude and disrespectful. And you wouldn't have that understanding and sensibility if you'd been denied the years with your family. They serve you and will serve you. Maybe that was true, she thought. But, do you know the place in the first dream? She asked. Yes, he replied. There are 6 more. If destroying the first killed almost everybody, what happens if the others are destroyed? She had so many questions. The first wasn't broken quickly or easily. It took a great concentration of dark power and a lack of the light. Beliefs can fade, and when faith pales, so does power. Fears of the dark? They're intrinsic and so dark can build. And as it became easier to dismiss the light, it dimmed and the protection around the shield weakened. Just enough. It may have taken this horror to wake the light, to bring it beaming, but it is woken. That doesn't answer the question. She complained. The shields are now more carefully guarded. But, he sighed. A relentless mind, he thought, and had to respect it. One by one, shield by shield, more would die. Infected by a madness, crops would fail until they burned in the field, withered on the vine, rotted in the earth. So famine follows. And a plague runs through the animals. Fish and fowl, mammal. Only what slithers and crawls remains. And the rivers and streams, the lakes and oceans bloated with blood and death and rot become tainted even as they rise up in a flood to spread their poison. Already pale, she lost more color as he spoke. But the question deserved a full and true answer. And a great heat bakes the earth, burns the trees with lightning striking down forests. The world is fire and smoke. Then the dark descends, and the slaughter of all who remain begins. The ground will shake and split, and what rules the dark rules all. Why? Why? She demanded. There'd be nothing left to rule. That is the purpose. All that is light extinguished, all that is good silenced, and all is hope murdered. That's just stupid. Then those of us who fight that purpose must be smart. She fought to steady herself, to understand. 2. Not be ignorant. So when the shield broke and the doom killed billions, some people who thought they were just regular people found their magics. So people would believe again. Faith is a sword and a shield. As long as one bolsters it with courage and brains and muscle. Some who found their magics turned to the dark, some went mad from it. And some, like your birth father, learned to lead. Like your mother, learned to embrace and build and protect. Some, like those in your vision, learned, magical and not, how to come together, how to fight, how to work together to help others. A foundation again, for you, the one, to build on. She could only sigh. I can't even get my stupid brothers to do what I tell them half the time. More than half. How am I supposed to lead everybody? How did you build the hive? With knowledge and skill learned. How did you call the bees? With faith and light and power innate. Fallon pushed the tea away. Maybe she felt calmer. But she didn't feel any smarter or any more certain. I shouldn't have made the mistake with the incantation or the belladonna just because I was upset. I'll be more careful. Yes. I should have stocked the supplies in wiser order rather than old habits. I'll be more careful. Mom always put the deadlies on the highest shelf and away from. It all welled up in her again and spilled out of her eyes before she could stop it. I'm okay. She pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. I'm okay. A child, he thought again, and often the gods asked too much. Look into the fire. A minute only. Look, he repeated when she dropped her hands. And see. When she turned, looked, he opened the window for her. Just a little, only for a moment. And in the flames she saw the farm, leaves falling fast in a quick wind. Her brothers, all 3, stacked firewood while her father repaired a section of fence in the near pasture. Her mother worked in the garden. As Fallon looked, as she saw, as she soaked it in, her mother straightened. She laid a hand to her heart, smiled even as tears shimmered. And tapping a finger to her lips blew a kiss before the image faded. Did she see me? Did she? Felt you. I could do only that. She felt me. Thank you. Take your horse. Take the air. I will. But I'll finish the potion first, and we'll organize the supplies. I'm all right now. *****. For a week Fallon did her best to study, work, and improve her physical training. She could now juggle 5 balls of light, but had yet to learn how a sword felt in her hand. She'd yet to master balancing on her hands on the pool, something she did within a curtain she conjured in case Mick tried to spy again. But she only practiced that for 20 minutes a day. The rest of her free time she spent in search of the wolf with the golden collar. She combed the woods, but not only couldn't find the wolf, she found not a single track, no scat, no sign. She did spot Mick a few times, and deliberately changed directions just to make a point. But as the leaves fell, swirled, left branches empty, she decided to let him catch up with her. When he popped out of a tree in front of her, she stopped Grace. "Don't you have anything better to do? You don't own the woods." He watched the owl swoop down onto a branch. "He goes where you go now. When he wants to. The apples this morning are nice. If I had some more and some sugar, brown sugar's best, I could make apple butter." "How do you make butter from apples?" "My mother taught me. It's good. If I made some, I could leave some out for you. You can spread it on bread or biscuits." He walked along beside her horse, occasionally running up a tree and flipping down again. A trick she decided she needed to learn. "What are you looking for?" he asked her. "Who said I'm looking for anything?" He gave her a smirk. "I know when somebody's trying to track. But you haven't been hunting. We have enough venison. Plus, Malik likes to fish. I might hunt for a boar, but not yet. So what are you looking for?" "Well, if you must know, I'm on my second quest." "What was the first?" "Tabes and the golden apple, dummy." "Oh, yeah. Right." He slid into a tree and out again. "What's the second?" "A wolf with a golden collar." "I have to get him to give me the collar." At that, Mick laughed until he fell down. "That's never going to happen." "What do you know?" "I know Failban would eat your liver before he turned over his collar." "Is that his name?" "You know about the wolf?" "Everybody knows about Failban." "Boy, were you born last week?" "He lives in a secret den and roams the woods at night. The goddess of the moon gifted him the collar for his loyalty and bravery. He's sure never going to give it to some girl." "Which moon goddess?" "I don't know. One of them." It probably mattered, Fallon thought. Now that she knew the name, more of the story, she might find more in one of Malik's books. "Anyway," Mick continued, "we're having a bonfire for Samhain. It's fun. You could come if you want. I have to do a ritual with Malik and honor those who've traveled behind the veil. We always did a bonfire at home, a ritual, too, but then we got to wear costumes we made and play games and carve faces in pumpkins." "Where is that?" "Home. A full day's ride north of here. A farm. My mother was a chef and my father was a soldier before. I have 3 brothers. Do you have any sisters?" "No, just me and Dad, but we're part of the clan. There are 33 of us. 34 now," he corrected, "because Miriam just had a baby. There's the Shifters," he continued, flipping over to walk on his hands for a few feet. "I guess there's, about a couple dozen. There's a fairy clan, too." He flipped back over. "There are a lot more of them if you count the little ones, the pixies and the nymphs. They left the apples and the flowers the other day. They're really good at getting things to grow. One of them only has one good wing because he got hurt in a Purity Warrior raid, and nobody can fix it. But he gets around okay. Maybe Malik could fix it." He couldn't. He tried. He's good at healing too, but he couldn't fix it. "I'm sorry. They killed my father. My sire." "I know. Everybody knows the story of Max Fallon and the New Hope massacre." "They do." "Sure." His head tilted as if he heard something from far off. "I gotta go. The bonfire's fun. Maybe Malik will let you come after the ritual and all." He raced off, a blur, and was gone. A bonfire would be fun, she mused. But even if Malik loosened the reins enough to let her go, she didn't think she'd have time. She'd be waiting until Malik slept at night now so she could hunt the woods for Failban. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night the veil thinned between the living and the dead held crisp and clear. The wind, light and free, sent leaves dancing. As dusk fell, little fairies, glimmers of light, watched from a distance as Malik fashioned an altar out of stones. At his bidding, Fallon brought out the athame, the candles, the apple, the herbs. She made more trips to fetch the pumpkins and gourds left at the door that morning and the cauldron. Following her mother's teaching, she decorated the base of the altar with the pumpkins and gourds, some wildflowers that had survived the first thin frost. She went back in one last time for a small plate of bread, a bowline, and her father's book. When she set the book on the altar, Malik nodded approval. "This is the night of ancestors. You show respect. Do you have anything from yours?" "The athame you chose was my mother's. Perhaps her hand guided you to place it on the altar tonight. Cast the circle." Her eyes went wide. "Me? I've never cast a circle for a Sabbat." "Do so now." Nervous, afraid she'd make a mistake and earn his wrath, she started slowly. She placed candles at the 4 points. Lighting another with breath, she moved clockwise around the altar. With her will, she flamed the east candle. She had to take a couple of calming breaths, work to clear her mind of nerves and doubt. "Guardian of the East, Goddess of the Air, we call you. We beseech your powers of knowledge and wisdom, keep watch over us within the circle, cast in love and trust." She glanced toward Malik for approval or criticism, but he said nothing. She moved to the south point, called upon the guardian, the energy and will of fire. Then, as her confidence built, she moved west, to water, to passion, and finally north and earth and strength. Despite the wind, the flames rose true when she turned to Malik. "And so the circle is cast. Will you enter in the light and the love of the goddess?" "I will." He stepped in. "You are priestess tonight. Call." Fallon's throat went dry as she lit a black candle. "Dark Mother, Goddess of death and rebirth, hear your servant who honors you. I ask your blessing. As this place. In this hour, I call you to use your power. Lift the veil between the worlds so those who came before hear our words." She lit the next. "Dark Father, Lord of the underworld, hear your servant who honors you. I ask your blessing. At this place, in this hour, I call you to use your power. Guard and protect as the veil thins, keep safe all without and within." "And the flames rise," Malik said, "as the goddess and her consort hear you." She felt power, flickers of it like the candle flames, tiny burns that brought both pleasure and pain. Without Malik's bidding, she continued, speaking words that simply came to her mind, her heart, her tongue. "On this night, with this light, embracing dark its counterpart, we welcome spirits with full heart. All from world to world did pass, we offer our hand to grasp until with daybreak you depart." She stepped forward, took the apple and bowline, cutting the fruit crossways, exposing the symbolic pentagram within. After taking a small bite from one half, she placed them in the cauldron, added herbs, bits of bread, wine from the chalice, and struck the flame beneath with her hand. Taking the wand, she lifted it, thrust her power into it so it shot stars through the smoke. "Here an offering to all who come, with love to all and hate toward none. And this light, burn bright through the night your steps to guide while you abide." Did she feel the wind stir? Malik wondered. Did she feel the breath of the gods on her? "Here, Dark Mother, cauldron of death and rebirth, one of air, one of earth. Dark Father, blade of protection, blade of blood both strong and keen. If I am what you have foreseen, take mine." She took the athame, scored her palm, let her blood drip into the cauldron. To Malik's dazzled eyes, light burst from it, showered over the altar, turned the circle into sunlight. "Blood of your blood, blood of mine, here in tribute they entwine. As slowly dies the year, living and dead have much to fear. Your light, my light. Light of those spirits past and yet to be, I call you now to join with me to fight the dark, to make our mark. If I am your child, inhabit me. As you will, so mote it be." She set down the wand as it went quiet. Taking her braid in one hand, she sliced it off with the athame. "And here I make my pledge." And here, a symbol of the child rising to warrior. She let out a long, long sigh. The light of the cauldron ebbed to a quiet glow. The candles that had speared up like torches slipped into gentle flickers in the dark. With his skin still tingling, his heart still drumming, Malik stepped toward her. When he laid a hand on her shoulder, she jolted as if she'd awakened from sleep or a trance. And so, he thought, she had. She stared at him, her eyes dark and dazed. It was, all through me, all over me. Yes, I know. At first it was what I knew from Mom, or mostly. But then, it was just what I knew. And it got stronger and stronger. I feel a little sick. It was a great deal all at once. Without thinking, he picked up the chalice, offered it. She sipped. And the child of 13 made a face of pure disgust. What is that? Amused, he shook his head. It's just wine. A sip won't hurt you. We'll close the circle, and you can have a little food. Some water, rest. I feel all. She stopped, staring with dismay and horror at the braid still in her hand. I cut my hair. Yes, I cut my hair off. Why didn't you stop me? Girl. I'm not certain the power of the gods could have stopped you. But my hair will grow again. Can you close the circle? Yeah, I can do it. When it was done, he heated a little of the soup they'd had for supper. Though she only ate a few spoonsful, she drank water like a camel. You offered your blood. She frowned down at her palm, unmarked. Did you heal it? No. I might have stopped you from the sacrifice, the symbol and power of it if I'd known your intent. I would have been wrong. Your offering was well received. She reached back to the ends of her shorn hair. I guess. You honored the gods, honored the ancestors, and you made a pledge. It was like I was somebody else, but not. Like I knew what I was doing, but didn't. I can help you now, and will. You made a pledge. You've made your choice, for good and all. She poked at the soup. I guess I made it when I unpacked. I'm afraid. You'd be foolish not to be. But no, you did well tonight. And tomorrow you'll take up the sword. Her eyes lit. Really? Tomorrow. For now, go to bed. Chapter 8. She didn't sleep. Fallon waited until she was certain Malik had gone to his own bed, then slipped out the window. Though she didn't feel compelled to hunt for the wolf, as she'd done the night before with no success, she needed the night, the air, the woods. However weary her body, her spirit remained awake. Engaged, alight as if on a quest of its own. So she slipped through the shifting shadows, through the looming, denuded trees, through the sighs and murmurs of night. In the distance, the glow from the Elfin clan's bonfire shimmered against the dark. There would be feasting and games and dancing in the glow. There might be girls her age to talk to. Yet, she turned away from the shimmer, kept to the shadows. Too much beat inside her tonight for games and girl talk, and the beat struck as insistently as the tribal drums from the camp. Heart music from the trees, the earth, the drums, the spirits who slid in and out of the thinned veil, all quickened inside her. Night creatures, hunter and prey, crept and stalked through those shadows with her, and the skeletal branches overhead creaked like an old man's bones. She had no fear, only a deep, thirsty need to be out, to look for something she couldn't yet see. She lifted her hand, ran it over the hair that stopped at the nape of her neck. Shorter than her brother's, she thought. Still shocked by it. Maybe the same knowing that had driven her to shear it off drove her now, to seek the night. She wandered toward the fairy glade, but found she didn't want that, either. Restless, as if something tickled up and down her spine, she wandered without aim or purpose. And perhaps because she didn't hunt the wolf, she found him. He stood, pure white, between two trees. Eyes of bold, sharp blue watched her. Around his neck the thick collar of gold glinted. She couldn't claim he looked friendly. But Fallon reasoned Malik wouldn't have sent her on a quest to find a wolf who'd eat her. And something about the night, the way the air tasted on her tongue. The steady pulse beat of the power that had flooded her during the ritual made her fearless. Greetings, Fail Van. Blessed be. I'm Fallon Swift, child of the Tuatha de Danann. Student of Malik the Sorcerer. I've been looking for you. She took a cautious step forward. The wolf bared his teeth. Okay, I'll just stay over here. She slid her hands into her pockets. and found the bit of pumpkin bread she'd forgotten she slipped there that afternoon. She took it out, held it up to show the wolf. "It's pretty good. I made it this morning. It's not as good as my mom's, but I never made it by myself before. You want it?" She saw the wolf's eyes shift to the bread in her hand, then cut right back to hers. Considering they'd trained Gem and Scout with hard biscuits her mom made for that purpose, she tossed the bread. Maybe she could make the dog biscuits and bring some next time. Failban studied the bread, sniffed at it. He gave Fallon another cool stare, then snatched the bread up. "It's okay, right? I think I should have used a little more honey, but it's okay. Anyway, Malik's cooking really sucks, so I'm trying." She sensed rather than heard movement behind her. Drawing her knife, she whirled to defend the wolf. She saw the shadow of a man. With the knife in one hand, power rising in the other, she prepared to protect. "If you try to hurt him, I'll hurt you first. I'd never hurt the wolf god or you." The shadow stepped out of the shadows, and her hand trembled on the hilt of her knife. Inside her chest, her heart stumbled. "I know you," she whispered. "And I know you. You have my eyes. And your mother's mouth. Look how tall you are, how strong and brave and beautiful." Her father, her sire, walked toward her. He seemed taller than she'd imagined him, and leaner than the picture on the book. His hair, dark as hers, waved around a face she'd studied so many times. "I'm not dreaming. I didn't go to sleep." "You're not dreaming," Max told her. "You called for me." In your heart. The veil's thin tonight. Thinner still with your power. And you brought me through. Cautious, curious. She reached out and discovered the arm under her hand was solid. "You're real. Corporeal for a brief time. Will you let me?" He touched a hand to her cheek. His smile bloomed, moved his lips. His face moved into his eyes. "There you are. You died for me. Protecting you is my right, my purpose, my joy. Walk with me while we have this time. You've been happy and well?" She loved you. My mother. My sweet girl, I know. And I loved her. We had such a short time together to love, to learn. So much of it, too much of it, riddled with fear and violence. But we had more than that. We had pleasure and laughter, too. And wonder and joy. I fell in love with a pretty witch who'd rather shop for new shoes than practice the craft. And I watched her grow into a strong, fearless, powerful woman. You were part of that, the change that made us better than we had been. But I want to hear about your life. Some I can see. Some I can't. Tell me your happiest memory. Tears burned at her throat. Guilt twisted her heart. Learning to ride, I guess. Being allowed to ride by myself the first time. What's this? Because he heard the tears, Max turned her face to his. No. Do you think I'd begrudge you a father who'd teach you to ride? Or Lana a man who'd build a life with her? I don't know. Had never known. How could I love you and begrudge you all he is to you, and you to him? I'm grateful to him. You are? I am, and he sure as hell should be grateful to me. I made you with your mother, and with your mother he brought you into the world. Love isn't finite, Fallon. If you take nothing else from me, take that. As he spoke, he stroked a hand over her hair. Love has no end, no borders, no limits. The more you give, the more there is. Your mother gave you my name, Simon Swift gave you his. He's your father, and so am I. I'd say that makes you blessed. That's what Mom says. There you have it, he said simply. Is it any wonder I loved her? Dad, Simon, he is grateful. He says you're a hero. And he owes you for everything that matters most to him. Mom and me, and I have 3 brothers. I wish you could meet him. That's weird. He laughed, put an arm around her shoulders as they walked. The world's full of the strange. You wrote about strange things. I read your books. Mom said you were writing another when you died, and she had to run to protect me and the people of New Hope. What was it about? About love and magics, the dark and the light of both. About battle and bravery, and the rise of a savior. I don't know how to lead people. Neither did I. I'd rather have built a simple life with your mother. Simple seemed precious after the doom. But I was needed, and so are you. I might wish a simple life for you, Fallon, but the world needs more. You'll lead, and well. I believe it absolutely. The man in my dream said I had to choose. I did. What man? I'm not sure. I think maybe it was the boy grown up. Maybe. And what boy is that? Duncan, I think. From New Hope. I saw him in a different dream. Katie's Duncan? Dead or not, Max felt a little twinge at the idea of his daughter dreaming about a boy. He saved people from the Purity Warriors. They're the ones who killed you. My brother killed me. The dark he chose killed me. His blood, my blood, yours. Pausing, he gripped her hand, firmly. Looked directly into her eyes. She felt the link and the power in their joined hands. The same blood, he continued, yet Eric turned away from light and love and loyalty. He's never to be trusted. Fallon or underestimated. Mom thinks he's dead. She thinks she killed him and that woman. Allegra. I don't know the answer. Even the dead have questions. But if he lives, what's in him will do all evil can do to end you. He tainted his blood and all that comes from it. Watch for him. Watch for the crows. I will. And if he's still alive, she vowed at that moment, she would end him. Malik's going to teach me to use a sword. Good God. You can't only fight with magics. The Wizard King had a sword. Max laughed a little. So he did. Tell me more about your life, your brothers. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was amazing. It was magical to walk and talk with the man she only knew from stories, from a picture on a book. Now she knew the sound of his voice, the way he moved, the things he thought. Now she knew why the night had called her, had struck that beat inside her. She'd reached for him through the veil. He'd come through for her. She took him to the fairy glade where they sat and talked while Tabe swept in to sit on a branch like a guard. And the wolf who'd tracked them as they walked stayed in the shadows. When she asked him to tell her of the escape from the great city and all that came after, he didn't censor his words as she'd always suspected her mother did. He spoke frankly of the horrors and hardships, of the wonder and weight of feeling his power expand. And when he spoke of his brother, of trying to take Eric's life, trying to take a life of his own family, she heard both the lingering grief and the cold determination. You had to choose. As she spoke, Fallon leaned against him. My mother, me, the others you protected. Yes, I had to choose, and there was no question of what was right. But using the gift to cause harm is a hard choice, Fallon. Causing harm to family, to someone who shares your blood, harder still. She understood. Wanted to. Tried to. But I'm here because you made that choice in the mountains and again in New Hope. You died because your brother made his choice. As a leader, you'll face hard choices. Did you wish you didn't have to be one? All the time. He turned his head, brushed his lips over her temple. In the end, we are who we are. You believe that? I do, yeah. Then you should stop feeling even a little bit guilty for trying to kill Eric. In the end, he was what he was. Max let out a half laugh. You got me on that. You're right. Tell me more about New Hope. Mom's told us a lot, and sometimes when we use the ham radio Dad got, we hear the reporter. Arlie's? Arlie's read? Yeah. Dad said he could probably fix it so Mom could talk to her over the radio, but Mom wouldn't. She worries. Yeah, that they'd figure out about the farm, or use her somehow to attack New Hope again. But I know she was really good friends with some of the people there. We had good friends, he agreed. We traveled there with Poe and Kim and Eddie and Joe from the mountains, and Flynn and his group from the little village below. The boy with the wolf. She glanced back, saw the white wolf in the shadows still. Lupa. And along the way, there were others. He painted a picture for her, more detailed than her mother had. And she began to see her mother, too, through his eyes. Young, brave, beautiful, learning to drive, nervous about becoming a mother. Standing up to a bully at the town meeting. She dozed off with her head on his shoulder, his voice in her head. And his voice woke her. Fallon, wake up, baby, it's nearly dawn. What? But I fell asleep. I didn't mean to. You gave me the chance to hold my daughter while she slept. One more gift. Come on now. I'll walk you back as far as I can. I don't want you to go. You know, it's true when people who love you say they'll always be with you. It's not the same, she told him as she dragged her feet. I know, but that doesn't make it less true. What will you do today? Feed the chickens, gather the eggs. Malik usually milks the cow. After breakfast, we have lessons in the workroom. Sometimes it's boring, sometimes it's not. We have to tend the greenhouse plants, too. And today he said I can start learning how to use a sword. And you look forward to that. I learn with a sword chosen for the girl I am. But on a night like my birth, wild with storm. Burned in lightning, on a night after I hold the book of spells, after I travel in the well of light, I take up the sword and shield of the one. Of the daughter of the Tuatha de Danann. The warrior of light. With these I challenge the dark and give no quarter. In these my power and my blood runs in ice and flame. Her eyes that had gone dark and fierce blinked. And the child came back. You looked like your mother just then when a vision came on her. I felt different. I felt strong. You're strong. He kissed her forehead. I have to go. Dad. She threw her arms around him, held tight. Will I ever see you again? I know you will. He kissed her again, drew her back. We are who we are, Fallon. I see who you are, and I'm so proud. I love you, he said as he stepped back into the shadows as the first hint of the sun shimmered over the eastern hills. I love you, Dad. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Furious and more than a little frightened, Malik stormed out of the cottage. The girl hadn't slept in her bed and was nowhere to be seen. When he found her, by the gods, she'd know the punishment for a night's foolishness. As he turned toward the stables intending to saddle his horse, he saw the white owl fly out of the woods. Then the girl walked out. And the wolf. The damnable wolf she'd surely spent the night tracking, stopped at the edge before slinking back and away. The hand on the hilt of his sword, one belted on in haste, went lax with relief. And his temper rose in one hot flood. Are you mad or simply stupid? To wander off through the night without leave. I was about to do a searching spell with hope I wouldn't find your mangled body. There are predators, girl, on 4 legs and 2, that would find you a tasty meal. You would climb out your window and wander alone through the night. I wasn't alone. I was with my father. You risk yourself for. His hearing caught up with temper, as did his vision. Her eyes were heavy, yes, but also dazed and damp. Your father? Your sire. He said I called him with my heart. And he came. He came through the thinning veil. We walked in the woods and talked and talked. I took him to fairyland and we talked. I fell asleep for a little while. I wish I hadn't. Then he had to go. You've been given a gift. I know. I'm not really sad. But tears spilled. He's like Dad. Simon. I mean, strong and brave and kind. He said he was glad we had Simon. My mom and me, and my brothers, just like Dad said he was glad Mom and me had Max. You're a fortunate girl. Are you still really mad? While the sorcerer felt considerable, Ashid had the power and will to bring her sire into the living world. The teacher had to be firm. You broke my trust. Or the trust one believed we had between us. I'm sorry. The wolf hunts at night, and I wanted to track him. I should have asked if I could, but I was afraid you'd say no. You've slipped out before? Yes, but this time I found Failban. I still need to get him to come to me, but I found him last night before my father came. If I'm to be a warrior, I should be able to go into the woods at night. You're not a warrior yet, and it's within my power to bar you from the woods altogether. Oh, but did you parents permit you to wander at night alone? Her head drooped. No, but I'm 13 now, so. Head inclined, Malik folded his arm. A great age when you wish it to be, a small one when you don't. With her eyes cast down, he didn't see calculation come into them. You gave me the quest. I should have told you I needed to track at night, and I'm sorry I didn't. But I can't fulfill the quest if I can't track the wolf. You're a clever girl, he muttered. She kept her head down, but shifted her eyes up. It's all true. I am sorry, and you gave me the quest. He took the bread I had in my pocket, not from my hand yet. I know how to make the biscuits our dogs like. I can get him to come to me. Let me borrow the collar if I have time. Now Malik calculated. Mick will go with you. Mick? Why? He cut her off with a steely stare. Mick knows the woods, and better than you. He's a dead shot with a bow. I don't need a boy to. His sex is of no consequence. His skill is. And I would be more inclined to let you track at night, 2 hours only, if you take a companion. Those are my terms. Fine. Your word, here and now, you'll abide by them. I'll abide by them. You have my word. Very well. You may sleep for an hour before lessons. I'm not tired, honest. I feel really good. In that case, take your energy. Deal with the chickens and the cow before you make breakfast and bring in more firewood. Later you'll harvest from the greenhouse what you need to make soup. Why am I doing all the chores? A small punishment for the scope of the crime. We'll see if you can earn Failban's trust and regain mine. Are you still going to teach me to use a sword? I had a vision about the sword, the one on the mantle, and the sword and shield I used to fight. Damnable girl. You wait so long to tell me. You were mad. And still was, she realized. Tell me now. Okay. She closed her eyes to bring back the words, if not the feeling that had coursed through her, and told him. I almost felt them in my hands. It's hard to explain, but I almost felt them. The sword in my right, the shield in my left. I can't take up that sword until I take up the one on the mantle and learn how to use it. Yes, a clever girl, and yes, no less true for the slyness. Do your chores, and do them well. If I'm satisfied, you'll take up the sword chosen to teach you. When she gave a quick cheer and raced off, Malik looked toward the heavens. He prayed to all the gods he had the strength to deal with the child and prepare the warrior. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Despite Malik's charm on the blades to prevent them from breaking flesh and drawing blood, Fallon ended her first lesson bruised, aching, and exhilarated. At dusk she walked out, hard biscuits in her pocket, to meet Mick, who waited at the edge of the woods. She took her bow and quiver as well. They'd see who was such a dead shot. Hey, so did you really find Failban, or did you just make it up because Malik was pissed at you? I don't make things up. I found him, and I'll find him again. Maybe. You have to be crazy to go into the woods on Samhain night. You could have spirits walking around, and not all of them friendly. Plus, the fairies like to play tricks. I can take care of myself. You're only here because Malik made me. Besides, I met my father last night. The dead one? Are you making that? He shrugged. Ran up a tree and down again. The hawk feather he'd added to his braid fluttered. You don't make stuff up, so that's cool. I've never talked to a real spirit. What was it like? It was my father. My sire. It was a gift. My mom died right after I was born. I guess I'd like to talk to her. Because she knew the pain and the wondering, she softened a little. Maybe we'll one day. Maybe. Hey, you cut your hair. Why'd you do that? I wanted to. Or some part of her must have. It'll be easier to deal with short. If you keep talking, we're never going to get anywhere near the wolf. Mick snorted. He can hear us breathe. You won't find him unless he wants you to. And why would he, since you want to steal his collar? I'm not going to steal it. I'm going to borrow it with permission. She felt the shadow of the owl pass over her and smirked. I'm not the one who shoots arrows at all gods to steal their apple. Mick shrugged it off. Leaped up 10 feet to a branch, dived off, flipped and landed lightly on his feet. If she had to be stuck with him, Fallon thought, maybe he could teach her to do tricks like that. After she found the wolf. When the wolf stepped onto the path in front of them, Mick fell into a rare and reverent silence. Fallon took one of the hard, round biscuits she'd made, crouched down and held it out. Wow, he's really big. Quiet, Fallon hissed. I never thought I'd actually get to see him. Be quiet. Be still. Like he's going to take that cookie out of your hand. He's a freaking god. He's just a boy, Fallon told Failban. And he talks too much. I made this for you. A tribute. Can you read me? Failban, as I read you? Can you see my heart, my head? What I am respects and honors what you are. She tossed the biscuit. The wolf sniffed it, picked it up in his jaws and melted away. Told you. He took the tribute, Fallon pointed out. I don't expect him to eat from my hand yet. It takes time. Could you read him? A little. Dogs and horses and cats are easier. He's powerful. And he's not ready to let me in. It'll take time, she repeated. You want to track him? No, she decided. I think it's better if I let him find me when he wants to. We've got nearly the whole 2 hours left. That's all right. You can start teaching me how to flip in the air and run up a tree. You're not an elf. That doesn't mean I can't do it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For 2 weeks the nightly routine remained essentially the same. Mick would wait for her to join him, then talk too much. Failban would step onto the path, take a biscuit, and slip away. But to Fallon's mind, he stayed a little longer each time. And he began to watch her practice her flips and tumbles from the shadows where she felt him linger. In deep November, after a hard frost that made the ground ring and the waters of the pool mist, she met Mick on a night of a white moon and cold stars. You're going to be 1,000,000 years old before he lets you get within a foot of him. Probably older than 1,000,000. Why don't you? Mick flicked his fingers. You're supposed to be a witch. You're supposed to have powers. I am a witch and I do have powers. It's just going to take time. You always say that. We could trick him. Didn't you learn anything from Tabes? He won't be tricked, and it's disrespectful to try. Tabes offered me the apple because I didn't trick him, and I bled rather than see him hurt. I can shoot an arrow at him. And you can get in the way again. Fallon only let out a sigh. Ignore him, she said to Failban when he stepped onto the path. He's an idiot. You're the one bringing cookies to a wolf god every night, and I'm the idiot? Insulted, determined to prove himself, Mick lunged forward. Fallon sent him tumbling back with a wave of her hand. He doesn't mean any harm. This time instead of crouching, she knelt. I am Fallon Swift, daughter of the Tuatha de Danann. I am of the light and the sword. I am of the woods and the glade. The valley and the hill, the great city and the humble cottage. I am all who came before me, all who come after. As I am bound to Tabes, the owl god, she lifted her arm, elbow cocked. Tabes glided down to her. So will I bind myself to you? She took out a biscuit. It's a small thing, a small tribute, but made with my hands to please you. Will you honor me and take it? He stared into her eyes, and she felt him slip into her. A test, she thought, of her courage and her spirit. Then he stepped forward, came toward her until they were face to face. And he took the offering from her hand. Watching his eyes, she laid her hand on his head, stroked his silky fur. I can't take the collar. I won't. It's yours. Will you come? Show yourself to Malik so he knows I've completed the second quest. As she rose, Mick poked at her back. Can I touch him? I wouldn't, Fallon said shortly. Not after you talked about shooting an arrow at him. Not at him. I'd never. He took food from your hand. He let you touch him. She glanced back, saw awe and a little fear on Mick's face. I'm the same person I was before. I have to skip the practice tonight. I need to tell Malik. Do you think Failban will go with you? It's his choice, but I need to tell Malik either way. Now with little to say, Mick walked with her to the edge of the woods. You could meet me in the afternoon tomorrow for more practice. She sent him a glittering look. Unless you're afraid of me now. I'm not afraid of you. Next time you swipe at me, I'll swipe back. She shrugged that off, stepped into the clearing. As if he knew. Malik came out of the cottage and watched her walk with the owl on her arm, the wolf at her side under the light of the white moon. Chapter 9. Fallon's initiation to swordplay left her considerably bruised and battered, and a lot determined. Her third and final quest left her baffled. She argued about it as she worked to block and parry Malik's strikes and thrusts. But I have a horse. I have a great horse. Why do I need to find another one? She ended up on her butt again. And that abused area burned, yet again, at the rude contact with hard, frosty ground. Balance, girl. The sword is about more than strength and strike. Balance. Yeah. She got up. And sword arm aching, tried again. And a golden saddle? That's stupid. It would be too heavy too hard. If you think so, there's no need for you to look. I want a bathroom. So, and once again on her ass, this time with Malik laying the charm tip on his sword on her belly. Gutted. Your sword's longer than mine. So are your arms. And do you expect to fight only those who are of your size? Stepping back, he gestured her up. I'm just pointing it out. She managed to block, stay on her feet. Anyway, I'm going to look for the horse and the saddle, but I don't need a horse and a saddle. She blocked and well, a second time. What do I do with them if the horse comes with me like Tabsh and Failban? It might be a question to ask when and if you find them. Oh, I'll find them. Newly confident with a third successful block, she tried a thrust under Malik's guard. He blocked, pivoted, and slapped the flat side of his sword hard enough on her aching, but to send her sprawling on her face. Damn it. There will be times when you fight amid countless distractions and still, without focusing on your opponent, you'll fail. Put the quest out of your mind. Put everything out of your mind, but the sword, my body, your body, my eyes, and learn. She did her best to concentrate and still ended up on her ass, her knees, or with her face in the dirt. Often with a limb cut off, her throat slit, or some other part of her impaled. At the end of the lesson, her sword arm wept, and her ass burned like the fires of hell. As fall blew toward winter, she practiced, and though Malik tended to be stingy with compliments, she knew she improved. To build up her upper body strength, she started each morning with push-ups, like her father had shown her. Ended each session with some of the yoga her mother enjoyed to try to increase her flexibility and balance. For more challenge, she scaled trees, she was getting better at it, and practiced yoga poses on a branch to increase balance and focus. Plus, that was just fun. And she imagined making her brothers laugh when she held a tree pose. She'd be a tree in a tree. She lifted buckets of water in curls and shoulder presses until her muscles trembled and burned. When she was absolutely, positively sure no one could see her, she danced in hopes of improving her footwork. She studied the gods, the histories, the traditions, the magics, practiced with Mick, and searched the woods for a white horse known as Layok and his golden saddle. With Malik, she performed the ritual for Yule, lit the fires, the candles to represent the return of light after the darkest night of the winter solstice. She made and hung the wreath, the symbol of the wheel of the year, though she wished for a vision. For a night with her mother as she had had with Max, she felt only ripples of power, heard only the voices of the gods. When the ritual was done, they left some of the cake for the birds, poured some of the wine on the ground for the goddess. Her first Christmas away from home made her heart ache as keenly as it had when she'd ridden away from the farm. Even the Yule tree Malik had allowed her to choose and light and decorate didn't cheer her. But the wheel of the year continued to turn and turned into the next. January brought snow and chunks of ice in the stream that glinted in sunlight. It brought cold hunts for game, and for the elusive white horse Mick claimed was a great stallion fully 20 hands high, who would take no rider on his back. It brought nights that lasted too long and had too much room for dreams of circling crows, of gathering storms, of a stone circle rising out of the fog, and things that slithered in the dark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As winter took Fallon's world in its frigid grip, the community of New Hope shoveled snow. They hunted game, harvested from their greenhouses. The community kitchen Lana had established years before produced vats of soups, pounds of bread, baked pies, made butter and cheeses. Children went to school to learn academics and practical skills. The Max Fallon Magic Academy helped children with abilities learn control, respect, and inclusivity. With the community now numbering more than 500, security, within and without, remained essential. They had a duly elected mayor and town council as well as a small police force and fire department. More than 14 years since the first group of survivors stopped there, New Hope lived in the founder's vision of community. None who'd lived through the doom, who'd survived the journey. Who'd survived the 4th of July massacre forgot how vital protecting the community was and how tenuous the line was between the light and the dark. Katie Parsoni had survived all of it and knew more than most how tenuous the line was. She'd not only lost her parents, but knew her father, through no fault of his own, had unleashed the virus that would kill him, her mother, her husband, her entire family save for the twins still in her womb, and spread to take the lives of billions. A plague that had toppled cities, governments, had unleashed magics that inhabited both sides of that tenuous line. She'd survived, and with the kindness, compassion, heroics of 2 people had brought 2 children into the troubled world, and taken another orphaned infant as her own. She'd wondered why her precious twins held magics when she didn't, their father hadn't. But over time she'd seen children with no magical parent bloom in gifts, and others born of magics show no abilities. It came through the blood and the bone, of that she was certain. But not always from the parent. She believed Duncan's and Antonia's great gifts came, like Tonia's eyes, from her father, their grandfather. A good man who hadn't known what ran in his blood. Or that the dark across the line would somehow use him to destroy. She worried as the powers her twins held made them targets outside the borders of New Hope. Targets of the murderous purity warriors, targets, rumors abounded, of secret forces inside the beleaguered and fractured government that wanted to enlist and train, or harvest those with powers. And with their gifts, their skills, their fearlessness, even their mother couldn't keep them inside those borders. In the old world, her 3 children would have given her grief about so many other things. Schoolwork, teenage sulks, and rebellions. Not that she didn't deal with some of that, but in the old world, she wouldn't have to deal with her babies going out on scouting parties, hunting parties, rescue raids. Her 14-year-old son sure as holy hell wouldn't be driving a motorcycle, and she still kicked herself for allowing that one. In the old world, her twins would never have taken combat training, much less be advanced enough to train others. Her sweet Hannah should be mooning about boys or playing music too loud instead of stitching up wounds and setting broken bones at the community clinic. The dark had robbed them, all 3, of childhood. It had robbed them all. Still, there were bright spots, she reminded herself as she dressed for the day. Friendships as solid, as strong and precious as diamonds. Being part of building something good and united. And love, unexpected, sweet, and fleeting, had come to her through a man, a good man, who had taught history. Had embraced her children and lightened her load. When Austin died on a scavenging mission, she'd grieved again. But time softened grief, and she had the bright spots of memories. Most of all, she held on to the joys of watching her children grow into the bright and bold and ferociously true. She needed to believe what she'd helped build here, for them, would hold, would sustain them all. So she had work to do. She went down the stairs of the house where she'd raised her kids, noted the fire already simmered in the living room, and found Duncan in the kitchen, not only dressed, but putting on his outdoor gear. Hey! He gave her his megawatt smile, but a mother's eyes caught the little twinge of guilt in his. Morning. I was just going to leave you a note. Were you? Yeah. Scouting party's heading out this morning. I said I'd go with Flynn and Eddie. It's a school day. He rolled eyes as green as her own. Mom. And, God help her. She heard her own voice to her own mother at 14. I'm caught up, you know that. I'm helping teach half the classes at this stage, and they don't need me today. Anyway, Tonia's going with Will and Mika and Suzanne on a hunting party. I was going to ask first. Tonia walked in, sparing her brother one hot glance. Yeah, right. I was. Katie shoved at her curly brown hair, then lifted both hands in warning. Nobody's going anywhere until they've had breakfast. Is Hannah up? Yeah. Tonia, tall and slim. Her dark hair, already in what Katie thought of as her hunter's braid, opened the fridge for the jar of mixed vegetable juice her mother made in an ancient blender. She'll be right down. Hannah's doing a half day, Duncan said, always willing to toss either of his sisters under the mom bus. Then going to the clinic, which is called community service, Katie reminded him, and part of education. So scouting and hunting. He smiled again when she sighed. Just saying. If we're eating breakfast first, can it be French toast? He edged over to Katie, wrapped an arm around her. You make the best. A charmer, she thought, when he wanted to be. And she still had trouble accepting she had to look up at him. Tonya, too, she thought. Though not quite as far up. Only with Hannah did she see eye to eye, often philosophically as well as literally. Take your coat off. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Mayer. Katie shook her head. The job of mayor was something else she'd been talked into. Still, she thought she was pretty good at it. She got out eggs, a jug of milk, and her precious store of sugar and cinnamon. No syrup, those were the days, but the kids just heaped on applesauce and ate like horses. French toast? Yum! Hannah strolled in, glossy, bouncy golden brown hair, doe brown eyes, and a curvy figure Katie knew already had teenage boys giving her baby girl too long looks. Not that Hannah showed much interest yet. Her interests centered around the clinic and learning all she could learn from Rachel, the town doctor, and Jonah, the paramedic, Rachel's husband, and the hero who delivered the twins in the horrible days of doom. As she cooked, Katie listened to the sibling noises behind her, poking at each other, and she had no problem with that. Let them poke, work off steam. When the chips fell, they'd stand up for each other. Always had, she thought, and always would. Before Katie could stop him, Duncan snatched the first slice off the plate, rolled it up, and ate it where he stood. Sit down like a human being. Hannah, you're working at the clinic later. If that's okay. Rachel said they could use me. Ray's doing visiting rounds, and Carly could have the baby any day, so she's on desk work. Vicky and Wayne have the dental clinic open today, so the medical clinic's going to be short-handed. Storm's coming in, Tonya said easily. By tonight, we're going to get dumped on. As he dropped slices on his plate and added applesauce, Duncan nodded. Could get a foot, and wins coming with it. They'd know, Katie thought. Part of their gifts. It'll take time to dig out from this one, Tonya continued. So hunting and scouting parties are as important today as the clinics. Katie caught the wink Duncan sent his sister as he shoveled in food. And she gave up. You don't drive. She jabbed a finger at Duncan. Mom. Come on. Deal breaker. Eddie or Flynn does the driving. We've been dumped on already, and the roads outside of New Hope are bound to be treacherous. You don't have any experience driving in those conditions. How do I get it? You don't get it today. Did Eddie or Flynn put in for the gas ration? Sure they did. Well, maybe he brings him back. Still plenty of cars out there. We'll siphon what we can. You should take some food in case. Eddie's getting supplies from the community kitchen. We shouldn't need it, but we'll have it. This was great, thanks, Mom. But I gotta go. He rose, grabbed his coat. You need gloves and got it all in the pockets. Leaning over, he hugged her. Then added an additional squeeze. Don't worry so much. It's my job. My first job. My best job. She knew he'd take the sword and the bow from the utility room and comforted herself that he knew how to use those weapons. And all the ones inside him. That's one way to get out of the dishes. I've got to get out of them, too, Tonya added. Or I'll be late. Go ahead. Stay with the others, Tonya. I will. She kissed Katie's cheek. We'll both be back before dinner. Have a good one, Hannah. You too. I got the dishes, Mom. I've got nearly an hour before school. And they'll be back before dinner. It's spaghetti night, right? It made Katie laugh. Yeah, it is. You're right. They won't miss that. I love you, Hannah. Love you right back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They had to grow up too fast. Katie thought as she pulled on her boots, a treasured pair of huge G's Duncan had scavenged 3 years before. 11 years old, and he'd already been scavenging abandoned houses, cars, pillaged malls. Much too fast. She put on the parka she'd bartered for fiercely and had worn every winter for more than a decade. Then the hat and scarf Hannah, the only one in the family who could knit worth a damn, had made her for Christmas. She picked up her briefcase, old and battered and passed to her by New Hope's first mayor, and left the home she'd come to love for a job she hoped she proved worthy of. In another life she'd been the youngest child and only daughter of solid family, born and raised in Brooklyn, happily married to her college sweetheart. She'd worked in her family's marketing firm. And when she and her Tony learned she carried twins, she'd planned to become a stay-at-home mom and devote herself to motherhood. Maybe she'd help out at McLeod now and then. But she'd imagined herself taking her babies to the park, hosting playdates, documenting their firsts in pretty baby books, photo albums, videos. She, along with her mother and mother-in-law, had outfitted and decorated the nursery, and she'd considered herself the luckiest woman in the world. Then that world crashed down. She'd lost her father and her mother within hours of each other. Her brothers, her husband, and all of his family, too. In the weeks that followed, alone, grieving, terrified, she'd fought to survive for the lives inside her. She'd come to believe she'd survived because of the lives inside her. Now she walked along the sidewalk of a community built by survivors and based on hope. Smoke curled from chimneys into a sky of hard, clear winter blue. She saw no sign of a coming storm, but didn't doubt the twins' forecast. If Tonya handed her an umbrella on a sunny day, Katie took it. She walked toward the town center, past the house where her former roommate, the town doctor and Hannah's mentor, lived with her husband, Katie's hero, and their kids. And there was the house where Arlie's and Will lived with their family. Lana and Max had lived there once, she remembered, with Poe and Kim and Eddie in the attached apartments. Now Poe and Kim had a house a block off Main, 2 kids of their own. And the odd, sweet couple of Eddie and Fred had their little farm on the very edge of New Hope's boundaries. And Fred, the cheerful, indefatigable fairy, was expecting her 4th child. Did Fred worry when Eddie went off as he did today to scout? Raiders still cruised, purity warriors hunted. Hardline factions still cast nets. So much to worry about outside New Hope, and not little to cause concern within. It looked calm, peaceful, like a small town might in any history book. She saw the open sign on Bygones, the supply shop Bill Anderson ran. The closed sign was still posted on Cut, Color, and Curl, the tiny barber and beauty shop created and operated by a beautician, a barber, and a witch. The sandwich shop, converted to the community's police station. The chief of police, Bill Anderson's son, Will, would be leading the morning's hunting party. Deputies included a former cop, a shapeshifter, and an elf. Part-time work for the elf, as Aaron also worked as an instructor at the academy. A balance, she thought. That was part of the plan. An essential element of the blueprint drafted years before in the living room of her home. A mix of the magical and non in all aspects, creating a sense of unity. Most often it worked. In 14 years, only 5 people had ever been sentenced to the community's ultimate punishment, banishment. She'd served on the panel for 2 of the 5, and prayed with all she had she'd never be called to do so again. She paused to watch the dash of a fox, a slinky streak of red through the snow. Then she crossed the quiet street to the old building, once a house, once a real estate company, and now town hall. She let herself in, switched on a single light. Power conservation remained a town ordinance. The mayor went to her office, one she'd chosen for its window overlooking Main Street, sat at her desk, opened her briefcase, and got to work. Within the hour, the town planner arrived with her agenda and the town clerk with his. She had reports to read on the converted laptop their head of IT and communications had built for her. Without Chuck, they'd likely need town criers. Or smoke signals. Supply requests submitted by various community entities. The schools, the kitchen, the gardens, the clinics. Refuse reports. Power reports and requests to expand power to areas outside the current grid. The school, kindergarten through high school, needed more updating of the former furniture store. And, as always, more supplies. 58 kids currently attended, she mused, but there would be more. The town council would meet, discuss, debate, and, she determined, find a way. The town planner, an energetic woman of 70, rapped knuckles on Katie's open door. Got a minute? Sure. What do you need, Marlene? It's what we all need. A good cup of coffee and chocolate. Marlene. Why do you torture me? With a quick, cackling laugh. Marlene walked in on her scarred timberline boots and sat in one of the wingback chairs Will and Jonah had hauled in for her when she'd taken the office. Here's the deal. Fred, Selena, Kevin, and some of the others think they can do it this time. They think they know what went wrong before. Katie had heard this song before. Attempting to create a tropical climate within a designated space inside a mid-Atlantic climate. What could go wrong? Oh, yeah. Katie tapped a finger to her temple as if just remembering. Several tornadoes. Really small ones, Marlene said with a smile. And minimal damage. We lost 6 trees. More firewood. One of them fell on Holden Masterson's garage and started a fire. A really tiny fire, which Kevin put out right away. And Holden didn't need that garage. They've worked out the kinks in the spell. Katie stared up at the ceiling. Kinks. Honey. I don't know any more about spells and all that than you do, but Fred's pretty high on the idea. Fred's pregnant and hormonal and wants chocolate. That may be. I'm not pregnant and hormones haven't been my problem for a long time. I want some damn chocolate. More than that. Lemons, oranges, bananas, and not the little guys they're growing in the greenhouse. Sugarcane. Pepper, more than we've managed from what the group brought in from down south. Medication, Marlene continued, ticking off items on her fingers. Our herbalists and holistic groups are all for it. Kim chaired the holistic group, and no one was more sensible to Katie's mind. But still, tornadoes. And, Katie, Fred says if they can do this, they can do other climates. We could find a way to mine salt so instead of having to send people farther and farther out to scavenge for those basic needs, we'd generate our own. The salt stung. Salt had been a top priority on the scavenge list when Austin had died. But as mayor she had to put that aside, handle the right now. I'll take it up with the town council. I will. But I can tell you Fred and her group are going to have to come in and make the case. Make a strong case. I'll let them know. And I should let you know they think they have a secret weapon. The twins. My kids. Power boosters, Fred said. She thinks they have enough, but she claims with Duncan and Tonya, they'll have a better shot at making it work. Has she said anything to them? Katie, you know she wouldn't without talking to you. She's a mom, too. Okay, all right. Katie pressed her fingers to her eyes. I need to process and I need to talk to the council. Then we'll talk to Fred and her group of climate wizards. God. You wanted the job, Mayor. Did I? Katie gave the ceiling another wistful look. I can't imagine why. How about I have Leroy zap you up some of his energy tea? It ain't a good cup of joe, but hey there, Arlies. Hi, Marlene. Would Leroy have enough for 2 cups of that tea? Don't see why not. She pushed to her feet. Have a chair. I will, thanks. Got time for me? She asked Katie. Which hat are you wearing? Arlies smiled. All of them. It's a shame because your hair looks fabulous. Carlotta's a genius. Arlies gave her short, sleek brown bob, with subtle highlights of bronze, a fluff. Plus, Fred popped in while I was in there. Now Katie sighed. So you know about Project Tropics? I do, and I won't report anything on it. Yet. Appreciated. She paused as Marlene came back with 2 steaming mugs. And ditto, Marlene. Happy to serve. Want the door closed? Do we? Katie asked Arlies. If you wouldn't mind. No problem. Marlene went out, shut the door. Arlies didn't waste time. Chuck hacked into some communications. Purity warriors. They're planning a major raid. Where? An uncanny settlement in Shenandoah National Park. From what he could tell, they've created a kind of commune there. Peaceful. The PW's intel says there are between 30 and 40 of them, and they don't have any weapons. What? No weapons. Shifting, Arlies leaned forward. They've taken some sort of vow. Something, it's not clear from the communique, that forbids the use of weapons, the use of magics. To harm, you mean? That's the basic tenet, the do no harm, not even against an attack. Not to protect, defend. No use of magics, period. I'm assuming religious sect, and I'm working to verify that. In any case, they'll be defenseless. The PWs are mobilizing and plan to move into that area by day after tomorrow. They're going to surround the commune and wipe it out. Can our people get word to them, warn them? We can try. But Chuck doesn't think it'll make any difference. They won't fight back. Among the 30 to 40 are approximately 12 children, including infants. Okay. After blowing out a breath, Katie pressed her fingers to her temples. Take it to Jonah. We'll need Will and Eddie as soon as they get back. We need Chuck to try to pinpoint the location of the commune from his intel. Then we need one of the uncannies who's good at astral projection. Not my kids, she said, before Arlies could speak. She shoved up from the desk, paced. And not because I want to shield them, but because they're kids. To relay something this important, to convince those people to move or hide or fight, we need an adult. I agree with you. On everything. Chuck's already talking to Jonah. And he thinks he has the location pretty well nailed. Katie stared out the window, watched one of her neighbors with a toddler and a young dog on a leash. Will it ever stop, I wonder? Will it ever just stop? We're going to send people to fight for people who won't fight for themselves. I'd have to say, that's what Will and Jonah and Maggie as the heads of our mobilization forces are going to decide. Duncan and Tonia will go. It already twisted in her belly. I won't be able to stop them. I could try. I could lay down the law, but I'd just be postponing the inevitable. This is the world they live in. The world I brought them into. You brought your babies into. Yours are too young yet. But they won't be for long. Theo's 11, Sybil's 9. And she's showing stronger abilities every day. Where does it come from? I say her father sighed. Smiling a little, Katie turned. She looks just like him. Doesn't she? Well, except for the wings. Rising, Arlies walked over so she and Katie looked out at the town together. We built something good here. We made something that matters. We can't stop now. As long as we build, as long as we fight back, we're winning. And you've got to believe that one day the world will only be as screwed up as it used to be. Rather than laugh, Katie tipped her head toward Arlies. Duncan dreams about a girl. A woman. What 14-year-old boy doesn't? Now she laughed. He doesn't tell me, but he tells Tonia, and she tells Hannah, and Hannah tells me. A tall, slender woman. Dark hair, gray eyes. Beautiful. Sometimes she's bathed in light. Sometimes she's fighting side by side with him in the dark, in the storm. Arlies, do you think it's Lana's daughter? Lana and Max's? This savior some of the uncannies talk about. The one? I think about Lana all the time. Miss her every day. I think about that horrible day when Max died. When so many died. When she ran to protect her baby, to try to protect us. And I have to believe she got somewhere safe and had her baby. Fred believes it absolutely, believes Lana's daughter is the answer. She'd be younger than my kids. Katie added. She stepped away from the window. First things first. As soon as everybody's back, we'll have a meeting and figure out the best way to save a group of pacifist uncannies. Let's say 8 o'clock to be sure. Arlies nodded. I'll get a sitter. Chapter 10. A dedicated and somewhat fanatical witch founded the commune simply called Peace. He believed. With his entire being, peace answered all. Javier Martinez, once an undocumented immigrant who'd worked the cotton fields in Texas, hauled cement in New Mexico, picked and packed cauliflower in Arizona, dedicated the life he believed God had spared to peace. He'd woken to his abilities the day the woman he loved died of the terrible sickness the devil had cast over the world. He'd been 26. Fear and grief had spewed lightning from his fingertips, and that lightning had set the little house where he'd lived with Rosa and 3 others, all dying to blaze. Only he had escaped with his fingers burning, his soul screaming. In his madness, he'd sent the lightning over the fields, into other buildings, even people. Everything burned and burned. But he survived. He wandered through the desert, skin burning and blistering under the unrelenting sun, and followed, gibbering to the demons only he could see, the rise of smoke, the circling crows. For a time he starved, ribs poking through his scorched skin. For a time he glutted his hunger on the burned bodies of the rats and rabbits he struck down. For months he stole whatever he could steal. He quenched his grief and rage in bottles, and burned more in drunken glee. He raged at the dead when he found them. He survived. Later he would believe with all he was that the divine had shielded him, taken pity on him, tested him. How else had he known when to hide when parties of raiders roared by? Or when to conceal himself, to watch military convoys herd people into trucks? How many times had he heard the screams of the damned like him captured by purity warriors? But they never found him. Not in a year, then 2, then 3. Not in all the miles he walked, through desert and forest, over highways littered with cars and bodies. So he had a vision. While he shivered and wet coughs racked his body on a brutal winter night, in what was left of a mini-mart off Route 70 outside of Topeka, Rosa came to him. Pretty Rosa, with her soft hair and soft eyes, laid her hands on him in the dark, in the cold, and warmed him. The relief, the sweet relief from the biting, gnawing cold brought tears to his eyes. Through those tears, he saw her for what she was, what she had always been. An angel, a messenger of the divine with wings white and luminous. Rise up, she told him. Cleanse yourself, body and soul. Rid yourself of the demon inside you, for only then will you serve your great purpose. Rise up, for you are the chosen. He reached for her, and she took his hands in hers. In his delirium, Martinez struggled to his feet. The demon is wily, Rosa warned him. You must close your eyes and ears to him. Purge yourself. Reject him and his power. For if you let him free, he will consume you, and all is lost. Go forth and teach the word. Go forth and gather the flock of the damned. Cleanse them, anoint them, bring them into the peace. Lead them into the valley, show them the mountaintop, cloister yourselves from the evil of man and demons, so on the day of final reckoning, you are pure. Tears burned out of his reddened eyes. Stay with me, Rosa. His voice croaked out, the words like razors in his throat. Show me the way. You will find the way when you are cleansed, when you are pure. I will protect you as I have through your terrible trials. Repent and be saved. Be saved and save all. Sick in body, sick in mind. Javier Martinez stumbled out to cleanse himself with snow under the cold, slitted white eye of the moon. And so began his new journey. He fasted. He found gloves to cover the fingers cursed by the demon. He raged and prayed as he limped on frozen feet. Feverish, delirious, he stumbled into a small settlement. Lights blinded him. Shadows moved around him. As he fell unconscious, he heard Rosa say again, repent and be saved. Be saved and save all. For days he hovered between life and death, even with the care of a healer. His hair, gone gray, fell around a face honed by sickness and starvation to prophet's point. But he survived. In the weeks that followed, he regained his strength, and his mind cleared. He explained kindly, gently, to the healer who'd saved him with her gifts that her powers were ungodly, urged her to repent, felt sorrow when she refused to reject her demon. He preached in that same gentle way to all who would listen, and to many who wouldn't. When he was strong enough, he walked among them, a thin man with kind, compelling eyes who spoke of a world without weapons, without death, a world of peace and prayer. Of a valley blessed and a holy mountaintop where those who followed him would live forever. When he walked away from the settlement, 2 went with him. By the time he reached Tennessee, he had 12 apostles, and created the commandments told to him by angels in his dreams. Only those infected by demons who repented would be allowed to enter onto the blessed land. No member of the faithful would own or use a weapon of any kind. A knife used for harvesting roots or in preparation of food. would be sanctified. No animal flesh would be consumed, nor any part of a living creature used by the faithful. What belonged to one belonged to all. Women, from the age of 12, would fulfill their divine duty and seek to conceive and so propagate the earth with the faithful. None would lift a hand in anger or strike a blow. Any who used the power of the demon would be banished from the Holy Land. As he walked east, his angels forbade the use of any motorized vehicle. His flock ebbed and flowed. Of the 30 faithful who rested for 2 weeks near Shelbyville for a birthing, only 18 escaped an attack by a scouting party of raiders. Those left behind, living or dead, had gone to glory. Javier explained. The sacrifice demanded by the divine was for the others to walk on. Some died of illness or in birthing. Some fled in the night. Others joined simply for the safety in numbers. And most of them fell away. On a day green with spring, 3 years after his redemption, he led his flock of 23 to the mountaintop. And there, his gray-streaked hair flowing, his sun-baked face luminous, his eyes kind and crazed, he opened his arms to the valley below. In this sacred valley we will live, he told them. In this cup of holy ground we will worship. And with our prayers and with our faith, the world will be cleansed as we are cleansed, and made worthy for the coming of the divine. It took days to reach the valley. And there the river flowing through it swelled with the beat of spring rain. They built their fires, pitched their tents. Women, as their hands and hearts were more pure, prepared the meal of berries and oats. Men, as their backs were stronger, their minds keener, gathered stones and twigs and mud to build stronger shelters. There in that quiet valley, a devout madman created his image of peace. 8 years later, Duncan crouched on the snow-covered ground, dusk side down, thin and gray. Through it he studied the commune. No defenses. Nada, he said in amazement to Will. No guards, no checkpoints. Geez, Suzanne tried to warn them, and they ignored her, preached at her. They didn't listen. So now the enemy could settle down on one of those ridges, pick them off like flies. Will nodded, shifted slightly while his eyes, dark blue, scanned the ridge. I figure they'll put some up there. Pick off runners. They're going to want to capture plenty. Executions are their big show. Beside them, Eddie grunted. His straw-colored hair straggled out from under the black ski cap Fred had knitted for him. They got themselves a freaking carnival ride here, man. Not only no defenses, but who the hell camps where you've got no way out? You make it to the river, then what the fuck? Can't swim across this time of year for sure. Cold'll kill you sure as a bullet. You got the mountain blocking that way. Head for the woods, okay? How far you gonna get? Not a one of them wearing decent boots. And, dude, what's up with those weird-ass robes? Flynn, half in, half out of a tree, laid a hand on the head of his wolf. We can ask them about their wardrobe after we save their pious asses. Star and I can get closer from this point. Star, quiet as smoke, eased out of a tree, simply nodded. If she could say something in 2 words, she wouldn't use 3. Steve and Connor move in from that point. Flynn gestured toward a band of trees where others waited, included the 2 elves. Okay then. Will shifted. Let them know. Easily done, as elves could communicate mind to mind. And let's have Maggie take her group up to that ridge. Any PWs who move up there need to be taken out, quietly. Eddie, my man, take your team to the south end with Jonas. The PWs will be coming soon. They're coming now. Flynn, tall, lean as a whippet, angled his head. His eyes, sharp green, narrowed. I hear engines. Elf ears, Eddie noted. Direction? Southeast. Maybe a quarter of a mile. Flynn glanced toward Star for confirmation, then held up a hand. They stopped. Coming on foot, bigger surprise. Take positions, Will ordered. Let's ambush the ambushes. As they moved into positions, Duncan watched the targets gather together. They came, in those weird-ass robes and strange shoes, out of tents, and what looked like huts of mud and freaking twigs to stand in a circle around a central fire. Kids, too, he noted. Babies carried in slings. No one spoke. When one of the babies squalled, The woman carrying it bared her breast, offered it. Then there was silence, just the wind sloughing through the trees. As the circle, even the children, drew hoods over their heads and bowed them. Sitting ducks, he thought. Every last one of them. The wind kicked up the robe some, exposing bare legs that had to be freezing. A man came out of one of the huts, long, unbound gray-streaked hair blowing. He moved into the middle of the circle. He lifted his arms high. "We are the chosen. Let us be worthy," the circle responded. "We have been sinners, all. We do repent. Do you reject the demon inside you? We do reject him and all his evils. Do you embrace the divine? We do embrace him. And we pray for his embrace." During the call and response, Duncan edged over until he was shoulder to shoulder with Tonia. "If the fairies can't manage to pluck up all the kids," he whispered, "we need to block them or herd them toward the woods where we can pick them up after. There are 3 women with babies. If we can't get the women clear, we get the babies clear. 2 infants," he counted, "and 1 maybe a year or so." "Agreed. Dunk? They're a bunch of lunatics." "Oh, yeah. But that doesn't mean they deserve to be slaughtered." "No, but we save their butts tonight, even get them out of here to safety. They're just going to come back. Because they're lunatics." Though he didn't disagree, he shrugged. Tonight was tonight. Tomorrow was whatever it was. Plus, the chance to take on and defeat a squad of PWs couldn't be overstated. He wanted the battle. Will held up a hand, then 7 fingers before pointing to the ridge. Calm from the elves, Duncan thought. 7 PWs moving up to the ridge. Then he pointed toward Eddie's position. Flash 10 fingers twice. 20 moving toward the south of the camp. 15, Duncan confirmed, reading the next signal heading west, their position. And another 8 moving east. With a team of 6 spreading out through the woods, a cleanup crew, Duncan concluded. Elves were damn handy, and a lot quieter than walkies. He heard the movement, the snap of a twig. While the group around the fire continued to call and respond about angels and demons, he touched a hand to his sister's knee. "Ready?" "Oh, yeah." She moved, quick and quiet as a snake, rising. Pivoting behind a tree. Notched an arrow in her bow. Duncan grabbed the hilt of his sword, rolled onto the balls of his feet. "Ridge secure," Will murmured. "Hit the lights." Duncan pumped his free hand in the air and turned the night to midday. It effectively blinded any enemy wearing night vision goggles. And the screaming began. Some in the circle simply fell to their knees, maybe, Duncan thought fleetingly, thinking the light was a sign from their divine. Others scattered. Gunfire erupted and purity warriors flooded in. He'd heard the saying about bringing a knife to a gunfight, but Duncan considered a sword a different matter. Plus, a gun didn't do much good when the hand holding it was cleaved off. The man he'd wounded let out a shrill scream as his blood spurted. The keen aim of Tonia's arrow took out another, and Will's return fire still more. With his sword slashing, Duncan threw out a wave of power, sent 2 men and a woman flying back. He sensed a movement to his left, spun to block an attack. A good thing, he'd think later. As he heard a bullet whine past his head. They had shotguns, the shells loaded with bits of metal. The shrapnel peppered trees, huts, the ground. He felt a sting at his hip, ignored it, and punched power toward the gun. As it turned molten, the shooter cried out, dropped it. One of the elves rose out of a rock, dropped the shooter. Chaos swirled. Within it, one of the healers rushed, pulling the wounded to safety. Fairies risked their lives to swoop down, lift children away from flying metal. Duncan fought with the single-mindedness that had been trained into him. Beat the enemy back. Protect the innocent and your own people. Then, to his horror, he saw 3 of the purity warriors had broken through the northern flank. And 1 had a flamethrower. He fought off another attacker, drew blood, and shed it before he could turn and run toward the cleared land. Not soon enough. Not soon enough to stop the woman who screamed in triumph from engulfing one of the kneeling men in flame. The terrible high-pitched scream. The horrible sound of crackling flesh blocked out the gunfire, the shouts, the whizzing arrows. Duncan didn't think, and years of training fell away, crushed under his charging feet. On a wild cry, he rushed them, all three, barely threw out power enough and soon enough to block the flame that washed over him. His sword seemed alive in his hand as he struck her down, and with that horror, that rage consuming him, he sliced and hacked at her companions. He didn't see the knife, wouldn't have seen it through his blind fury before it gutted him. But he saw it slip from the hand of a fourth man who rushed at his back as that man pitched forward with an arrow in his heart. Then it all seemed to stop. A few dim shouts from the distance. Calls for healers. He stood with the fire flickering over his face, with the nightmare scent of burning flesh fouling the air. And 4 people dead at his feet. He heard Will shouting orders for a search, for the enemy and for the targets, and only stood there with his bloodied sword heavy in his hand. Tonia stepped beside him. Let's go. I kind of lost it. Still felt a little lost. Yeah, I noticed. He looked at the dead man, the arrow piercing him. Thanks for having my back. Mom'd be pissed if I came home without you. With a forearm he wiped sweat, blood, and God knew what off his face, turned to her. Hey, you're bleeding. Tonia winced as she looked at her biceps. Yeah, I caught some shrapnel. It really hurts. Tell me. Me too. He gestured to his hip. I'll do you. You do me. And we'll never tell Mom. Tonia lifted her eyebrows, rolled her eyes under them. She'll see the hole in your pants. My jacket and shirt. Right. We'll worry about that later. He laid his hand on her arm. She pressed hers to his hip. Eyes locked, they wound together the cool and the warm to heal. When Will strode up, Duncan knew from the look on his face that he was in for it. You're on your own now, Tonia muttered. What the goddamn hell, Duncan? We don't need any damn dead heroes. You run out, no cover, 3 against 1. You just nothing. Will snapped it out. They set him on fire, Will. He was just kneeling there, and they set him on fire. So you risked your life for a dead man. We fulfilled our mission here without a single casualty on our side. We'd have had one if your sister hadn't been quick enough to take out the one about to cut out your liver because you were too busy playing fucking samurai to notice. Okay, I get it. But part of him didn't believe he'd been wrong. I'm sorry. Sorry, doesn't cut it. Jesus, I have to trust you, everybody, to think, to follow the training, and, worse, what would I tell your mom? Pausing, Will rubbed his hands over his face. Duncan figured he'd be in for more, but Eddie limped over and drew Will's attention. You're hurt. Just bang my knee up some. Rachel can fix me up. But, Will, I saw Kurt Rove. Rove was with them. Rove? You're sure? Something came into Eddie's eyes that merged cold rage and hot grief. I know the bastard, Will. He's older. Some fatter, but I know the bastard. He was running, fucking coward. I'm going to tell you I broke ranks to go after him. That's when I banged up my damn knee. I couldn't get him, Will. I couldn't get him. Okay, it's okay. Now we know for certain he's still alive. We'll get him, Eddie. One day we'll get him. Duncan wanted to ask why Eddie got an okay when he'd broken ranks. And he got a lecture. But he knew about Kurt Rove. Knew he'd been part of the 4th of July massacre. Come on, Will said, with a hand on Eddie's shoulder. Let's get these people to New Hope. And the ones who won't come, well, we'll give them some supplies. Let's go home. I hear that. Duncan waited until they'd walked away to avoid having Will remember to finish the lecture. He's not going to tell Mom, Tonia said. He may threaten to scare you, but he won't because it would scare her. She waited a moment. You scared me, too, but I know why you did it. It's in us. Will can't understand. Mom can't either, because it's in us. It comes with the gift, I don't know. It just is. She let out a breath that whisked away in a little cloud. Let's help clean up and get home. This one, I don't know, Duncan. This one didn't give me the lift I usually get from a rescue. That makes 2 of us. Yeah, let's clean up, get home. As he turned to walk with her, he caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. His sword all but flew back into his hand. The girl hiding behind the hut cringed, whimpered. Eyes blue as cornflowers gleamed with tears over fear. On an expelled breath, Duncan sheathed his sword. We won't hurt you. You're safe now. But she shook her head, curled into a tighter ball. You need to come with us. Tonia tried to mimic her mother's no-bullshit tone. We'll take you somewhere safe and warm. The women aren't ever to leave the sacred valley. Duncan figured she was maybe his age, maybe a little younger. He didn't think that qualified as woman, but let it pass. It's not safe here anymore. The PWs know about it, and they may come back. What's your name? Petra. Listen, Petra. Is your mom, or maybe your dad here? We'll help you find them. My mother died giving me life because I'm cursed. My father. She pointed toward the blackened husk on the ground. I'm sorry. Tonia crouched down. I'm really sorry. You need to come with us. There's nothing left for you here. Javier the Blessed says. He's not here. Out of patience, Duncan threw out a hand to show the dead, the blood, the destruction. You see him? They took him away. Who? Tonia demanded. The people who came to defile the sacred valley. I saw them drag him away. So he's not here, Duncan concluded. Neither is anybody else right now. So you need to come with us. It's a good place, Tonia added. We're going to a good place. Holy ground. It's a good place, she repeated and offered her hand. We'll be taking some of your people there, too. Anyone who wants to come. You'll have food and shelter. And a shower, Tonia thought, because, boy, she needed one. No one will hurt you. When she took Tonia's hand and rose, Duncan noted she was about his sister's height. Her hair, in a long, matted braid red dirty blonde. Really dirty. The robe, more of a sack, he thought, looked like some sort of woven material. The same as the useless shoes that came up to her ankles. But she went quietly enough with Tonia now, so he considered that problem solved. He decided to stay back, his own disciplinary action for breaking ranks, and help burn the dead as the ground was too hard for burial. Once they'd settled those of Javier's cult who came with them, 11 minors, including the infants and 3 adults. Eddie made his way home. They didn't need him at the clinic where Rachel and Jonah and the other medicals and healers would deal with wounded. He'd have her look at his knee in the morning. He just wanted to go home. They didn't need him at the kitchen where volunteers put food together for the people they'd brought in. They didn't need him to pass out clothes and supplies or to move them into the house more volunteers had readied for just that purpose. He wanted Fred. He wanted Joe. He wanted to look at his kids who'd be sleeping. Just look at them. He walked into the house Fred had turned into a happy, colorful home. Climbed the stairs. He looked into the girls' room first. Rainbow, their oldest, cuddled under the multicolored blanket with a cat, a puppy, and a smile on her face. Angel, their youngest, sprawled over her bed, all but buried in her collection of stuffed toys. He moved on to his son's room. Max, his middle child, named for a dead friend, slept with another puppy, his favorite truck. And, even in sleep, looked ready to cause trouble. His eyes burned. In all of his life, Eddie had never imagined loving anything, anyone, the way he loved his kids. Would he have them? Would he have Fred who just lit up his freaking world? Would he have this life if not for Max and Lana? He walked toward the room where he knew Fred would be waiting up for him. She sat up in bed. Her red hair a glorious halo of curls, her belly rounded with their 4th child as she worked on crocheting a blanket for their new baby. On the floor, curled on the rug with yet another puppy. Joe thumped his tail in greeting. I heard you come in. Fred set the blanket aside. Briar sent word a couple hours ago that everybody was okay. Her smile faded. You don't look okay. I'm going to fix you something to eat. No, don't get up. He waved her back, walked in and sat heavily on the side of the bed. One he'd brought back from an abandoned house 60 miles away because he knew she'd like the canopy. I'm not hungry. You're limping. Just banged up my knee. Rachel or tomorrow, okay? I needed to be home. Somebody'll look at it tomorrow. I'll make some ice so. It's okay, Fred. She shifted, pressed herself and the baby against him. What happened? What's wrong? It was bad. Those people, just standing around in a circle praying or some shit. Kids, too, and they don't have decent clothes, decent shoes. Skinny and dirty and I think they must be all fucking crazy. Fred. People have different ways of coping, I guess. Even crazy ones. We had a good plan, good positioning, and it worked. Mostly it worked. The bastards got about 10 of them. And more just took off, but we got all the kids. Babies, some of them, Fred. Just babies. In comfort, he laid his hand on her belly. We had some injuries, but nothing too bad. Everybody got fixed up. Or Rachel finished that job. Nothing too bad. We brought 14 back, 11 of them kids. Some of the crazies scattered, and the scouts didn't find them or bodies, so some just wouldn't come, and we're not going to make them. But we brought 14 back, and that's something. What is it, Eddie? You need to tell me. I'm working on it. He gripped her hand hard. I saw Rove. Kurt fucking Rove. I saw him shoot one of the crazies, a woman. Shoot her in the back. Then he started running because we were taking them down, Fred. We were whipping their asses. And they were running like the cowards they are. I went after him. I broke ranks and I took off after him. But I didn't see the goddamn stupid route. Didn't see it because all I could think was Rove. That son of a bitch. And I banged at my knee, and he got away from me. I couldn't get him, Fred. I couldn't get him for Max. I couldn't get him for Max and Lana. I couldn't get him. Fred wrapped her arms around him and held him while he wept. Visions. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Chapter 11. Within 3 days, one of the women they'd saved slipped out of town with her baby and 2 of the children. The single male who'd come with the rescuers ran off with a bag of supplies, leaving behind a 5-year-old girl he'd claimed as his daughter. Rachel sat in her office reading over the charts of those who remained. Malnutrition, exposure, ringworm, impetigo, bad teeth, dentistry would be busy, kidney infection. 2 girls no more than 14 pregnant. A case of double pneumonia, several old breaks, poorly set. Several wounds, animal bites or gouges, poorly stitched. And that didn't begin to address mental and emotional issues. She sat back, took off the cheaters she'd started using a couple years earlier, rubbed her eyes. She had dense, curly hair clipped back and, because it made her feel better after several long days running, had used some of the organic makeup Fred gave her. Jonah came in, sat on her desk. He handed her a mug. Pretend it's strong black coffee. I wish I could forget what that tasted like. A good, dark French roast, beans freshly ground. She drank some of the echinacea tea instead. Fred's bound and determined we're going to have coffee beans. She sighed. Right now I'm ready to say it's worth the risk of them trying again. But I'm weak. Never. He leaned down, kissed her. He needed a trim, she thought, though she liked his hair when he didn't take time to go to the barber. You got the kids breakfast and off to school? Hey, I do my duty. Henry made you the tea. He said you needed it. Luke did the dishes. Under protest, but he did them. They're good boys, our boys. Speaking of boys, there's one from the cult. And I'm calling it like it is, Rachel. Believe me. I'm not arguing. So this boy? He's only 3. He says his name's Gabriel. He talked to me. I didn't bring it up last night because you were tired. We were both tired. We've got a group of people resisting basic treatment, or enough of them intimidating the rest to resist. And those who'll agree to it are going to take a lot of time and care to get healthy. We've got an infant severely malnourished and dehydrated because his mother's the same, and her milk isn't enough, and another a year, maybe 14 months, not yet weaned, whose mother died in the raid with a raging ear infection. As she took another sip of tea, Rachel rubbed her fingers at her temple. They won't accept blankets if they're wool. Won't wear the boots because they're leather. Cult. Indoctrinated. Jonah stepped behind her a moment, massaged some of the tension out of her shoulders. But the kids can and will learn better. Sooner. This one. Gabriel, age 3, male, malnutrition, ringworm, another raging ear infection. Yeah, that one. There's something about him, Rachel. I can see he's going to make it. Just like the double pneumonia. The goes by Isaiah, age about 60. He's not going to make it. If he'd accept treatment. Maybe, maybe not. But he's not going to make it. As Jonah's gift caused him to see death, and often the life of the dead, Rachel didn't argue. All right. Jonah came back around, sat on the corner of the desk. The kids are going to need family. The cult, and you're right, considers themselves family. They're not. Family wouldn't allow children to half-starve when there's game. Wouldn't let them freeze when there are places that offer shelter. Maybe the adults couldn't be debriefed or detoxed or whatever the hell, but the kids can. Certainly the young ones. He's 3. Rachel, his father, or the man he thought was his father, died in the attack. His mother died when he was born or soon after. He isn't sure. She'd been nodding along. Then something in his tone got through. Jonah, are you asking what I think you're asking? He took one of her hands, rubbed it between both of his. He needs a home. We have a home. He needs family. We're a family. There's something about him, Rachel. I can't really explain, but there's something about him. He needs us. She flopped back in her chair. Jonah, a 3-year-old. Our boys are 11 and 8. A 3-year-old. One who's never seen a toilet or bathtub or hadn't until a couple of days ago. And our boys. We'd need to talk to them. They'd need to be okay with it. Henry would be. Soft heart. But Luke, harder sell. More like her, Rachel thought, in looks and temperament. And I'm not sold. You are. Still a little baffled himself, Jonah spread his hands. The minute I looked at him at me. It was immediate. Not like the first time I looked at Henry and Luke, held them. That overwhelming. Stupefying love. But more. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I see you. Is it your gift or your soft heart? Truth? I think both. We'll talk to the boys. He gripped both her hands, brought them to his lips to kiss. I love you. Thanks. I love you too, but there's a way to go before thanks. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Duncan walked toward home after a stint at the academy with his best friend, Denzel, a shifter. As Denzel had yet to pass combat and weapons training, he'd never fought in an actual battle, worked an actual rescue. Simulations only. So, as usual, he wanted every detail of the fight in the Shenandoah. Antonia walked several paces back with April. Duncan could hear the girls giggling, mostly April, as April fluttered in circles. Talking boys. Duncan decided. The fairy girl was obsessed with romance. Gimme your score, man. How many'd you take out? It's not like that. I told you. It's not like one of Chuck's games or Sims. Cut me some breaks. Denzel, a big guy who shifted into a panther, that was cool, and gave Duncan a shoulder bump. Word is you took on 3 at the same time. And nearly got your ass crisped by a freaking flamethrower. Is that the straight shit or not? Duncan had a flash of the kneeling man, dirty robe, dirty beard, eyes blank with fear and something like rapture. And the way the flames caught him. The way they ate him alive. That wasn't something he would share with Denzel, best friend or not. Denzel was a lot softer than he thought he was. What I did was break ranks, which is why I'm stuck writing a stinking essay on chain of command. Unfair, man. I gotta get me some action. You flunked archery, hand to hand, and still can't hit the target with the rubber bullets. You keep tanking chem, and you need it, man. You need it because you might not have a witch around to make fire or throw a blast, whatever. You barely passed basic tactics. Denzel rolled his huge dark eyes, then flashed a wide, white grin. I just bring out Kato and tear 'em up. Yeah. Personally, Duncan thought Denzel should stick with sports where he shined, whether it was catching a football, dunking a basket, or swinging a bat. Not everybody belonged in battle. Hey, wanna hang tonight? Magna got a horror flick in the DVD rotation. Magna, 18, and the only lazy elf Duncan knew, lived in an apartment in what everybody thought of as Elf Central because so many of them lived there. Magna's place often reeked of dirty laundry, unwashed dishes, and garbage he'd neglected to haul to the community waste and recycling center. Not that Duncan considered himself overly fussy, his own room could and did resemble a trash heap until his mom laid down the law. Though Magna refused to fight, claimed it was against his moral code, and often slipped and slid around any community work, he was harmless and good-natured. Duncan liked him fine. But, essay. Remember? Bummer. You ought to ditch it, man. Trot's going and he'll bring Shelley. Where Shelley goes, Cass goes. You've had half an eye on Cass. He'd had both eyes on Cass right at the moment. The pretty brunette who went to what he thought of as the civilian school. She'd grown really interesting breasts the previous summer. But if he ditched the essay, he'd pay for it. Not only with mom wrath, but an automatic cut from the next operation. Can't do it. Sucks for you. Want me to help you on it? He would, too, Duncan thought. He'd blow off the fun to huddle over a damn essay if Duncan asked. Nah, I got it. If you get it done early, come hang out. I gotta book it. Later, Gator. Yeah. He watched Denzel. Broad shoulders, beefy arms, lope across the street with his tightly curled tail of hair bouncing. He saw the kid from the rescue late last year, Garrett, he remembered, with his pack. Racing along the opposite sidewalk. One of them rolled into a wolf and back out again, making the others laugh. Garrett paused, shot Duncan a huge grin, waved. Then shouted out to Tonia. Crushing. Duncan realized. The kid was crushing on Tonia, which could afford significant ammo for teasing his sister relentlessly. Good intel. Pleased. He slipped his hands into his pockets while Tonia caught up with him. April, with her flutters and giggles, had peeled off for home. Who's she in love with now? Greg. Greg. The elf with the red hair and face full of freckles, or Denzel's brother, Greg, or Freckles. She thinks he's adorbs. What? Short for adorable. She heard that on some DVD. It's her favorite new word. Adorbs. Seriously. Why do you hang with her? She's fun. She's silly, but she's fun. And she's smarter than you think. She was smart enough to get over being in love with you. He hunched his shoulders as the memory of having April giggle and flutter around him still mortified. She's not my type. Tonia snorted. You're 14. I know this because, hey, so am I. So you don't have a type yet? Guys our age, the ones who like girls, have just one type requirement. Breasts. He thought of Cassa's and the stupid essay. What do you know about it? I have breasts. He nearly gave a snort of his own, then it struck like lightning, pulled him up short. If some jerk tries to touch you, I hear about it. If some jerk tries to touch me, I can take care of myself. Bullshit. If anybody tries to, with you, I break his hand, then his face. Tonia flipped back her hair, long and loose under her knit cap. I don't need you to fight my battles. And maybe I'd like somebody enough to let him try. Screw that. The thought of some guy doing to Tonia what he imagined himself doing to Cass had his temper flashing like a grenade. I break his hand, then his face, then I deal with you. You don't deal with me, stupid. She shoved him. Watch me. He shoved her back. You just mind your own business. She elbowed him aside. I am. He grabbed her arm, yanked her back. Right before she kicked him, hard enough to make him see stars, he spotted the blonde girl, blue eyes wide with shock as she tried to hide behind a snow-covered shrub. He turned his grip on Tonia's arm to a warning squeeze, shifted so they both faced the girl. Hey, Petra, right? He nearly hadn't recognized her since she'd hid a lot of pretty under the dirt. Her hair turned out to be a sunny, golden blonde, and her skin was sort of soft-looking. But she cringed back just as she had in the camp. We're just messing around, he said, with another warning squeeze for Tonia. Boys. Tonia gave an exaggerated shrug. Come on out. I shouldn't be outside. Why not? Tonia solved things by walking to her. Because we're supposed to stay separate. Mina said. Not anymore. We live right there. Tonia pointed toward the house. Come on in for a while. I don't know if it's permitted. Sure it is. In her take-charge way, Tonia took Petra's hand, pulled her up, and kept it gripped as she walked. How's it going? I don't know. I like your shoes. Petra looked down at the black, gently used Chucks. They're not really mine, but they took mine away. They brought others, but they were made from animal flesh. Tonia just led her up to the house, through the unlocked door. Then flicked a hand to start the fire. On a gasp, Petra reeled back. The demon. Why demon? Duncan demanded, peeling off his coat to toss it over the back of the couch. We don't believe that. You can if you want, but we don't. We have a gift. And for us it comes from the light. Anyway, I'm starved. He's always hungry, Tonia commented as Duncan wandered back toward the kitchen. So, take off your coat. It's not really. It is now. Tonia took off her own, tossed it with Duncan's, waited while Petra carefully took off a blue parka just a little too big for her thin frame. Our sister Hannah's probably over at the clinic. Maybe you met her. I don't know. You got checked out, right? Once again, Tonia led Petra, steering her back to the kitchen. The doctors and all that. They said I had bad nutrition. So let's eat. Mom scored. Duncan let out a whoop. We got pizza. They make it at the community kitchen, Tonia explained as she hunted up a sealed bottle of ginger ale. And we can freeze it. Then cook it up. And we've got this. What is it? Ginger ale. Ginger root and sugar and lemon and yeast for the bubbles and water. Hannah made this batch, but we all have to take cooking lessons. And chem. Making stuff like ginger ale, it's chemistry. Plus, it's good. Tonia poured out 3 short glasses while Duncan held his hands over the pizza until the crust browned and the cheese bubbled. What's your gift? He asked Petra casually. Then shrugged it off when her shoulders hunched. Okay. So, how's it going over at the group house? The doctor said some of us are contagious and need medication. And the nursing babies need better milk. And Clarence and Miranda both took the boots of animal flesh, and now we have to shun them. Harsh. Duncan cut the pizza into slices. It's hard, I guess. Because you lived somewhere and some way, and now you're living here and a different way. Tonia got plates. But you couldn't stay there. If the divine brings violence to take our lives, you just lay down and die? Duncan slid pizza onto the plates. Doesn't sound very divine. How old are you? Tonia asked, then sat at the counter and pointed to the stool beside her. I'm not sure. I've come into womanhood, but I haven't conceived. What? A slice halfway to his mouth, Duncan froze. I've come into womanhood, Petra repeated. And though I have given myself, even to Javier, I haven't been blessed with child. You're saying you have to do it, and with that old guy? Javier has no age, Petra said, beaming. It's a great honor to conceive a child with him. Bullshit. It's sick and twisted. Duncan. But he ignored his sister's warning. Did you want to do it with him? Or did you have to because he made it his law or something? It's a great. I was afraid, she whispered. But that was my weakness. And it hurt me. But that's the sacrifice of all women for the sin of Eve. And that's more bullshit. Tonia waved Duncan off as Petra's head drooped. I'll take this. That's not how things work here. And if you read books and listen to the older people, it's not how it worked before. People who did stuff like that got punished if they got caught. You have rights. Everybody does. And just because we're women doesn't give anybody else the right to hurt us or make us have sex. No one's going to do that to you here. But there must be children to increase the flock, to care for the elders, to spread the word. So many of them die, inside the womb or soon after birth. We all do our duty. Tonia, a born feminist, but more diplomatic than her twin, kept her voice easy. Around here and in a civilized society, people have kids because they want them, and because they want to take care of them, love them. How long were you in that camp? I'm not sure. I wasn't born there. 2 winters, I think. Before we just moved and walked and hid. And my father hit me and cursed me because of my curse, even though he was cursed, too. Javier and our people didn't hit me or curse me. And my father stopped, too, when he embraced redemption. He stopped hitting you, but the rest is just a different kind of abuse. The thought of it, all of it, burned Duncan's craw. We have laws here, too. If somebody deliberately hurts somebody else, he's punished for it. Everybody pulls weight in whatever way they can. We take care of each other. One question, Tonia put in. Were you happy there? It was. I don't know. Obviously distressed, Petra twisted her fingers together. I don't know. Maybe you'll figure out if you're happy here. Pizza's getting cold. Petra looked down at her plate. I'm thankful for the food, but is this animal flesh? Pepperoni. Duncan bit into his slice. Pick it off if you don't want it. They mostly make it at the big farm, Tonia told her, and distribute it to the community kitchen. Petra carefully peeled off the discs of meat, then took a tiny bite of pizza. Her eyes widened. She took another, bigger bite. It's so good. They can make it without the pepperoni, Tonia said. Then handed Petra one of the napkins stacked on the counter. You can just have it? Everyone pulls weight, Duncan repeated. Everybody eats. You have this big house and all the things. With wondering eyes, Petra looked around the kitchen. Just you. And our sister, Hannah, and our mom. Kids don't live on their own until they're at least 16. Some kids come in without parents or adults. But somebody takes them in, takes care of them. Petra bit her lip. Clarence can go, and he wants to, with others. To live. He tried to run away from the divine, but they brought him back. His curse is wings and balls of light and fairy, Duncan finished. He had to be shunned many times and closed into the redemption hut before he stopped giving into his demon. Because he was a child, he wasn't cast out. But we were afraid he'd give into his demon again when he reached the age of judgment. Not his demon, his nature, Duncan corrected. His gift. Did he ever hurt anyone? Once, twice, she corrected. He fought with others boys who said hard things to him. That's different. That's called standing up for yourself. He's going tonight with people called and Marla. They're nice. Tonia said with her mouth full. They live near the academy. They raise sheep and llamas and weave blankets and sweaters. And make art, too. It's pretty. Anne's an elf. But Marla's a civilian, no abilities. I heard before the doom, when they lived in Baltimore, they were going to have a baby together. They're both women. It's not possible. And it's sinful. It's not sinful to love someone. And before the doom there was science and medical technology to help people have babies when they wanted them. They're really good people. Clarence is lucky to have them, he said. He told me Miranda can go with him. And that these women would take one more. I could go. You should give it a shot. Try it, Duncan explained. If you don't like it there, you don't have to stay. I could go, then not stay. And Marla wouldn't make you stay if you weren't happy. It's so different. Everything's so different. Don't cry, Tonia comforted. It's going to be okay. Have some ginger ale. Obediently, Petra lifted the glass, sipped, and laughed as she wiped at tears. It tickles. It's the bubbles. I never drank bubbles before. Or don't remember. So much from before is blurry or mixed up. Esme said we had to go back. Esme? She left, with her baby, and took 2 of the young ones. She said we had to go back or be damned. But no one wanted to go with her. She left and said she was going back to the holy ground, to the sacred valley. And Jerome left, too. He took things from the place we're living and went away. He said I could go with him, but I didn't want to go with him. It's good to be warm and to have shoes and the clothes that don't scratch. And to eat the pizza and drink the ale. Before is blurred and hard and I was afraid and hungry and cold. Well, Duncan put another slice of pizza on her plate. Now starts now. Now starts now. She echoed and smiled at him. She ate the second slice, and since ginger ale had to be rationed, Tonia gave her juice for the next round. I'm very thankful for the food and drink. I need to go back. They'll worry and wonder. She stood, hesitated. If I don't go with Clarence and Miranda to the women and stay with Mina and her baby, will you still talk to me? Sure we will. We'll see you in school, and you can hang out with us. I don't know how to go to school. Don't worry, you'll catch on. I'll walk you out. Petra started out with Tonia, then stopped. Turned back to Duncan. It's hard to talk to those I don't know. It's good, but it's hard. You killed the men with your sword and your curse, your gift. She corrected quickly as color rose up to her cheeks. I know they would have taken my life. We're taught the divine demands we never lift a hand to another, never take up a weapon, even when our life will be taken or the life of another. It's the greatest sin. But I was afraid to die. I was afraid to stand by and do nothing to help someone else. I've been taught that is cowardice, and if it's not a sin, it's the greatest weakness. Then you're not weak. He sat, brooding while Tonia took her out. Brooded a little more when his sister came back. He knew Tonia dealt with the dishes right off, without pushing him to help because she wanted her hands busy. Her way of brooding, he supposed. I could have been her, Tonia said. Not in a million years. But Tonia shook her head. She's about our age, maybe a little younger. It's hard to tell, but we're about the same age. If we didn't have Mom, and if she hadn't had Jonah and Rachel to help her get all of us out of New York. If they hadn't met up with Arlies and Chuck and Fred and a lot of ifs that didn't happen. Ifs are about what hasn't or didn't. I'm saying I could have been taken to a place like that, forced to live like that, had my brain washed, because that's it. Right? Had my brain washed into thinking I was nothing. Just some nothing to be used to make babies and worship some asshole who claimed to talk for some divine bullshit. And I'd have just laid there while some fuck's the word you're after. Mom's not here so you can say it. Sick, twisted fuck. Yeah, sick, twisted fuck raped me. Because that's what it was. And I believe that what's in me is evil, like she does. Here's where you're wrong. He rose then, put the plates she'd washed and dried away. You'd never be like her because you're strong and smart, and you'd kick that sick, twisted fuck in the nuts before he raped you. Because he made her feel better, she offered him a smirk. I thought I needed you to break hands and faces for me. I didn't say you needed me to, I said that's what I'd do. You'd never be like her. Nothing and no one could make you like her. Maybe. And who knows, but maybe if she sticks here, if she lets herself, she'll be who she's supposed to be. I'm glad we didn't save him. That Javier, Tonia said. I know I shouldn't be. And it goes against everything, but I'm glad the PWs dragged him off before we saved him. If we had, if he was here, she wouldn't have a chance to be anything. None of them would. Duncan realized, and realized he should have realized before, the entire conversation with Petra had upset his sister even more than it had him. I know there's this, what's it called, school of thought? That. And some who go with that believe how things are meant, and fate and destiny and all that crap. I don't buy it. He flicked the theory away. People make things happen, one way or the other. But if I did buy it, I'd say we weren't meant to save him. We were meant to save kids like Clarence and Miranda and her. Tonia wasn't quite as sure either way. Meant or not, that's what we did. We should tell Rachel, Mom, too, but Rachel because of the doctor deal, about the sex shit. I'm pretty sure somebody as good a doctor as Rachel knows. Especially since one of the kids I loaded, again about our age, was pregnant. Pretty far along, it looked to me. Jesus. But you're right. We'll make sure Rachel knows. We could walk over, talk to her now. It's a girl thing. And he'd had more than enough girl thing talk for the day. For the freaking year. Girl thing, said the born feminist, with dripping derision. You're a girl, and since you're on it, he added, it can be a girl thing. Anyway, I've got that stupid essay. But when he went up to his room, Duncan flopped down on his bed to stare up at the ceiling. He thought of Cass's breasts. He thought of Petra's golden hair. And he thought, as he often did, of the tall, slim girl with the short dark hair and storm cloud eyes. He didn't wonder if she was real. He'd seen her in his head, in his dreams too often to believe otherwise. But he wondered where the hell she was. Chapter 12. By spring Fallon could hold her own with a sword. Malik knocked her down, disarmed her, and metaphorically beheaded her more often than she liked. But she reminded herself he'd had centuries of practice to her handful of months. Spring meant planting, and the farm girl found comfort in the familiar. She knew as she worked the earth her family did the same. She didn't need the math lessons Malik swamped her with to calculate she'd passed a quarter of her training time. Malik schooled her in the basics: math, history, literature, and the practicalities of tactics and strategies and mapping. When he expanded her lessons into engineering and mechanics, she took some pride at his surprise over what she already knew. She had, after all, helped her father build, had learned how engines worked, how to repair them, even build them from scavenged parts. He pushed her further and harder on magics than her mother had done, and this she welcomed. The more she knew, the more she opened, the brighter the beat inside her. And still the crystal he'd given her when she was a baby remained clouded. Her archery improved, partly from her innate desire to match Mick's skill, or even outpace it. As the air warmed and the leaves greened, Malik allowed her to visit the elf camp, the fairy bowers, the shifter den. She took gifts of food and charms and healing bombs, considered the visits a kind of reward for her progress, a break from tasks and studies. But she also learned, as Malik intended, of other cultures, rites, beliefs, histories. Though she liked talking to the girls now and then, she found herself more drawn to the boys with their contests and races, or to the elders who spoke of hunts and battles. Once when she ran the woods with the young elves, practicing her tree scaling, a young elf, no older than Ethan, fell when a branch cracked beneath her. She landed hard. Her right arm cocked beneath her. Dazed, she whimpered, but when the others ran to her and turned her, she screamed in pain. "Bagger, get her mom," Mick ordered. "Fast." "I think her arm's broken." "It's okay, Twyla. It's going to be okay." He smoothed back her dense black hair from a face gone pasty under brown skin. Blood trickled from scrapes on her forehead and cheekbone. She just screamed again. "Mama, I'm going to take you to your mom, okay? I'm just going to pick you up and—" No, though she understood the elves had their ways of healing, and that a child so young needed her mother, Fallon stepped forward. "Don't move her. She may have hurt something else." Fallon knelt down, laid a hand on the sobbing girl's shoulder. Tears rolled like liquid glass down the girl's cheeks. "I want my mama. I know. She's coming. Do you see me, Twyla?" She murmured it as she glided her hands just above the girl. Head, throat, heart, torso, limbs. "Do you see me?" she said again with her eyes on Twyla's. Those dark, pain-filled eyes that pulled at Fallon. Slowly, she let what rose in her ease out. "Do you see me?" she repeated, and watched those dark eyes glaze with the trance. "I see you. Do you hear me, Twyla? Do you hear my voice? Do you hear my heartbeat? Do you hear what lives in me stir and rise?" "I hear you." Fallon ignored the sound of running feet, a cry of alarm, and kept what she was, all she was, focused on the girl. Behind her, Mick's father gripped Twyla's mother's arm. "Wait. Wait. The one has her. I will be in you, you will be in me. Your bones are soft still, and the break is clean. I'm in you, you're in me. We share the pain, and it lessens. Here. See me, only me." Fallon laid her hand on the brake, gave herself to the knowing. "With me, Twyla. Quick." And gripping the snapped bone, squeezed. Her breath caught as the girls did in that shared moment of heat and pain. Twyla's eyes widened in shock, pupils going from saucers to pinpoints, then back again until her eyes closed on a whimpering sigh. A new tear slipped out. "You're all right now." "She's all right." With the power still bubbling in her, Fallon eased back. How could she feel so strong? She wondered with that ghost ache in her arm, with her stomach shaking. It was her arm. She managed as she rose. "The rest is just bumps and scrapes. She's all right." On a cry, the mother leaped forward, gathered Twyla up, rained kisses over her hair and face. Cuddling her daughter, she reached up for Fallon's hand. "Thank you." "Sure." She turned to Mick's father. She thought of Thomas as a kind of scarecrow man because of his tall, thin build and the mass of corn silk hair he wore in a bushy braid. Just then he seemed a little blurry. The branch broke. It was the way her arm was bent when she fell on it. "Yes. Here." He pushed a canteen on her. "Drink some water." Realizing her throat burned with thirst, she started to gulp, but he laid a hand on the canteen. Slowly now, slowly, she did as he said, found the world clearing, settling. We won't forget your care for one of our children. He touched her hand when she started to shrug off his gratitude. Caring for another matters most of all. We'll get Twyla back to camp. And Mick will walk you home. Mick? Yes, sir. Thomas turned, picked up Twyla. We won't forget, he vowed, and carried the girl away while her mother stroked her hair. The others scurried after them. I didn't know you could do that. Neither did I, Fallon thought. When Fallon got back to the cottage, she found Malik harvesting honey. A chore he'd come to enjoy, despite the occasional sting. He wore the big hat with the net and gloves. She could see the last wisps of smoke he'd conjured to chase whatever bees weren't out hunting from the combs as he slid out the rack, slipped in the spare they'd made. With the rack in the bucket. He turned, saw her. Our bees have been productive. As she'd instructed him. He began to walk with the bucket toward the greenhouse, to get out of the open air, because the scent of the honey would attract bees. She walked with him and into the sense of the earth and growing things. Something happened. He gave her a quick, sharp look, but whatever he saw on her face had him relaxing again. He reached for a knife, warmed it, and began to uncap the comb. What happened? One of the girls, her name's Twyla. She's about 5 or 6, I guess. She fell. She was tree climbing and a branch broke. She hit really hard, and her arm. Anyway, she broke her arm. He paused, concern renewed. Do they need our help? No. I healed it. Her. The arm. He nodded, continued to work, separating the honey, the propolis, and the beeswax. All could be used. How? Automatically, Fallon got a fresh jar for the propolis. I just knew. It was more than I'd done before. I've never healed a broken bone. And she was really scared and it hurt her. She was crying for her mother, so I had to calm her down first. I put her in a trance. A light one. I've never done that, Malik, but I just knew. I didn't have to think or wonder how. That was wise. A child so young wouldn't calm on her own. I did what I knew. And what my mother taught me. How you look for injuries with your mind, your light. It was just the arm, or mostly. And it was like a snap, not jagged, but clean. I did emerge. With small injuries. You don't have to. It's just surface, he said and kept working. Yeah, surface. But to heal a bone, it takes more. But I think it went quick because I was right there, because it was fresh. And she was so little. I think. I had to hurt her a little. You shared her pain? It was just for a second. A second she'd never forget. The bone knit so fast, just that second of fire and pain. And then, she was okay. And you. I felt strange. Strong, but strange, and everything was a little blurry. And I was really thirsty. Thomas gave me water, and they took Twyla home. You did well. You learned. Learned what? Sometimes you think and plan and weigh. And sometimes you feel and act. And always, always, you trust what's in you. Trust what you are. You did well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning Fallon found a bounty on the doorstep. A small bag of salt, another of sugar, both precious, and a little jar of peppercorns, more precious still. All had been arranged in a pretty woven basket and scattered with flower petals. As she lifted it, she saw Twyla and her mother. The woman gave the girl a little pat on the butt, sending her forward. I came to thank you. You're welcome. I made you this. She held out a crown of flowers twined with white rosebuds and starry white daisies. It's really pretty. Accepting it. Fallon made the girl smile by putting it on her head. You look beautiful. Like a princess, but Mama says you're a queen. I'm not. I was in your light. Twyla smiled up at her. A face filled with trust. It was so bright and warm, and nothing hurt, so I wasn't scared. Fallon crouched down. I was in your light. It was soft and pretty, like the flowers. Twyla giggled. Then wrapped her arms around Fallon in a hug before she raced back to her mother. Because Malik was pleased with her, he allowed her an extra hour to devote to her quest. She went alone, convinced having Mick or even Fail Ban and tapes with her kept the horse elusive. Though, she had to admit, she'd gone alone before, with the same results. She'd made progress on so much, her spell casting, her classwork, her archery, and her swordplay. She mastered balancing with one hand on the pool as well as the ground. But she'd made no progress at all in her hunt for Leok. She'd told herself, during the winter, it was just a matter of waiting until the snow melted. Then she'd find him. In the early days of spring, she told herself she'd find him as the leaves grew thick again. But winter or spring, alone or with companions, she found no trace of him. That day, like so many others, she set off, choosing a direction at random. She comforted herself that even if she didn't find the horse, the days grew longer, the air warmer, and the woods birthed flowers. She cut some, dug up others, not just for their magical and medicinal uses, but because having them in the house reminded her of home. Because she could, she danced her light over some lily of the valley, thickened its spread, then had the little bells tolling. The light, pretty music lured blue and yellow butterflies. Magic, her mother had taught her, should bring joy where it could. And the tinkle of the flower bells, the fluttering, colorful wings brought her joy. She heard a rustling as she smiled down, and a kind of clomp, then the blowing breath a horse would make. For a moment, she was fooled, and her heart did a fast jump. Then, her senses tuned in, spread out, and she rolled her eyes. Don't be such an ass, Mick. Like, I don't know the difference between a horse and some goof-off elf trying to trick me. Come on, that was a good one. He somersaulted from a thicket, bounded to his feet, and grinned at her. We were out on a hunting party, and we'll be eating like kings tonight. Then I saw your tracks. I wasn't trying to hide them. Wouldn't matter. I can track anything, anyone. Really? You've been out with me for weeks, but you haven't tracked the horse. That's different. Leok doesn't leave tracks, and he's invisible most of the time. You're just making stuff up now. He's probably not even around here. Mick jumped on an outcropping of rock, sank into it to his waist. I've heard he lives in a mountaintop meadow where it's summer all the time. You're not even good at making things up. He popped out of the rock and straight up to swing on a tree branch. It makes as much sense as a horse living in the woods like a deer or a bear. Malik says he's here. Malik doesn't lie. So he's here one day a year. That could be it, Mick said as he dropped back out and they began to walk again. Maybe only on the summer solstice. That's not too far off. Why don't you just do a spell or something? Oh, why didn't I think of that? Sarcasm dripped. Which I did, but it's not the way. I didn't find tapes or fail ban with spells. You're the one who wants a bathroom so bad. She started to snap back when realization struck. It's not about that anymore. I guess it was never about that for Malik. He just used it to give me the quests. And now it's not about that for me, either. What then? You've already got a horse. She's a nice horse. Grace is a great horse. This is different, this is. A slant of sunlight struck her. She stopped, turned. There are 3 spirits. And they are pure and powerful. They are one. And they are separate. They choose to give their loyalty and allegiance or withhold it. Is there faith, is there courage, is there compassion? These, too, are one and separate. When the 3 spirits join together, when the 3 spirits join with the one, they are a hot, flaming sword to strike the dark, a bright, shining mirror to bring the light. Mick said nothing for a moment. Okay, you get really weird when you talk like that. The vision faded off but left her skin tingling. I feel really weird when I talk like that, but it's true. And there's more. They're 3, and it's like Malik and his symbols. The owl's wisdom, the wolf's cunning, and the horse is heroism. What's that make you? Someone who needs them. As she spoke, she felt, and put a hand on Mick's arm. Slow, she warned. She wound through the trees, and knew when Mick caught the scent as she had. The scent of horse, the scent of flowers and horse and leather. He stood, Not in a meadow on a mountain top in perpetual summer, but in a small clearing. Flowers grew wild to cover the ground. She'd walked over that ground countless times, and there had been no carpet of flowers. There had been no magnificent white stallion with deep green eyes, with its mane fluttering in the spring breeze. The saddle was gold, as Malik had told her, but not the hard, heavy metal she'd imagined. She could see and smell the soft, supple leather as well as the glint of the bright stirrups. Holy shit, Mick breathed it out. He's really real. And he's really, really big. I never really believed he'd be that big. Like 20 hands. The farm girl took her own measure. 22. And likely, she thought, over 3,000 pounds. Layak. She tried a bow. I'm Fallon Swift. Malik the sorcerer gave me 3 quests. The first to find Tabes, the white owl and his golden apple. The second to find Fail Ban, the white wolf with his golden collar. And the last to find you, the magnificent Layak and his golden saddle. She started to step forward, and Mick grabbed her arm. Just wait. If he charges. Why would he? I'm not his enemy. When she stepped into the meadow, Layak swished his long tail, shifted on his great legs, and reared back, lifting his forelegs to paw the air. Mick moved in a blur, snatching Fallon back, putting himself between her and those powerful, slashing hooves. Try to hurt her, just try it. And you deal with me. The ground shook when Layak brought his hooves down. Fallon swore the trees trembled on their roots. And he lifted his right foreleg, favored it by leaning left. He's the one who's hurt. It's all right, Mick, it's all right. She shoved past him. I can help you. Let me see what's wrong. Let me help. Damn it, Fallon, he'll crush you like a bug. No, he won't. Because he sees me. And he hears me. She looked into Layaka's eyes as she laid a hand on his leg. And he knows me. Let me look. Let me help. You showed yourself to me so I could. She lifted his foreleg, running her hands gently over it. I don't feel a sprain. Here we go, she murmured when she examined the hoof. He's picked up a stone. A big one. It has to be painful every time he takes a step. She looked up into those deep green eyes. I can fix it. You see me, she said as she slowly took out her knife. You know I'd never harm you. Fallon, I've got this. I need you to trust me, you. Too, Mick. I need you to be very still. I can get the stone out. I want to get it out without hurting you, so you have to be still. It's bruised, so it may hurt a little. Just a little. She took a breath, then another, then with great care worked the tip of the knife around the stone. You've worked it in deep. I'm sorry it hurts. I've nearly got it. Stay still, stay still. Just another minute. She had to dig more than she liked, but she loosened the stone, carefully drew it out, and tossed it to Mick. Another minute, she all but crooned it as she stroked the leg, slid her knife back into its sheath to free her other hand. She held it over the bruised hoof, that tender area, soothed it. If you come with me, I have balm that will make it feel even better. You don't have to stay. Or I can ask Mick to run back and... Fallon, I'll be fine. You can get there and back in no time. Malik will know what to give you. Fallon, he said again. And with some impatience she looked around. Saw Tabes cast his shadow over the ground before he chose his branch. Watched Fail Ban step out of the shadows. They're together. We're together. Filled with joy, she stroked a hand up Layaka's leg. She felt the quiver, felt that strong bunching of muscle and instinctively stepped back. In wonder. She watched with Mick as the silver horn speared out of the great head. And when he once again reared, bugled, the silver wings that flowed out. Man geez. Shit. He's not a horse. An Ollicorn. Fallon let out a reverent breath. His breed is called Ollicorn. And he's mine. He's mine, and I'm his. As he's Tabes and Fail Ban's, and they are his. As we are ours. She pointed skyward. And color flashed, spread. Joy, she thought again. And laughed as she let hers fly into dozens of rainbows. She gripped the white mane to launch herself into the golden saddle. He doesn't have any reins, Mick stuttered. We don't need them. Wanna ride back? I think I'll walk. I'm fine down here. Nobody's going to believe me. Tell them to look up. Laughing, she threw her arms up. In one smooth leap, Leok rose, and with the owl gliding after, the wolf racing below, she rode the Ollie-corn into her own joy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malik watched her streak across the blooming sky on the white horse. A shooting star, he thought, bright and glorious. The man responsible for the girl felt his heart drop as she dipped and rose, circled and spun. The sorcerer responsible for the one felt his soul lift. At least she could hold on, the man grumbled. Instead, she flung out an arm for the owl, dived down, and landed a foot away from the charging wolf. So they came to him. She came to him glowing like the sun. And the beauty of it, the power of it, all but closed Malik's throat. I found him. You didn't say Ollie-corn. It wasn't for me. Leok chooses whether to reveal his full nature. Well, he sure did. Mick might have wet his pants. Laughing still, she rubbed a hand over Leoka's neck. He's so beautiful. But he needs some balm. He had a stone in his right front hoof. I got it out and eased most of the bruising. But it was deep, and he needs more care. We'll see to him. I know what they are to me, what we are to each other. He would never have allowed you to find him otherwise. We need to add on to the stable, for when he wants to stay. She tossed a leg over the horse, dropped down to the ground, a considerable drop, with a kind of careless fluidity. Yes, but not a stall. Just a shelter. He wouldn't like to be shut in. Just a lean-to and bedding and water. He needs to come and go as he pleases. As Tapes flew off to a near tree, Fallon gave the wolf a rub before she walked to Leoka's head. I understand now. Grace is mine, but she's not built for war. But he is, and he's mine, too. I wish he could just fly or run or just be. She laid her cheek on the horses. That all of us could. But we can't, can we? There are battles ahead. But not this day. Not today. She stepped back. I'll go get the bomb. You've said nothing about your great wish. I just said I wished we could just be. The bathroom. She stared a moment, then laughed. I nearly forgot all about it. That doesn't mean I don't want it. A deal's a deal. We're going to need supplies. But Leok needs the bomb. And an apple. Malik stood with the horse, the owl. The wolf under a sky still riding with color. He watched the girl he would send to war run into the house. And felt a wild pride and a sick dread. Chapter 13. On a sunny day in June, Fallon knocked Malik on his ass. Though her skill with the sword had improved steadily through the spring, the moment stunned them both. Malik sat on the ground, his breath gone. His sword beside him where it slipped from his hand at the force of her blow. Fallon stood, feet planted, both hands gripping the hilt as she'd swung back for another strike. Her own breathing ragged. Her face dewed with sweat, she slowly lowered the sword. Then lifted it again, along with her other hand, pumping them toward the pure blue of the sky while she let out hoots. And danced. Yes, yes. Yes! Finally. She jiggled her shoulders, shook her butt, and sword in hand executed a kind of boot-stomping pirouette. And with your back turned toward me, you're foolish dancing. I could kill you 6 times. Oh, let me have it, will you? Let me have my victory. Then she stopped, swiped at the sweat on her forehead with the back of her wrist. You didn't let me take you down? You didn't, did you? It shamed him to realize he wanted to claim he had. The girl, who'd come at him both fierce and wily, had wounded his pride and his arse in equal measure. But that was more foolish than her dance. True enough, a girl of 13 had bested him, this once, but he reminded himself he'd trained her. So the victory was his as well. No. What would be the point of that? She hooted again, danced a little more, then rolled her shoulders. Set. Smirked. Let's go again. When one acts cocky in battle, one loses. I feel cocky, and I'm going to take you down again. He shoved to his feet, muttered, Nidwif wine credu hynny. Grinning. She took a two-handed grip again. I wyan gwaibod. Malik shoved his hair back, started to set. Then simply stopped and stared. What did you say? I said I'm taking you down, again. No, after that. You said you didn't think so, all grumpy. And I just said I know. Like, I know I will. I'm ready. I spoke in Welsh. What? With his sword at his side, he stepped toward her. Why'd YCH deal? She stared a moment, let out a breath. DWN knew. I do. How? She demanded. I understand the words, but I don't understand how I understand. And to Ijian too? Ta. Same question. Same answer, but that was Irish. How do I know that's Irish? Come Tichiami? I don't understand that or what it is. I asked your name in Italian. That will come. What will come? This is crazy. Panic punched through her. How could she know what she didn't know? I haven't studied those languages, the Welsh or the Irish. How's Irish a language anyway? How do I know it is? And now I know when you mumble damn you're saying shit in Irish. I figured you were swearing in Welsh because you said you were born in Wales. And I will now have to be more guarded with my cursing. That's not the stupid point. I don't understand how I know. Wait. She squeezed her eyes shut, pressed a hand to the side of her head. Scots Gaelic, that's in there, too. They have a root, Malik told her. The root has sprouted in you. How? How do I know what I didn't know? He planted his sword, leaned on it, a man who'd waited a millennium for moments such as this. You are the one, Fallon Swift. It is inside you. The knowledge, the answers. Even your ability to knock down your teacher. Do you think all you'll meet, all friends, all foes, will speak only English? Those you lead, those you fight, those you protect? You must understand them, and the you. Language is only thoughts put into words, after all. He rarely touched her, but now put a hand on her shoulder. This is another victory for you. I hadn't expected it to come this quickly. That's to your credit, not mine. They swarmed in her head, so many words, like bees building a hive. I can't think. It's all banging in my head. Quiet your mind. Knowledge is a blessing and a power and a weapon. For now, while the roots sprout, take the blessing. You can now curse me in several languages. That made her smile a little. And the smile pushed back the leading edge of panic. Sometimes I feel I'll be ready. I'll know what to do, how to do it. And other times, I just want to go home. So much, Malik thought. For one young girl on a bright afternoon, he'd sworn to train and protect, but what were those without some tending? Do you hear the bees buzzing? Do you see the garden we planted flourishing? You can smell the earth, the growing things. Do you feel the air around you, warm from the sun? Listen, feel, look. Deeper. With his hand still on her shoulder, he waved the other in the air. And they stood on the rise where her mother had stood so many years before, looking down at the farm. Her mother, taking in the wash. Sheets that rippled in the breeze. Ethan throwing a red ball for all the dogs to chase at once. His laugh bright on the air. Travis trying to walk on his hands while Colin taunted him. The exchange of jeers so normal, so real. And her father striding up behind her mother to grab her, spin her, kiss her. The love, as true as anything she knew, struck her heart. The bees buzzed. The garden flourished with the scent of earth and growing things. The sun warmed the air. The time will pass, Malik told her. You won't come back as you left, but you will come back. Her father's shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows. Ethan's big, happy laugh as the dogs leaped for the red ball. Sheets billowing at her mother's back. Travis's face pink with effort as he walked on his hands while Colin danced in circles around him. God, a part of her, the deepest chamber of her heart, wanted to run, just run toward them. But the rest, what she knew in the blood, stopped her. How will I come back? Stronger. Can I come like this again? Just to see them for a minute. When you learn how, then I'll learn how. Now her brothers wrestled, and so did the dogs. Her mother carried the wash inside, and her father picked up the red ball, Through it so boys and dogs gave chase. And Fallon stood back in the clearing, hearing the bees, smelling the garden, feeling the sun. Thank you. Victories should be rewarded. He stepped back from her. Okay, pick up your sword. Because I want another. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the longest day when the sun stood at its peak, Fallon cast the circle. With her sword, within the circle, she drew a pentagram. And at each of its points placed a candle. Brought them to flame. She'd placed sunflowers and bounty from the garden, herbs fresh cut, water drawn cool and clear from the stream. She called to the god of fire, gave thanks for his light. She thanked the goddess for the fertility she granted the earth. Malik watched her perform the ritual and thought of Samhain when he'd seen her power rise. He saw it now as she lifted her sword, as her hair, shorn short, fluttered in the air she stirred. His sword will flame. He is blood of my blood. My sword takes fire from the gods. I am bone of their bone. My light, his light, their light, our light will strike the dark. My life, his life. Their lives, our lives, join for this purpose. The sun will rise and set, rise and set. The earth will bloom and rest, bloom and rest. Magic's awakened will not sleep again. The time for sleep is past, and here I make my pledge. On this day, at this hour, beneath the sun, among the flowers, I am your servant, I am your child. I will face what comes to me, be it tame or be it wild. You who forged my destiny, light the flame inside of me, and against the dark I vow to blaze though it takes 10,000 days. I give what you ask of me. As you will, so mote it be. She lowered the sword, stood quiet. She didn't pale as she had before. Already, Malik thought, showing the soldier she would become. I can't go back now. She spoke quietly, and not at all like a child. I've come too far, I have too much in me to go back now. So you made your pledge. I'd planned to do the ritual my mother does for midsummer. It's really pretty. Spiritual, I guess, but it's just pretty. But then, I made a choice. Fate unshoy. His brows lifted. French. Parlo Italiano ancha. I didn't before I started the ritual. I don't think. It's not banging this time, but it's a lot. Yes, it is. You need to close the circle. And you'll have the rest of the day free. She wanted that, but it's a lot, but there's more than a lot left to learn. I need more practice. I need more. Then we'll work. Tonight you'll go to the Bayfire. Celebration gives balance to work and study. I want to go. You should come, too. You should, she pressed, sensing his excuses. Celebration provides balance. Very wise. She smiled. I heard it somewhere. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night after the sun set on the longest day, she danced around the balefire with elves and fairies and a pack of shifters. And the weight of work and learning and tomorrows fell away. For a night, one night, she could be just a girl at a party. She wore the flower crown Twyla made her. She'd spell-casted to preserve it. She brought honey and apple butter and bread sweetened with currants as gifts for her hosts. Because during her months with Malik she'd gained a full inch of height. She sought out the sly young elf Jojo who had a reputation for her skill in finding anything and requested new pants. In trade, she offered a bracelet she'd made of braided leather. As the smoke curled, the fire crackled and drums beat, she sat with an elf nursing her baby. She'd been an exchange student before the doom. Testing herself. Fallon held the conversation with Orellana in French. The family I stayed with was very kind. I had gone home for Christmas and came back to America on the 2nd of January. No one knew, not then. What had already happened? No one knew, so I left my family and came back to America. I went back to school, and you began to see, began to hear. But still, no one seemed to know. The father of the American family took ill first. While he was in the hospital, the mother became ill, and then Maggie, this is the girl of my age, the daughter. So fast, all so fast and horrible. At the hospital, so many ill, so many dying. I called my family, and my papa was already ill. I tried to get home, but I couldn't get a ticket. I went to the airport to try to get one there. And it was madness. Smoothly, she shifted the baby to her other breast. People sick, people desperate, people angry. Shoving, striking, shouting. Police. Soldiers with guns. I ran from there. It took hours to get back to the house, empty now, where I stayed. So many cars, coming and going, so many people in them sick. I tried to call my family again, but I could not get through. I never spoke with my mother again, or my papa, or my brother. Fallon stared into the fire, watched the crackle of red and gold into the hot blue heart. It was a terrible time. But it had to be more terrible for people like you, people who couldn't get to their family. I know my papa is gone. He was already ill. But I have hope my mother, my brother survived. Afraid. So afraid, I stayed in the empty house. Afraid, too, because I felt the change in me. Your elfin blood. Yes, it frightened me. What was I? Why was I? The family lived in what is the suburbs. Do you know this? Yes. On the way here, Malik showed me. Communities outside the towns. Orlana nodded. This was such quiet, wealthy, a lovely big house, but inside it I was alone and afraid. Outside it I would hear gunfire and screams, horrible laughter. And I would also see beautiful lights. Fairies. Yes. She lifted the baby to her shoulder, rubbed his back. What was in me knew the lights were good. I took what I thought I would need. I was only 19, you see. A child of privilege. A young girl on her first trip to America, away from home. A good student with dreams of becoming a designer of fashion. A designer of fashion, Orlana repeated with a laugh. I took what I could carry in the backpack and I followed the lights. How did you get here? Inside me was a need, not only to follow the lights, but to take this road instead of that, make this turn instead of another. For days I let the need guide me. Just as it guided me to become one with a tree or the slope of a hill when something bad came near. She looked toward Fallon with a smile as the dozing baby burped. I learned not to fear what was in me, but to use it. Whenever I saw crows circling, I would hide. When I heard fighting, I would hide. Or run, fast as elves can, so I wouldn't be caught. But men did catch me. Soldiers. You were swept? I didn't know. They said they'd help me, take me somewhere safe. Remembering, Orlana cuddled her baby, swayed a little to keep him lulled. They gave me food and water. I was so tired, so afraid, so hungry. But elves hear very well, as you know, and can hear thoughts as well if they're loud enough. So I heard them talk and think about the containment centers and about laboratories and tests. Isolation camps, all these frightening words and thoughts. I was with 3 others in the back of a truck with heavy material on the sides, so we couldn't see where we were going. I didn't know you'd been in a containment center. I never got there. One of the soldiers thought very loud to speak to me. Min. Fallon glanced over at the elf talking to some of the men and bouncing a sleepy toddler on his knee. She knew he was Orlana's man, and his parents had come to America from Vietnam. She hadn't known he'd been a soldier. To lead, she thought, would take more than understanding words in any language. It would take knowing the stories of those who said the words. What did he say to you? He thought, this isn't help. It's prison. Be ready. What did he do? First, I should tell you he was a good soldier, wanted to serve his country. But he'd hidden his true nature from the others he served with. He knew, because he'd seen the camps and centers. What would happen to him? What was happening to others? There were others who served who did the same, and they had found each other. Some of them. She paused to shift the baby. Free a hand so she could pick up a cup and drink. Be ready, he thought to me, and not long after, the truck stopped. It stopped because one of the resistance, a witch, made it stop. They made an explosion, not on the truck, but close. And another. In the confusion, Min came around, elf quick. He took the little boy, a shifter, no more than 3, and told the woman who cared for him, who had become his mother, to go. I took the hand of a girl, an immune, pulled her out. We ran into the trees where more were waiting to help us. And we escaped. Min led strikes against one of the camps, one of the centers. With Thomas and others. They freed some, and some were lost on all sides. We came here to make our lives. You know the boy there, Gregory? Fallon looked toward a group of teenage boys pretending to be bored. Sure. Wolf Shifter. He was the little boy with me in the truck. Darla. Though she is not uncanny, lives with the pack. She is his mother, after all. The little girl, the immune? She's a soldier with the resistance. She sends word to me, to Min, now and then. It's a good story. A strong story. It's important never to forget who and why we are. She set aside her cup, let out a contented sigh. I haven't spoken in the language of my birth for so long a time in years. You've given me a gift. It's my first conversation in French, so a gift for me, too. I'm glad Min was there for you. Glad he was a soldier and wanted to serve. And glad he understood how to serve, was brave enough to do what's right. I felt grateful to him that day. I admired his courage over the weeks and weeks that followed, his ability to help lead, to provide. But I fell in love with him on a spring night just here where we sit now when I came upon him singing to a little girl who'd had a bad dream. Fallon knew the light in Orlana's eyes when she looked at Min. She'd seen it in her own mother's toward her father. Here's a man who would fight, I thought, who would choose what's right and risk himself for it. A man who would provide. And one who would soothe a child with a song. I thought too loud, she said with a laugh. I hadn't learned how to quiet my thoughts, to protect them. So he heard me. And he looked at me, and because he was brave, let me hear his. She sighed. Letha is a time for love and lovers. One day you'll look, and you'll know. She gave Fallon a pat on the knee. But now, I need to put the baby to bed. Fallon sat studying the fire. She wasn't sure there would ever be a time for her for love or lovers. Wasn't sure she had inside her what would put that light in her eyes. She'd made a vow. Balance, she mused, yes. A dance around the balefire on the solstice, good food and friendships. Her first conversation in French. But to balance that, she'd learned Min was a soldier, part of the resistance. Someone who knew, if she needed to know, where camps and centers had been. Might still be. Even now she could see Malik enjoying wine. But while he did, he huddled with Min, who'd passed the little girl to her older brother, and Thomas, some of the elders. She doubted they spoke of love and lovers. Battles, raids, supplies, strategies, security. She didn't need elf ears to know what those charged with leadership spoke of. She'd made a vow. Accepted her duties. One day they would look to her for those plans, those answers. She needed to be ready. Propping her chin on her fist, she looked into the fire, the blue hearts of flame. The snap of red heat, and wondered if she'd see her future. When she did, she pushed to her feet and walked away from the music, the voices, the dancing. Hey, Mick caught up with her. He had a goofiness in his eyes that made her sure he'd managed to sneak at least a couple sips of the fairy wine. Where are you going? Home. It's late. It's midsummer. He raced up a tree trunk. Flipped. When he nearly fell on the landing, she thought he'd sneaked more than a couple of sips. Some of us are going to the glade, going for a swim. Come on. He snatched her hand. No, I can't. I have to get started early tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Tonight's tonight. He gave her a tug, trying to draw her back to the party. Mick, I'm tired. In the mind, in the heart. To the bone. I'm going home. You'll feel better after a swim. He turned to her in the leaf-filtered moonlight. It's midsummer night. It's magic. Everything's magic tonight. She heard his thoughts. They gave her a jolt, a warning, but she didn't evade in time. Maybe, just maybe, part of her wondered. Even wanted. So on the warm midsummer night, under the leaf-filtered moonlight, she let him kiss her. It had a sweetness, maybe the fairy wine, maybe the moment. How could she know? It was her first kiss. It felt comforting, even as it lightly stirred something she didn't recognize. Sweet, she thought, analyzing even as she experienced. And soft. For another moment, she let it linger, wishing for the sweet and the soft. But then she drew away. Not so much a goofiness in his eyes now, she noted. She saw wishes there, too. "You're so pretty," he murmured, reaching for her again. "I can't." Something else stirred in her, and this time she recognized it as regret. "I'm sorry. I like being with you. I like you. I like you too. But I'm not." "I'm sorry," she said again, uselessly. "Fine. Fine. Whatever." Rejection flushed across his face. "I just figured you might want to have some actual fun. Be normal for a night. But I guess you just want to go off and wallow in your oneness. That's not fair." And it stung like a wasp. "That's really not fair. It's what you're doing. What you always do. Because you think you're so important. You think you're better than everybody else." On the next sting, deep and sharp, she lashed back. "I know I'm better than you. Right now. I know I'm a lot better than you." She shoved him back and, tears burning bitter in her eyes, strode away. "You kiss me back," he called out. "It won't happen again." She cast her tear-blurred eyes to the sky. "That's another vow." She marched into the clearing. The candles lit through the day glimmered and were charmed to flame till dawn. She wanted to snuff them out, just sweep a hand out and shut off their light, cocoon herself in the dark. Because she knew she wasn't made for the soft and the sweet, but for battle and blood. The battles and blood she'd seen in the hot blue heart of the Bayfire. The battle raging around her while she rode Leok through the clashing swords, the rain of arrows, the red spit of lightning. The blood on her face, on her sword still warm from those she'd killed. And in the ash, in the dirty ash of the fire, she'd seen the rise of crows. Heard them scream as they circled over the dead and dying. She'd looked into the midsummer balefire, and the pipes and drums of the feasting turned to beats of war. She'd looked, seen her future. She went into the empty cottage and for the first time in months locked herself in her room. Curled on her bed, she cried herself dry. Before dawn broke, she, a girl still shy of her 14th birthday, made her third vow of the night. That those would be the last tears she shed over what was to come. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She didn't see a sign of Mick for a week. Which was fine with her. Determined, she pushed Malik to teach her more, give her more, test her more. By week's end she could make those demands in Spanish and Portuguese. He knew something troubled her, but when he tried, perhaps clumsily, he admitted, to learn the trouble, she'd snapped shut. A locked box. He could also admit her sudden, insatiable hunger for knowledge and skill exhausted him. So when she rode out on Grace or Leok, he sighed with relief. And took a nap. Because in the evenings, she peppered him with questions about battles he'd fought, battles he knew. Tugging, pulling, digging for every detail, debating until his mind blurred on why a battle was lost or won. He knew she did the same with Min, Thomas, the fairy warrior Yasmin. Not just of battles, but locations. Camps and settlements, numbers, containment facilities, internment camps. He suspected she'd had an argument with Mick, as he hadn't seen the boy around the cottage, and a casual query about him had a heated Fallon snapping back with, "Why should I know?" But Mick came around again, and Fallon's initial coolness toward him appeared to wear off. Though she rarely ran the woods with him as she had now that she spent more time with Malik himself, or the elders from the clans and packs. As summer slid away, he no longer held back during sword practice. And still she bested him nearly half the time. She grew taller, her muscles sharper, leaner. She laughed rarely, and he found he missed the sound of it. And regretted, as they came to the close of their first year together, seeing the cool-eyed warrior consume the girl. On her birthday, knowing his own lack of skill, he asked one of the elves who baked for a spice cake. He gifted Fallon with a wand he'd created himself from a branch of a rowan tree found on a long-ago journey to the Himalayas. He'd tipped it with a crystal of pure, clear quartz, carved into it symbols of power, then used 3 strikes of lightning to strengthen, imbue, and consecrate. He'd made it for her a century before her birth. "Malik, it's beautiful." She lifted it, turned it in her hand to test it. "And strong." "Thank you. It will serve you." You can practice with it by creating a cloaking spell. When we return. Return? Where are we going? As it's the anniversary of your birth, I will take you to the rise over your farm so you can see your family. Her face shuddered. There's no need. They're safe, that's what matters. If you take me somewhere for my birthday. She rose, got one of the maps, spread it out. Take me here. Frowning, Malik looked where she'd slapped her finger. Cape Hatteras. This is North Carolina. Why? Hatteras Village on the Cape, specifically. Maybe I want to see the ocean. I never have. Maybe I want to walk on the beach. But this isn't why. Disappointed. He stared into her eyes. You don't give me truth. It's not a lie. She shrugged. I'd like to see the ocean and walk on the beach because I've never done either. But I want to go because this is one of the containment centers Min knows of. It was anyway. I want to see if it still is, see what the setup is, the security, the numbers. He could refuse her. But he couldn't think of a reason to do so, and he knew that before long she wouldn't need him to astral project. Very well. Now. He put a hand on her shoulder. Now. Chapter 14. She stood on a beach, golden sand, and saw the ocean. Vast, powerful, its greens melted into blues, waves rose, fell, spewing white froth like liquid lace. The sun, glorious in a cloudless bowl of sky, rained down on it to drop dancing points of light. It took her breath. She'd seen it in pictures, in books, on DVDs, but the reality of it swept all that aside. The sheer wonder of it blew through her. The sound of it, its booming heartbeat, that throaty roar of constant movement, echoed inside her. Overhead, seabirds winged and rode the current of air over water and sand. She drew in its scent, one she'd never experienced, and let the sheer life of it wash over her in the quick wind that whipped at her shirt. Unable to resist, she stepped forward. Water lapped over her boots as she crouched down to dip her fingers into the Atlantic. Cool. Then touched a finger to her tongue. Salty. We could find ways to extract salt. Even as her mind worked that problem, she picked up a little white shell. Then 2 more. She thought of Colin and how he'd enjoy them for his treasure box. Standing. She slipped them into her pocket. As she did, she caught the flash, a shimmer, a splash. A fish that big would feed the camps and packs all together. Mermaid, Malik corrected, not fish. Mermaid. Or merman. I didn't see the whole of it. You hear stories, Fallon said. They live in the oceans? And seas, bays, inlets, even rivers. Do they have warriors? Fierce ones. She nodded, filed it away, and turned. She saw what had been houses above the beach, built on stilts. Time, wind, storm had taken roofs, windows. Porches hung drunkenly from buildings. They would have evacuated anyone who lived here or taken them. They'd have taken the dead for burning or burial. But they'd have used the buildings, maintained them, for their own housing, storage, operations. But they're gone to ruin. She walked up toward them as she spoke, found it a different matter to walk on sand. It pulled at her feet, a sensation that both amused and unnerved her. They chose this location, Min had said, as they could control the single road leading in, and one that ends at the water. Ocean on one side, the sound on the other, she continued, using her hands to indicate direction, and one road through a narrow line of land. They could control it, and it makes an isolated place for a prison. If someone escaped, where would they go? But they couldn't control the weather. Hurricanes, storms, and the erosion from them. Those who manned the prison would be as cut off in those storms as those they guarded. He hadn't known of the place, Malik thought. But she knew, because she'd asked, peppered others with questions, dug for details like a girl with a shovel. Was Min here? Once, he said. In the first weeks, when he still believed they protected, defended. He believed they brought people here to quarantine them until the cure came. But he learned that was a lie. Dunes. She said absently. Sea oats? And those flowers, so many. Do you know them? Blanket flowers. She repeated it as they topped the dunes. There. She pointed, walked on. The containment center. The prison. Made of concrete and steel, it stood windowless across the sand-covered road. Guard towers reared up on all corners and sides, and she saw in one of them, at least one of them, some sort of weapon. One, she imagined, that would have spewed bullets with a terrible thunder. It, too, stood above the ground, built on steel pilings. The large nest of some seabird made its home in another guard tower. A good post, she thought, with a fine vantage point, for bird or man. 2 stories of forbidding, cheerless gray. And she saw now the second level had some windows, steel-shuttered. Around it rose a high fence, with signs that warned of fatal electric charges slapping, metal to metal. The gate, wide enough for one of the large trucks she saw inside, held tight, secured with chains. They abandoned it. The sand's over the wheel beds of the trucks, and there's rust from the water and the salt. There are places on the road I can feel underfoot impassable with the sand, and north there? It's fallen in. Flooding maybe. They left it. Take me inside. Recognizing the snap of impatience in her voice, she turned. I'm sorry. I want to thank you for bringing me and ask you to take me inside the building. I want to see inside. They're gone. Fallon, as you said. There's no life here any longer. I need to see. He nodded. Open the gate. You have the power. Consider, he added, as she took a step closer, how you would approach the gate if there was life inside. If the enemy was inside. She set aside the urge to simply fling out power, blast them open. Chains and locks, she mused, simple enough. But if the enemy was inside, she'd need something more subtle to bypass surveillance and security, the electronic locks, then a blast. Then again. She'd learned strategies and tactics at her father's knee and magics at her mother's. First, I'd bespell the surveillance cameras. No point in letting the enemy know we're coming. No one manning them now, no power running them, but I'd. By the power alight in me, see only what I deem you see. To all of flesh and blood you're blind until this spell I do unwind. If I jammed it, the enemy would send someone to check the chains and basic lock. She held her hands out, broke the links. The electronics. Now she walked closer, examined the gates. If this was a real deal, we'd come at night. There would be sentries in the towers. Quickest solution. Archers, simultaneous. If it's possible to limit casualties, simultaneous sleeping spells. But that's trickier. Then the gate, no, then the gate alarm. Good, he murmured. A technician could bypass or cut, but again, the quickest way. She held out a fist, shot her fingers open. It's already dead, no power, but that would do it. Then the gate. She fisted both hands now, held them together, knuckles whitening. Slowly she drew them apart. The gate shuddered, opened a fraction. A fraction more. She sucked in a breath. Buried in the sand, heavy, resistant. Muscles trembled, sweat purled on her forehead, but the gate opened a little more. Frustration rippled through her. Punched it. Open, damn it. The gate ripped open, metal crashing, sand heaving. I guess that could have been quieter. Considerably. Next time you'd flow away the sand. Recognizing her mistake. She puffed out her cheeks, blew out the air. That would have been an idea. Anyway, she walked through the gates, across more sand, a kind of dry beach where trucks and equipment floated. She studied the wide steel door. Here, I would blast. Go in fast. I'd hope we had some inside intel, have a sense of the layout inside, but fast. There must be another door, maybe more. Back, sides. Same deal there. Go in fast, all directions. They'd be armed, so you have to neutralize, that's my dad's word, as many as possible as fast as possible, and shield the prisoners, get them out. That's the mission. Get as many people being held out and to safety. She looked at Malik. Can I blast it now? Yes. She wiggled her shoulders, rubbed her hands together. Here's some birthday fun. It came in a lightning force, hot and potent. And felt damn good. Stress she hadn't known she'd carried released in a single, brutal punch. The steel doors blew open. Boom, boom. A little giddy, she stepped in. Without power, the building held dark, but the sunlight poured in through the doors. And the first body, the bones inside a scorched and tattered uniform, lay only a few feet from the entrance. Oh God! Oh God! Lights! Malik gripped her hand. With me. Lights. She shuddered through it, joined her power with his to create a pale green glow. In it she saw another door behind the remains, one of bars inside thick glass. Through it a security center. A guard station. And many more dead. Skeletal remains slumped in chairs behind blank monitors. They spread on the concrete floor, blackened by some ungodly fire. Malik released her hand, opened the barred door himself. He stepped through, turned to her when she didn't follow him. Pale in the charmed light, he noted, with her eyes dark and shocked. Not just by the dead, not only. He knew, as he too could still scent the stink of dark magics trapped inside for years. He nearly took her hand again, took it to take her home again, away from the dead and the dark. But that was the weakness of his love for the child, not the duty of the chosen to the Savior. This you must face. War, and it was, is, and will be war, brings death. Death by man or magics. In war you will cause death, by your sword, by your power, by your orders. To be just, to be wise, to be strong enough to bring death, you must face it, see its costs. She trembled, but went through the door. More doors, she thought. Dozens and dozens of steel doors lining the concrete walls. An open stairway leading to the second level, and still more doors. She made herself walk to one, though it felt more like swimming than walking. She opened the viewing slot, looked through the reinforced glass. No more than 8 feet wide and deep. The windowless cell held a toilet bolted to the floor and a narrow bunk with the bones of whoever had curled tight on it. Anger rose through shock, and she blew open the door, then another. Another, so the crashing of metal to stone boomed and echoed. Some of the dead had been restrained to the bunks. Some had been children. All had been alone. Rage shoved through anger, and on a furious cry, she threw out hands and power. More doors crashed open, some strongly enough to crack the steel. They're still trapped here. I can feel them. Her voice tore with outrage. Can you feel them? Yes. I can feel them. She yanked the dog tags from a body on the floor, gripped them tight in her hand. Show me, she commanded, shutting her eyes. Show me. She saw him as he'd been. Sergeant Roland James Hardgrove, U.S. Army, attached to Operation Roundup. Commanding Officer Colonel David Charles Pickett. Age 36. Married, 2 children. Gripping the dog tags, she pushed. He would tell them they were taking them to safety. If met with resistance, the use of force, deadly force when warranted. Those were orders. A soldier follows orders. His team brought in the last group. 2 men, 3 women, 2 minors. The boy, about 8, reminded him of his son, but he had orders. He'd completed the transfer, the paperwork, and was heading to the mess hall when he died. Orders. He followed orders. She dropped the dog tags, walked to one of the scorched walls. Laid her hands on it. Others will follow mine. I have to face death to order it, to send others to meet it, cause it. Then let me see. Let me see what turned light and life to death and dark. Fallon, you're not ready to. She snapped her head around. Her eyes, nearly black with power and fury, blazed. On powers within, on powers without, I call. Show me now and show me all. If my duty brushes the dark, then the curtain I will part. And I will hear and feel and see. As I will, so mote it be. Too much, Malik thought, too much. But the die was cast. Her body jerked. Her head fell back, and her eyes went dark and blind with visions. Voices screamed in her head, weeping, wailing, begging. Too many, too many. I can't hear. Oh God, so many. Night. Though none in the cells knew day from night, they herded them in, already drugged with the food and water given out on the journey. So they shuffled, compliant. Offered little resistance when they were examined, stripped, catalogued, given prison orange to wear. Most slept when led to their cells. Some dreamed and cried out in sleep. Some pushed against the drugs pumped into them, day after day. And some, fighting, were restrained until another drug was pumped into them. By category of Muna, manifestation of unnatural abilities, and date of containment, detainees were taken to the center's lab for testing. Pushing herself, pushing her limits. Fallon merged her mind with the spirit of a girl, strapped to a table in a harshly lit room. Janice, a high school senior when the doom struck. A cheerleader struggling with her chemistry grade. He drew her blood, the blank-faced man in the white coat and white cap. He hooked her up to a machine, sticking little cold circles on her bare chest. They'd taken her clothes. And it mortified her to lie naked under the lights, under his eyes and hands. Please. I want my mom. Where's my mom? They'd run together because her father died. Run because Janice grew wings. And her mom was afraid. Going to Grandma's house. They were just going to Grandma's, but Grandma wasn't there. They kept running. And the soldiers came. Please, she said again. But the man who put needles into her, put the cold discs on her, said nothing. She tried to turn her head, found she couldn't move. Had she been in an accident? Was she paralyzed? Please, she said again. Help me. Then realized the words didn't make a sound. The words were only in her head because she couldn't speak. Couldn't speak, couldn't move. But she could see, she could feel. And when a tear slid down her cheek, the man dabbed the tear with a cotton stick, put the stick in a little jar. Labeled it. Brody, stimulant, on 2. A woman moved into her view, went to a machine. Touched a dial. Janice felt the quick electric shock through her body. At the monitor, the woman rattled off numbers. Heart rate, blood pressure, respiration. Up to 4, the man ordered. Now the shock slapped, and she cried out in her head. Her wings flowed out with her instinct to flee, to fly away. Manifestation at level 4. Let's clamp these down. They hurt her, hurt her. Hurt her wings. Something inside her, through the drugs, remembered they'd hurt her before. Remembered her mother wasn't there. They'd taken her mother somewhere else. The pain flooded her. As it had before, when he used the scalpel to slice off a piece of her wing. More tears fell, and this time the woman collected them. As before, the wing section loses its luminescence when excised. The man sealed the bloody bit of wing in a bag. Sealed it, labeled it. We need hair with root, Brody. 10 samples from the head, 10 from the pubis. Another urine sample. All samples sent to CUS by special courier. All? This time. It has more when we need it. He didn't smile, but something like satisfaction came over his face. With all her heart, Janice cursed him. Not for the pain, not anymore, but for that single look of satisfaction. Then the fire washed in, black and brutal. No, Fallon murmured. No, no, not from her. But from where, from what, from who? Show me. Soldiers manned their posts. 3 off-duty ate in the mess hall, bean soup, mashed potatoes made from dehydrated flakes, hard rolls with their ration of margarine. 2 more caught a smoke outside. Cigarettes went for $5 each on the underground, but the army provided. 1 swabbed out the cell of the detainee currently in the lab. The CO demanded every inch of the center to be squared away, 24/7. With no other detainees scheduled for testing until morning. Private Coons planned to catch a little downtime with a DVD before he hit the bunk. The CO sat in his office on level 2, diligently reading reports. He had a picture of his family, wife, daughter, son, their spouses, his 2 grandchildren on his desk. His bitterness at their deaths by the virus burned continually inside him. His belief that those in cells below held responsibility was absolute. In one of those cells a witch had gone mad. Abraham Birnbaum had once been a prominent neurologist, a prosperous man devoted to his work and his family. A man who gave back. Used all his skill to save lives. Who'd enjoyed golf and sailing. Like the CO, he'd watched his family die, and none of his knowledge, his skills, his connections in the medical community had saved them. Only he and the grandson named for him had survived. Little Abe with his quick, gurgling laugh. His passion for dinosaurs and absolute loyalty to Iron Man had survived and, like his grandfather, had begun to show abilities that the scientist in Birnbaum would have deemed nonsense. For more than a year, he'd kept the boy safe. Even when they'd had to leave the house in Alexandria, as the fighting came too close, he'd kept his boy safe. He'd made it an adventure. Hiking, hiding, fishing, making camp in the woods, or in a house already abandoned. South, he'd taken the boy south. Warmer climates, longer growing season. Then he'd made a mistake. He'd grown tired, careless, or just naive. He'd thought he could make a home for the boy in the little ramshackle house just over the North Carolina border. For a time he had, tucked away from the road. But they'd come. The soldiers, sweeping in so fast he'd known escape wasn't possible. He could fight, he had a gun, he had the strange powers in him. But he feared for the boy. Abe. He'd pulled the boy into the kitchen. Quick now. Into the hiding place. But, Granddad, remember what we said. Abraham pulled up the door to the root cellar. Remember what you promised. I don't want to. You promised. Go down and don't make a sound. No matter what. Don't come out no matter what until I come get you. Or until you know they're gone. And when you know they're gone, what do? I stay quiet and I count to 110 times. You don't start counting until you don't hear a sound. He nudged the boy down the ladder. Hurry. Not a sound. I love you, kiddo. I love you, Granddad. He shut the door, and as he'd practiced and practiced, he concealed the door. The handle melted from sight, not a seam showed. They didn't knock or call for him to come out. They broke in, front and back doors, armed. Even as he started to put his hands up, one fired at him. Not a bullet, though it gave him pain. He staggered under the tranquilizer. He heard their boots storming through the house, heard orders shouted to find the kid. He came to, his mind muddled, in a small room. Restrained to a bunk, he struggled to think through the drug. Little Abe. Had they found his little boy? They could do whatever they wanted with him as long as Abe stayed safe. They tortured him, using a paralytic while they ran their hideous tests. Sometimes he heard screaming, but it never lasted long. No one spoke to him except to interrogate, and after a few days, not even then. He comforted himself he'd kept Abe safe. Let himself dream of that wonderful laugh, those mischievous eyes. But then, the days, the weeks, the months of solitary captivity, the drugs. The brutal tests smothered all hope. Was that Abe he heard screaming? Calling to him for help? He screamed, and when they came in, he tried to fight, tried to find the magic through the drug. He sparked a fire, enough to singe one of his captors, enough to earn a beating until someone else snapped out an order. They strapped him to the bunk again, poured more drugs into him, ran more tests. They drove him mad, and the madness drove him into the dark. And the dark was sly. He gave himself a seizure, just a small one, just enough to have them cut back the dose of the drugs. He showed them only compliance, even when they took him to the showers, hosed him down. Even when they tortured him. All the while he gathered the dark around him, offered what he was to it, and heard its chortling laugh inside his head. They would burn, all burn. Black fire, black crows circling, black smoke rising to blot out the sun. He called on the dark, gave it words in his head he hadn't known, saw it smile at him, heard its promises. They would burn, all burn, and he would rise from the flames, triumphant. So when an agonized fairy cursed her tormentor, Abraham loosed all his hate, his rage, his madness, poured it out of himself in black flame. And they burned, all burned. But the dark is sly as madness is, and swept him down with the rest. Shaking, sweating, Fallon slid down the wall. I saw. I'm sick. I'm going to be sick. Hush now. Malik gathered her up. Sleep now. He took her under, took her away. After he laid her on her bed, he lit white candles, set white sage to smoking, bathed her face. When she stirred, he urged a potion on her to ease the sickness and shock. I saw, could still see, would always see. I have to tell you. You did. You told me while you saw, while you heard, while you felt. You told me all of it. You need to rest. You pushed further than you should have. You weren't ready for so much. If I wasn't ready, I couldn't have done it. If you'd been fully ready, you wouldn't have gotten sick. That should settle now, and I'll make tea that will soothe the rest. But she grabbed his hand. He was a good man, Malik. He was a good man. A doctor, a healer. He sacrificed himself to save his grandson. Then they wouldn't even tell him if they'd found the little boy, if the kid was okay. They wouldn't tell him. Like they wouldn't tell the girl, Janice, where her mother was. Why would they be that cruel? To break the spirit. A broken spirit is more debilitating than a broken body. They broke his mind instead, and that's dangerous. They broke his mind, so he opened to the dark, and the dark heard him. Something dark heard him and exploited him. Yeah, exploited. And lied to him because he's as dead as the rest. Janice never hurt anyone, but I think when she cursed the lab guy, the one who hurt her, it gave whatever worked in Abraham more, even more. I think there were so many voices I couldn't hear at first, so I had to push them back. But I think so many had broken, so many wanted to hit back, somehow it all rose up. And when Abraham lit the fuse, it blew. It's possible. Very possible. Just as it's possible, with so many contained, there was already dark among the light. And that added more as well. Yeah, you're right. She closed her eyes a moment. They had 146 people locked up. They had room for 150. Some just died, others they sent somewhere else. But that night 146. It was 10 years ago. It happened 10 years ago, March 14th, at 1900 hours, 27 minutes. We have to go back. She tightened her grip when he shook his head. We have to tend to the dead. All of them, and we have to purify the ground. Yes, the dead should be tended and their spirits released. A place of cruelty can be destroyed and the ground purified. It made him proud she would think of it, she would know the importance of it. But not this day, he told her. Tomorrow. They've waited this long. I'll speak to Min as he will want to go. Some of the others will. Tomorrow, she agreed. But we won't destroy the building. It's well built and its location's good. We may need it one day. He went to make her tea because she was weaker than she understood. The next time she wouldn't be, he thought. Already she'd shown a cooler head than he. What he'd seen and heard through her. He wanted to destroy all that stood on that spot. But the warrior, the leader of warriors, understood a war meant death. It also meant prisons. She'll never be a child again, he told himself as he added honey to the tea to mask the faint bitterness of the restorative. Not after this day. The day of her birth, he thought. Often the light could be just as sly and cruel as the dark. He heard her moving about, though he wished she'd stay down for an hour more. Then he heard the shower. It banged a bit, the pipes. But it served. And she'd earned it. He imagined she wanted to wash away the stink of the prison, the smear of death. And realized he wanted to do exactly the same. He went out to walk to the stream. Once they were clean again, he'd take out the spice cake he'd had baked for her. Hope it pleased her. Balance, he thought as he stripped. Some cake and tea, a quiet evening with no tasks for her. A small way to balance out the ugliness of the day and the sad duty they'd face on the morrow.